Good morning, welcome to day 2. Discord channel, can you hear me? Come on, ping ping. Yeah, they're a bit slow on the uptake. They haven't got the coffee van like we have. Cool, welcome back. A few sore heads this morning. The bar tab, as expected, did not last very long at all. That got consumed pretty quickly. Who knew? Free beer just went so quick. Thought that there'd still be some left today. A few points of note. Make sure that you have tagged in. Plans for today, yeah, the coffee van's here till about lunchtime. Cool. That's all pretty cool. Donut delivery arrived before most of you this morning, and they've been hidden away, locked away. Thieving little monkeys getting your hands on them before the morning break. And the usual pizzas and everything will be coming through. There is still lost property waiting to be collected. I still have a very nice pair of headphones, which I will claim if they don't get picked up. We've got some prescription sunnies as well, which are not if you lost those yesterday, give us a shout and we've got those. Nobody really had a clue at the quiz last night as to the volleys' names and what they actually bring to the party. So I'm going to take 2 minutes just to run through who's there. So Sneaky, sitting over there on the video, myself and Doles are obviously the 3 organisers. Guy that runs the lock picking, Evil Demon, he is over there. He goes away and he spends a ridiculous amount of his own money on locks and checks and everything, builds all of that stuff together, puts a lock competition and everything together, and he does that every year for us. His amazing partner Kerry is here as well. If you've been to the bathrooms and used them here and you've seen the bowls which you've got the headache tablets and the hygiene products and all of those kind of bits in, that's him as well. They go away and they put those things together so that everyone has a really good experience here and they can do those. And they also spent probably the last 3 months making all the badges that you can get to wear to say whether you want your photo taken or not and your preferred pronouns and everything. So huge amount of effort goes in. Lauren is here. It's her first year kind of volleying for BSides and she's smashing it out of the park. Snades, we don't know where he hibernates through the year, but he kind of comes out about 3 days before BSides to see if we need a hand and smashes everything out of the park. So he's awesome. Photo Monkey down the front, Rami, is awesome. He goes around and does the things that we just cannot find the time to do, which is go around, check that everyone's having a good time, take some awesome pics. My amazing better half just comes through every year and just helps me out with so much stuff and keeps the stress levels pretty low as they can be. She's probably also spent the last 2 weeks packing your swag bags. My daughter, who you've seen around the place as well, she sorts out all the stickers and all the goodies and makes sure that you all get some good swag in those bags. So be sure to say hello and thank you. They give an amazing amount of time to make this a success so that you all get the best out of it that you can. So we've got Adam, we've got Kerry, we've got Sneaky, we've got myself, we've got Doles, we've got Brooke, we've got Caitlin, we've got Lauren, we've got Snades, and Toby's the big guy that comes up. He's been making sure you all stay hydrated by going out and getting like 50 cartons of water at a time. On that note, we're creating an awful amount of recycling a landfill, so there are water fountains all around. If you can refill your bottles, we do have bottles of water. If you lose them, misplace them, put them down next to 6 others and you're not sure which one's yours, grab one if you need to or refill from the fountains. We filled the bins in no time at all and we had to get a cleaning run out yesterday, so help us out with those things. What else? Yeah, lost property I've mentioned. CTF, first place is a little bit ahead and then there's a lot of contention for the next 2 or 3 places. So if you are in that, keep chugging away at it. Saw a lot of communications going around on the CTF and some challenges and stuff yesterday. If you have awesome challenges or you think you can do better, contribute back and create those challenges. Speak to Fifth Domain, speak to ourselves, and let's get those back in so that everybody can learn and develop from those challenges. That's what they're here for. Winning is not everything. We are a community and we want to try and help each other to be successful. So if you can build some cool challenges that you think will be a learning experience for somebody else, do it. Give something back. There are a few tweaks to the schedule today. So one of the speakers has come up and said he's actually a little cautious now about putting his out live stream. For those listening at home and put my glasses on so I can actually read my phone screen because I'm at that funny age. Let's have a look. So where we cannot live stream things, we do have a couple of talks that we're going to throw in. So our plan at this point in time, we will still get Emmanuel's talk over here in person. We will throw out an additional talk from Evil D, one of the volleys, just on a little bit of a play badge that he's put together. That's about a 10 or 15 minute talk in place of a 20-minute in-person talk that we've got over here. The Android pin brute forcing one as well, we pulled that one down overnight. The plan with that one is at lunchtime here, because there is no slack space in the schedule at all. Obviously for people in the eastern states, that's not your lunchtime, so instead of us just cutting away for a break for lunch, we're going to throw that one straight out onto the live stream so that you've got something to watch over in the eastern states while you're supping your coffees and your beers, and people over here can come and sit in and watch it. It's recorded anyway, so this stuff's going to go on our YouTube channel and you'll be able to see that afterwards. And please, the social media activities were just crazy yesterday, so keep smashing the hashtag, follow us. If you've got questions, Discord is probably the best place to get through to us quickly if you need answers to things. But let's see those photos from everybody kind of enjoying the conference. And on that note, I reckon I'm ready to hand over to James. Sunday's keynote, Mr. Bromberger. Take it over. Tell us all about your talk.
Thank you very much. I don't need that. I've got this on. I can do that.
I'll switch off. Cheers all.
Good morning, everybody. I'm going to start with the serious bit first, and then I'll get rid of that very quickly. So firstly, I want to thank the organisers, because it's great to be back at a conference in person. I was having friends from overseas saying it had been years since they'd seen, firstly, a conference, and secondly, a conference with no masks. So it's fantastic to be here. I do want to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land on which we're meeting today, the Whadjuk Noongar people, and I pay my acknowledgement to their elders, past, present and future. I'm going to stop with the serious bits there, and I'm going to start with the fun bits. I also want to pay my respects to the traditional owners of the network here, and when I say owners, I mean owned, and that would be the Uckans of Cameron Hall. Any Uckans in the room? 1, 2, 3. There's a few around. So the UCC predates the Department of Computer Science here by a number of years, and in a time when identity checks weren't as strict as they are today, they enrolled one of their computers in a degree of computer science. And the paperwork was done by volunteers. By paperwork, I mean exams. Was done by volunteers within the organisation, and so one of the servers inside the UCC obtained a degree of computer science here at UWA. The legend became myth, and over time, this identity, a computer called Murphy, obtained a doctorate just by name change, effectively, and is the official contact address for the computer science hackers here on the university. So I'm going to give you a little bit of a run back through some of the web stuff which has been happening, because I've traditionally been more on the blue team of things, not so much a destroyer, but a defender. And it is an interesting space which is changing fairly rapidly. But first, I'll tell you a little bit more about why I'm here and why I'm talking. Take you through some certificate authority changes, and obviously there's a lot going in that space. We touched on the history generally of cryptography, but we're going to talk about some of the stuff which has been happening that is real world today, and stuff which is stuff you can change, which doesn't cost any money, to try and help protect what you're doing. So firstly, a bit of PII. I've obfuscated a few bits and pieces because nobody goes to a hacker conference and hands out everything. So please take my mother's maiden name and put that into your user agent string, and hilarity will ensue. I'm actually surprised that the organisers managed to receive my presentation and it didn't get flagged up, so that was that's great. So no, yes, and my dog, little drop tables. So I've been a volunteer in the tech space for some time. That photo was January 2003 when we ran LinuxConf AU here at the university with about 700 people, and we brought Linus Torvalds to Perth way back. I've been one of the Debian developers now for 21 odd years. And that was actually triggered by Toivo Podest, one of the long-term network administrators here at UWA, who was kind enough to set up a Debian mirror back in the 1990s, which was the first major distribution that we had access to here at UWA. I managed to convince Nick down the front here and others to bring LCA back to Perth in 2014, and I served for a while as plug president. And it was a fun time putting Linus in a penguin suit on a 35-degree day. His little girls now have just finished university and are all grown up. So other stuff I've been doing. So I worked for a while for Hartley Poynton, JDV, in their share trading piece. I was the web guy for that. So the only thing that stood between all of the share trading that most of the banks were doing and security was me. I went to Europe for a while. I worked for a division of Canon Europe called Fatango, which was a little Perl shop. Perl is a language you don't hear much of these days. But it did some interesting stuff. We used to have a copy of everybody's photos if you bought a Canon camera in Europe. It was kind of a precursor to Flickr. But we were pretty inventive, and we came up with a concept for function execution as a service in 2005. We started it. 2006 it was launched. And if you look at the serverless history on Wikipedia, that is where basically function as a service started. I moved on to an advertising company, came back to Perth in 2010 with the little O when he was 6 months old, and took a job with a cloud startup company out of Seattle, and did 3 years working for AWS, opening the office here in Perth. Which was a fun ride, very interesting. I got to be the security solution architect for all of Australia and New Zealand, which meant I got to walk inside various data centres around the place morning and write white papers and then walk into the vaults of various banks and tell them about how you'd connect up to the cloud. These days I work for part of the Adecco group, Modus, along with a bunch of my colleagues. We look after various agencies and enterprises around town and across Australia. But going way, way back, I studied here doing a computer science degree. Computer science and French, oddly enough, and that will come up in a second. I was an Aachen myself. In fact, I think that was my wheel photo, which is the administrative group for the UCC, back in a long time ago. And my first paid web job was in 1995, and it was that web page there, which was written in French. Yeah. That was one of the things about being the weird guy who came from computer science to the arts faculty and then back again of, you know something about this, I've written up this thesis about French African authors, can we get this online? That screenshot taken last week still renders after 24 years? Yeah. Now, some of you may remember there was a period where there was this technology called Flash. And there were some comments made last week that there was this period of the early 2000s where a large number of news sources that were delivered via Flash are no longer available for archive, particularly around the September 11 attacks. So it's a testament to the vision that Tim Berners-Lee had, Sir Tim, or Timble, of having documents available to be rendered, and the fact that we can still render these things when we have the content. Obviously, the way we get the content has changed subtly over the years. Anyway, I moved on to work for this organisation. I had a job title once called Webmaster, which was basically they couldn't figure out what else I was doing, or campus-wide information systems officer. And yes, the 1997 annual report of this university, screenshotted last week, still renders. And that was a great project. We were doing some really interesting stuff like making the entire university's faculty handbooks from this cut-down version of SGML with my colleague at the time, James Tauber, who worked on the W3C board, and they came up with this new little standard, a cut-down version of SGML called XML, which is seen its time come and go, I think, but still there. Anyway, that's who I am. Anyone got any heckles so far? Oh, God.
Yes, how old was that picture you put on the second page?
Which one?
Keep going.
That one? Oh, God. 2014.
Still has white hair.
It's wisdom, okay?
Where can you get a cloud jacket?
Okay. My colleagues actually insisted that I should do this. Yes. It's all been cloud all along because nobody wants to look after servers. Anyone working data centers here? Anyone? No one works in a data center. Good, you're so lucky. It's like casinos but without the drinks. Okay, so blah, 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 blah. Yeah, went through that. So, certificate authorities. Some of you would have been around when this came out. This was a reasonably significant event for the web. And today you look at the things that this version supports: international security, do not go there, because 56-bit certificates with 40 bits exposed isn't that strong. And in fact, all of those technologies are pretty much superseded today, though I think people were yesterday talking about MD5. Move on, stronger hashes, please. So the certificate authorities have been changing a lot of stuff in there. Now, there are a bunch of free certificate authorities today, but there's a bunch of historical ones. So if we go back, VeriSign and Thought, they came back from a long time ago, but they're all starting to move towards the ACME protocol. And this is not a Warner Brothers cartoon, ACME. This is the automated certificate mechanism for getting certificates. If you haven't used it, you definitely should. The reason because who goes and buys certificates at the moment? Anyone? No one does. A few people do. If it's a manual process, you're going to hate what's happening in the industry because certificate lifetimes are shortening more and more. And there's been a few things that have been raised over the last couple of years to really bring it down. And we all know, probably, that Let's Encrypt is around a 3-month expiry. And people do think about doing it shorter than that, down to days or weeks. You don't want to be doing that manually. You want to have that automated. And if you can automate it in production, you should probably automate it in non-production as well. Now, all of these certificate authorities that are out there are kind of members of a club, the CA Forum. The CA Browser Forum, they pay a membership for to legitimise the fact that they are a certificate authority. As a club, it's got various rules of membership, and a lot of those are technical, such as, after this date, you won't issue a certificate of this length or this algorithm, and you definitely won't issue a google.com certificate to someone who isn't google.com, because that'd be your job. And of course, this is done quite transparently. There's a lot of people who watch the recommendations that come out of the Browser CA Forum and then go and check various public sources to make sure it's being enforced where possible, or if it's not having the transparency of daylight, calling it out and saying, hey, there's something going on here. And there's a long history of very well-known certificate authorities being caught out for transgressing those rules over time. One interesting piece was certificate transparency. So certificate transparency was introduced a while back now to actually show when a CA issues a certificate. So for example, if I was to issue a certificate of davidstockbridge.com, you'd probably want to know about that, Dave, especially if I'm sitting in the opposite side of the world and you've never heard of me. If you look at your phone or your browser, there's a large number of certificate authorities who are already trusted. And they may all be legitimate businesses. In fact, they should be. But do you choose to trust them? Or by default, your browser has made an initial selection to say yes, but you may wish to review that list and remove those that you don't intend to visit services of online that use certificates issued by those certificate authorities. So, certificate transparency has changed. There's a log of, in fact, there has to be 2 logs of every certificate issued by every legitimate CA. It's one of those rules of the Browser CA Forum. And these days, the actual location of those logs is embedded into the TLS certificate that you get handed, or going through automation, so you can actually go and find that log. Now, there was a security header for a while that indicated that that should be expected, but this is pretty much de rigueur these days. It happens automatically. There's new requirements coming up, and we saw yesterday about RSA certificates. And these days we're starting to move into elliptical curve certificates, which is described as being the bowling ball algorithm of you start at this point, you've got a curve, and if you go in this direction, you bounce around to get to a destination number. That's the trapdoor function, or the one-way function of that algorithm. And bit for bit, it is supposed to be more secure than a traditional RSA certificate. RSA certificates get longer and longer. We spoke yesterday about 2048-bit certificates. I've got some 809 or 80192-bit certificates that are quite long. The longer you get with RSA, it goes much, much slower. And so newer certificate signing algorithms means that this is faster. So that's all very interesting. Moving on to some bits and pieces. One thing you might want to do is be able to tell that list of legitimate certificate authorities that when you as an organisation want to go and buy a certificate, which CAs are you going to authorise to be your CA? And that is the certificate authority authorisation record that you can squirrel away in DNS. It's only ever looked up when a certificate authority is about to issue a certificate in your common name, your DNS name. So it's hardly ever used. You can set this at a 0-second TTL. No one else ever looks it up. And you can specify whether those certificate authorities are allowed to issue explicit name certificates or wildcard certificates or both. You can list as many CAs as you want, and it might even stop you from having sort of shadow IT going out and going and buying a dodgy certificate from the South China Post, who are a legitimate CA, but you might not be choosing to use them. It's surprising, this has been around now for quite some time. January 2013, nearly a decade. And you could probably count on two hands the number of organisations in Perth that have actually gone and set this record up and put it in there. I spoke briefly about the certificate algorithms. They are changing, and as a result of that, a certificate chain from the issuing CA is also being upgraded to be based around the elliptical curve algorithms. So ECDSA new routes are being created. Let's Encrypt has just moved to one of these new routes after being on an existing RSA-based route for many years. They've called them names like X1 and X2. Sounds very spooky. Turns out they're calling these certificate names with as short a name as possible. Anyone want to know why? Why are they making the names very short? Because they're transferred over the internet so very much that every byte is sacred. They're literally making the names of the CAs short. So, new certificates. In fact, there's an opt-in at the moment on Let's Encrypt if you would like to be vended through the automation you have in place, an ECDSA-based certificate. Browsers have supported this for several years at this stage. Okay. High-level stuff, TLS changes. Now, everyone in this room has probably heard about TLS. It's what's protecting most of what we do every day, especially as we've managed to digitize pretty much everything in our society. Whole bunch of versions. 4 years ago at this stage, or 3 years ago, was TLS 1.3 coming out. Basically, and I don't know if you can read the red on green, that was a thought this morning about colour blindness, but don't use any of the first bunch. They are absolutely bad. In fact, they are so bad that the IETF has a request for comments, and if you've come across RFCs before, by the time you probably see it, it's no longer requesting for comments, it means standard, but don't use anything less than TLS 1.2. And all of those earlier revisions are so bad, and we as an industry have been so lax at removing them that the vendors themselves are removing implementations from their software base to force the fact that these things are turned off. If you're waiting for the next update to disable older versions of TLS, you're probably waiting too long. You could probably go and turn these things off right now. Good logging will show whether or not they're in use. They shouldn't be. If they are, you've got some really outdated software that you've not updated somewhere else. You've probably got a whole host of other issues out there. So, if you're ever looking for compatibility online, there's a website called caniuse.com. And you can put in all kinds of technologies that you want to use in the browser, and it will tell you the support matrix as it looks like over common browsers. And most recent versions have got very good support for that. If you wanted to use TLS 1.0, you are going to get a bad day because all browsers that are out there in common use these days no longer support it. So why leave it enabled? You might have some automation integrations happening which aren't using a traditional browser. Fair enough. You probably should have updated those anyway. I'm going to spill outside of web for a moment, and there was one other great thing that I've seen recently, and that is a nice update to Windows Server. So at the beginning of this month, there was a new version of Windows Server that came out, 2022. And it is the first one where the cryptographic provider on the host, S-Channel DLL, supports TLS 1.3. So I can see that in future being one of those forcing factors of we need to get to that version because we've removed all of the older versions of TLS out of our environment. OpenSSL has TLS 1.3 support since version 1.1.1. I think it was K or L. It's on its 12th update now. Big update last week. OpenSSL 3 was released. Currently going through FIPS validation. Again, all change, upgrade where you can. TLS 1.3 only supports a small number of ciphers. The reason for that is there were a lot of older, weak, bad ciphers that really you shouldn't be using anymore, and including some modes of AES, the Advanced Encryption Standard, previously called RINGL. So AES mode that you most commonly see these days is called GCM. Anyone here heard of GCM? Yeah, anyone tell me what it stands for? Yeah, Gaulois counter mode. This young man here is Everast de Gaulois, a young French mathematician. Now, I've got a degree in mathematics, you do too, and this is where we're going to claim some credibility, because at the age of 20, he got into a duel over a woman. Sadly, he died. So his aim might not have been as good. His last words were, "Don't cry, Alfred," his friend who was with him at the time. I need all of my carriage to be dead at the age of 20. His field of mathematics was so misunderstood. He was denied access into the Académie Française for multiple years, and it wasn't until years after his death that what he was doing with his field was seen as actually being valid and secured. And pretty much every transaction you do nowadays is using his branch of mathematics to secure those transactions. And that is my link to French in this. Très bien. On y va. Browser changes. Now, unless you've been living under a rock, browser versions on the open web have been looking a little bit like this. That green line is versions of Chrome, dominating very much so. I've been a Firefox user for many, many years, kind of declining off to the right-hand side there. But that's not the most interesting piece. It's this one that I find is really interesting. It is the rollout version that is actively in use. And I think that this has been a testament to things like the approach on releases being lots of incremental small releases. Those that think back sort of 15, 20 years ago, a new release of a browser was a potentially world-ending moment of compatibility changes. These days, this is done in a very slow, incremental way. What's also interesting is that mum and pop at home who are doing auto updates probably are running the most recent browser. And your standard operating environment in your organization, which is version locked, is probably not. And some agencies in Western Australia will choose current -1 version to be their SOE and then not touch it for 4 years. And you start sitting there going, well, that bug is fixed for everybody out there, but not us. And so one thing to look at is, well, maybe we should be actually being a little bit more agile in corporate environments for certain critical applications where the security update comes in through good mechanisms to make sure they're getting pushed pretty quickly. So as I said, other things you can look at in can I use? Versions of images have been improved. WebP is looking pretty cool these days as a format, not supported in everything. I was pasting WebP images into Teams the other day, it didn't understand it, but the efficiency that you get on that is huge and fully supported across browsers. One hack that happened a while back was the takedown of an accessibility service online, and it brought my attention around to sub-resource integrity. Sub-resource integrity is the ability for you to say, look, I've got this library or framework, typically JavaScript, could be a font, could be anything, to be honest, and I'm loading it from an external CDN or an external site, something that is from another origin, but I don't want it to change. I want to make sure that you're still running the same version because I've got an external dependency now. Now, prior to this, quite often people would have example framework.js, and whoever was running that CDN was free to update it at any time they wanted to. They could do maintenance on it, new functionality, but also they could be compromised and take down everybody who was leveraging that shared CDN resource. That happened with this accessibility service that was running. There were organisations here in Australia, a lot of public sector in the UK was taken down with it, and cleverly enough, the injection that was put into it was a Bitcoin miner with a throttle to, I think, 50 or 70% of CPU, so that people wouldn't recognise that their browser was just going sluggish for a bit. So you can definitely generate integrity checksums. In fact, you can generate multiple. In this case, it's a SHA-384. And your browser will actually validate that the cross-origin resource that it's just loaded does actually meet that checksum before it loads, executes, or uses it. Important, for example, in fonts. There's been a lot of font vulnerabilities over time. And cross-origin means don't actually add any cookies or any other indications to be able to tell who I am. You can generate those SRI hashes online from that website, and if you are leveraging third-party CDNs, do so. If the resources are all self-contained on your own site, well, it's the same source which is going to be compromised, so there's not a huge amount of advantage in doing so. There's been a lot of security headers added into browsers. Now, this kind of stuff is only really for desktop browsers. If you've got native integrations, then it's not implementing this kind of stuff. My favorite in here, and I know I've got a typo on the next slide, is the strict transport security. This header basically is something you can put on your service and say, hey, if you're happy with my crypto at this stage, just remember for some cache age, a year, that I'm always a crypto site. Don't even try unencrypted HTTP. This is changing over time because browsers slowly are starting to go to HTTPS by default. It's 2021. And I've got a bit on that in a second. So you can enforce this also for your entire domain. That's a big one-way trip. If you're going to say every service under my domain name, including intranet.example.com, is an HTTPS service, you're saying you're going to use HTTPS for everything, which is a good thing, but might catch you out by surprise if your intranet currently has that big not secure warning in the browser Chrome at the moment. You can preload that also. So once you've got the HSTS header on your service, you can tootle along to HSTS preload, register your site in that, and the browser manufacturers go and pick up a database to precede the next version of their browser that you will automatically get via the crossover mechanisms of versions, that it won't even need to make that initial unsecured HTTP request. And of course, most of that initial unsecured HTTP request is a redirect to go up to HTTPS. Don't even bother with that. Interestingly, I was running a poll on LinkedIn the last couple of days asking which organizations have blocked HTTP from their users. So if you go into your corporate environment, can you actually get to neverssl.com? So neverssl.com is an HTTP-only site run by one of my former colleagues at AWS, Cole McCarthy, and it's designed that you've got something that is always going to be an HTTP endpoint to validate. Why you would still have that on your corporate network when most of your users are going to always go up to HTTPS? Why would you start with an untrusted source? Beats me. But of that poll, no one responded that their organization had taken that move to block unencrypted HTTP. I have worked with someone recently to do that in their production environment, and it's a great step forward. Okay, referrer policies. This is one source of information leakage, which I think we were speaking about yesterday, about following RFID chips from medical implants that might actually disclose who the user is or their user ID. This is disclosing the origin or the host name that you were referred to between sources. These days, you don't really need it. A lot of that was used for analytics in the early days of the web. Most of this is done now via Google Analytics and other JavaScript providers. So you can actually turn off the browser doing any referrers. Saves a few bytes, and actually the less information you collect, the better. Permissions policy. Your browser's a pretty powerful beast. Your browser has an accelerometer in it, a GPS, it's possibly hooked up to your NFC payment providers. You can actually disable those features in your browser by setting various feature policies on your content in the headers, which if you've got third-party JavaScript being executed, you can scope it so that third-party JavaScript cannot get the GPS locations for your users, but potentially you can from your own JavaScript. Nice little bit of security protection for your customers. Nobody wants to see the Strava event again of where are all the people. It's been renamed. It was called permissions policy, but about 6 months ago that header got renamed and reformatted ever so slightly. No one's heckling. Anyone?
It's very early.
It's very early. Yeah, but it's very exciting. I mean, this stuff has taken years to get to the point of having a velocity where there are interesting changes that are happening as a result of interesting stuff happening with people. Exploits of, I linked into a third-party site and they started getting the GPS location for the visitors to my service. That's bad. CSPs, content security policies. So this defines where your browser is going to allow to load stuff from. And more interesting, things like iframes. Now, iframes have for 15, 20 years been considered bad, but they're still used. If you've got a frame inside a page, what would stop that frame from loading another frame from somewhere else? Or what stops a legitimate browser from being tricked into hosting your banking homepage in a malicious parent frame? So luckily CSP gives you that capability. You can specify what sources are available to be within your descendant frames and where you're allowed your ancestor frames to be. Typically, block everything. This is where extending previous functionality that was there in some various experimental X headers, but you can do this now in CSPs. One of the ones tying into what I was talking about earlier was certificate transparency. This header is actually going away because all of the certificate transparency is now in the certificate. You don't need to go and look up third-party log files, so you can get rid of them. June 2021 it was supposed to become obsolete, so there we go. I've got a few very interesting ones that have just come up as well. Cross-origin embedder policies. So allowing a site to say my assets should be loaded by a specific host. And again, we're looking here at legitimate browsers which are being tricked by third parties remote to them, that the legitimate browser can be used to assist you in your security profile. And these are going to basically make things like pop-ups not share context for the JavaScript engine between the pop-up and the window under it. They'll be in different origins, therefore they shouldn't share context. These things I would definitely recommend. Have a look into them. They've only come around in the last couple of months. And they sit with cross-origin resource sharing headers as well. Okay, but what I think is actually now much more interesting is how the hell do you hear if a tree falls in a wood and no one is there? I.e., you've got people using your service and they get a JavaScript error out on the internet. Traditionally, you would never hear about any of this stuff. But there's another header called the network error logging headers and reporting mechanisms, which can tell a browser if you have any issues with this site, please report to this location, but remember this location for the next year. So even if that person is in a walled garden of an airport, if we remember what those were, then they might get denied access to your service, and when they next come onto the network and do have access, they'll chundle a report off to you saying, at this time, I was on this address, I couldn't get to you, or I had a certificate failure, or I had all kinds of network failures on those classifications of reports. Really interesting stuff that you wouldn't have seen. And there are services out there that you can just subscribe to have them receive, show and log your errors that are coming from your clients. And the nice thing is that by doing that, you can find out the bad news about, hey, we've got broken images, our JavaScript doesn't work in this specific browser, faster than waiting for your users to phone up your help desk, get through level 1, to level 2, to a developer, to a release cycle. As M said once in one of the Bond films, unlike the Americans, we prefer not to get our bad news on CNN. Get your own bad news first. Those reports are delivered as JSON, something like that, so you can see whether it was a content security policy that was transgressed or anything else in there. Certificate pinning is one that I'm going to do. I see a few laughs. Do not do this. This is the shoot yourself in the foot, oh my God, I needed to change my certificate, but I've told everyone I'm not changing it for a year. I would call this the career limiting move. So yes, just don't. And that's actually a good thing. These things have come around, been experimented with in production, and then deemed, you know what, let's not. And it's that level of experimentation which has really moved things forward a hell of a lot. Firefox and Chrome no longer support FTP in the browser. They never supported FTPS, so don't. More recent versions of Chrome using HTTPS by default, except for special addresses like localhost and others like that. It's the start. Nick, yes?
If they supported magnet links, they wouldn't need an SRI hash.
If they supported magnet links, they wouldn't use an SRI hash, very possibly. Yes. Other changes. So as of version 91 in Firefox, only in private browsing mode, anything you click or enter will be upgraded to HTTPS. So this is obviously very fine-grained testing before it becomes a blanket rollout of HTTPS everywhere. Mixed content is blocked as of the end of last month in Chrome. One of my favorites, triple des is removed as a cipher. Yay! For anyone who doesn't know, des was okay, triple des was stronger. Double des in the middle there was weaker than both of single des and triple des. Just don't. Another change that some of you may remember was extended validation. Yeah? You could get an even better certificate with a guarantee, a warranty of some sort, and instead of showing a host name, it would show your registered company name. So, for example, Stripe Inc. Has anyone here heard of Stripe? Yeah, what do? Oh, no, I'm talking about Stripe Inc. of Wichita, who are in a totally different environment, who could actually make a browser come up with Stripe Inc., which looks exactly like the Stripe you're all thinking, this is terrible. And so this shakedown, this approach of running a business of going, for extra money, we will display something different, is basically dead. If you're currently buying extended validation certificates from a CA, consider not, because it's just not worth it. Protocol changes in the beginning. In fact, HTTP 0.9 in the very beginning, but HTTP 1.0, open a connection to a server across the network, request something, get that object, close the connection. Oh, look at me, I need to go and get something else. Off we go again, open a connection, request something, get it. Oh, I need something else. Browsers got around that with having multiple streams or threads in parallel doing that. We moved to HTTP 1.1 where we could say, get a connection open, request something, but hold the phone. I might ask for something else. Yes, I want something else. Trying to optimize the network approach of this. That was 1997, 24 years ago. In 2015, that's a long time between drinks, HTTP 2 moved this from being a plain text to a binary-based protocol, and also streaming parallel threads of transfer for the objects being requested. So you could open a connection and say, I want 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Whenever you're ready, just send them to me. Little bit of 1, little bit of 3, little bit of 2, little bit of 4, 5, 1, finish 1, finish 3, finish 2, and all of these things would stream down as quickly as possible. Very efficient on the network. But it did actually start to introduce things like, if I lose a packet on the internet, that stream, although there are multiple threads within that one connection, might then have to retransmit a whole bunch of stuff. And so what we're seeing now is a much bigger change, and this is with HTTP 3. And I'm thrilled to see things like Cloudflare already supporting that. In fact, the BSides website, if you've gone to it, is coming to you over HTTP 3 if your browser is up to date, and you've got access to send outbound UDP traffic. Why UDP? Because it's no longer over TCP 443. Yes, HTTP 3 is really going to confuse your network administration team. And it's going to silently downgrade back to HTTP 2 for the next while. But it's out there, it's fully supported in all browsers, and it's very efficient on the network. Of course, the process of service discovery, there's no dedicated port for HTTP 3. So your browser goes to an initial HTTP 2 connection, sees that header, and goes, okay, the maximum age, MA, to remember this for is a day. I'll just go back and use the same endpoint over UDP to request all of those resources you were after. I think I'm nearly on time. Was that an interesting journey through that? So I've got a few other resources that you can go and use. These are things that are possibly well known. Securityheaders.com, run by Scott Helm out of the UK. Great site, he maintains it really well. Throw any URL into it and he'll give you, after a single hit, these are the headers you've got, these are the ones you're missing, and it's a rating A through F. I'm loving the gamification of security because it makes it really easy for people to go and consume it and incrementally fix things to get a better rating. SSL Labs, Ivan Ristic originally, who's now moved on to Hardenize.com and expanded that out. Hardenize is really good. It goes beyond web security, also looks at things like your TLS for your mail system. You know, yeah, we're all TLS 1.3 on the website. Yeah, TLS 1.0 on SMTP. There's lots of places to go and look at this kind of stuff. Observatory.mozilla.com, the nice thing there is it keeps a history of your scores, so you can see improvements and degradations over time. And of course, for private endpoints, you can use Google Lighthouse, which you've already got in Chrome on your desktop, or testssl.sh, which is a shell script you can download and hit private endpoints for to give you that same kind of visibility of what that profile looks like. Bunch of people you might want to have a look at on Twitter, some really interesting people. One interesting thing I've got up there, and I'll go back to my Ucken days, we registered the domain rcpt.to the week that the .to domain opened, and .to is Tonga. The running joke was as we were wiresharking SMTP, we could see receipt to James at receipt to. It's not hugely funny now, but we thought it was really funny back in the day. And as a result, the Tongan cert now follows me. So that's interesting. But in summary, everything in the technology space that we're looking at, in fact, everything that we deal with is a sunrise and a sunset. New stuff is coming up, old stuff is going away. But don't wait until the sunset to turn stuff off, because it's likely already a poor security choice, and waiting for the vendor to finally remove it is probably way too late. It is a saving function, but you can be much better than that. HTML and IP has stood the test of time. Open source, RFCs and the W3C recommendations for the win. Flash, not so much. And that is the end. Any questions? Yes! Hey, thank you. Thank you. Very kind. Yes, please.
What's the motivation from the registrars for all CAs for giving really, really short certs? You mentioned going down a day or a week.
One of the primary motivations for shorter lifetimes is once you issue a certificate, it can be out there for a really long time. And if you discover a flaw in a signing algorithm, it might take a long time for the fix for that to be fully deployed in the network. Luckily, RSA has stood the test of time as far as we can tell. There may be quantum computers with large numbers of qubits, which we don't find out about yet, which might not be there, but if they are disclosed, then what's going to be better, changing over within a 3-month period or a 3-year period for the planet? Yeah. That's probably the biggest one. Yeah, good question, thank you. Beside you.
You mentioned partway through that you recommend not using cert pinning. I was sort of my take on from where I work on the DFIR side, cert pinning stops an organisation doing TLS intercept as well. So
possibly short lifetimes in that span might be okay.
Yeah, from a user privacy perspective, wanting to ensure that TLS intercept isn't happening, what's the impact on some of the newer protocols? Like, will organisations still be able to do TLS intercept? Will that become more difficult?
So the question I'll just repeat for the stream is TLS intercept and cert pinning. I think one of the key things for TLS intercept is the client base which is being intercepted in the corporate environment is you're using a corporate device and you've already been rumbled. The internal CA certificate has been pre-populated into your trust store. There's nothing you can do at that stage. You're already compromised. What becomes interesting is the BYOD environment. Do you take the company certificate and subscribe to trusting what the company thinks is Combank or Westpac when you're going through their network? Or do you just tether to your own and not use their bandwidth? Yeah, it's an interesting piece. I see the advantages for doing intercept to be able to scan stuff, but I think there's a lot of things that we need to fix up in corporate networks. One of which is, I mean, anyone here had a phishing email sent to them? Yeah? So there is a large number of phishing links that are sent out where when you click the link, which protocol are you using?
HTTPS.
For some of them HTTPS, yeah, but there's still a large number that is HTTP. So why support that still? That's a untick that box. But for HTTPS, yeah, that's when you would want to do it. Or domain reputation. You've still got things like DNS lookups happening from clients. So what's the reputation of the host that you're looking up? And does your DNS support actually going, you know what, NX domain for that. I don't want you going to geocities.com because it's got no right usage these days in that context. SNI, for those that know about server name indication at the beginning of TLS, that is being moved to being encrypted SNI because that will also rumble where users are trying to look at. So there's a lot of privacy concerns going both ways, especially in corporate is one, but citizens in oppressed regimes is another one. You know, that was the Arab Spring uprising of 10 years ago or so. And as I spoke about my conference, I'll just call out Dr. David Glantz as well, who was one of our speakers in 2003. Thank you very much. Anyone else? Was there anyone else here at LCA? Yeah, why not shame everybody? In for a penny, in for a pound. Anyone else here who was at LCA 2003 here in Perth? 1, 2... No? Ah, you missed a good conference. It was good. Anyway, any other questions? Yes?
If it's encrypting the SNI now, I mean, in the old days you used to have to, on a multi-homed or a box running multiple sites, you'd have to run it on different IPs or different ports. You're not going to get back into that situation?
No, you shouldn't do. So the question was about encrypted SNI and being able to choose the correct TLS certificate on a host and not needing one unique certificate per host and port combination. That was a terrible situation. Of course, Made worse by the fact we've got so much IPv4 address space around, haven't we? Oh. By the way, enable IPv6 for everything, please. It's well past time. No, because the other end will be able to decrypt the SNI that you were after to still make that choice. So there is a pre-conversation to actually share a key on that. Thank you for the question. I'm probably over time, aren't I?
You're getting close. There's a heap of questions
Ooh!
in the Discord chat.
Do ask. No.
Most of them said it's a 3-hour bar chat, so I reckon if you jump into Discord, there's a heap
Bar.
of stuff to keep on going. So
Sounds good.
awesome.
Lovely. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
The prestigious challenge.
Oh,
Thanks a lot, Dan.
Thank
Really
you.
Getting heaps of good
Ta.
feedback on Discord. Cool. We're just going to hand over now. Bex, do you want to wander around and we'll get you set up? Couple of bits I forgot to mention earlier on. So, sponsor shout-outs. Keep the hashtags going. Thanks again, Kinetic IT, Platinum sponsor. PwC, Telstra, Cyber CX, all gold this year round. This is a massive help for us. It really keeps things going. Fifth Domain for the CTF. Canva, West Australian Innovation Hub, and CrowdStrike, all silver
I
sponsors.
tried to. I forgot the first one or two.
What else we got? UWA for hosting us. CyberSec people, Fortinet, ES2, Exabeam, Rapid7, TrustWave. Thank you, everyone, jumping in there. And Pentester Lab, Louis, of course.
I'm curious about that reporter you were
Two really important things. If you just keep the noise down just 1 second, and I'll run through those.
in an improper way.
Thank
So where
you.
is it sending
Anytime
to?
You said it's
today.
Another.
Oh, I'm going to say, and if you don't hear it, you're
You
lost.
say the destination.
2019
Could be
badges.
somewhere. Could be
They
somewhere.
do exist.
Could
I
be
have
your own
300 or so in my car at the moment. If you want to give me space back in my garage, for the love of God, come and take some badges away from me. And some people had a bit of a whinge yesterday that they didn't have the full functionality on these badges because silicon shortages made that a real big problem for us. Go and see Kinetic IT in the foyer. The business card giveaways that they have there are all RFID, NFC business cards. So you can actually do the same kind of things on those as you can with these badges. Go and sign up, have a chat, get the black business card badge. Similar functionality. So go grab some of those. I think we're pretty close to handing over now. How are we doing, Daz? We're all good. All right, for everyone listening at home, we're just getting ready for Bex. Oh, Bex, so much positive feedback on Discord for you. It's Bex! Bex! Yay, Bex! Everyone says hi and good luck.
Can you send me the invite link?
Oh, hello.
Did you
And I'm in
invite
time.
me?
Ian's loving my glasses. Hang on, let me do a close up. Ian, can you see me?
No.
Let's have a look. Who's paying me to see these things? Photo Monkey. Yes, lots of people. BSides 2022 is dependent on me saying these things. No, it's not. We'll make it happen anyway. Ian's really... Oh, God, you really like those glasses, don't you? I can't see without them. If I take them off seductively looking at you, you'll just be blurry afterwards. Let's have a look.
Hey, will this work?
Bex! You're getting all the love.
Did you find that clicker there? Great.
Right, cool. I think we're about ready to kick off. Getting close.
Yeah. See if I can remember what I'm talking about.
All the love.
Password was incorrect.
Did you change the password? 221. Oh, I'm getting it wrong. No?
Have I been doing love hearts at the camera and people can't see me?
Password.
I don't know. his headphones were going crazy in the bag, and it was like it kept shuffling and playing other stuff through YouTube. So we had like the podcast with Kev on, listening in his bag, and I'm like,
Oh man.
right, let's have a look. Okay, we've got a couple of questions coming through on Discord just while we're setting up. Lots of love for Bex, which is good to see. Sneaky's asked who my favourite organiser starts in with the letter S's, so it would have to be Sexy Dolls.
Safe side.
Oh, and ending in Niki. Yeah, that would be Sneaky. My second favourite co-organiser. Let's have a look. Oh, weird. That password comes up as Hunter 2. It's just asterisks on mine. Oh, definitely. Ian's nailed it. There is no Satoshi.
Is it?
Oh, Ian says he can see your love hearts. Keep them coming.
I love hearts.
Cool. The created date on these slides says like 1:42 this morning.
Huh?
Time stomping.
Looking at my metadata.
All the love.
Oh.
Cool. Are you using the, you got the top mic on?
Yeah.
Perfect.
Does this work?
Yep. All right, we're going to switch over. I'll kill this mic. Thanks, everyone. And I'll get off the air. So you ready for Bex? Cheers all.
Try that again.
Yeah.
Password.
Yeah.
Good to go?
I'm going to go grab the 2019 versus that. All the love.
Aw, thanks, guys. I'll just keep doing the hearts. No.
How about now? No good?
Is that for so I don't go over time?
Any good?
Ah, thank you. I like this real-time feedback here. Hello. Are we having issues sharing slides or? It's all good. All right, no problem.
We are just having a few small technical problems. We'll be online in a few minutes.
kind of on camera.
Pardon?
Kind of on camera and live and microphone
God.
on, but good to see. Feel like it's just start doing a jig for entertainment.
I ordered the wrong model of the laptop, but I got the one with the better screen and the flash on it. So
That's so cool.
it was so stupid.
I'll move my notes, maybe. Huh? Whether I broke? No.
right, thanks everyone. Sorry for the short technical delay. It definitely wasn't my fault. Maybe it was. Thanks, Beck.
Just waiting to see if this actually works. It's the delay like we had yesterday, I think. Cool. All right. Thanks everyone for coming, and thanks so much for BSides and all of the sponsors for having me and for putting on such an amazing event. My name's Bex Nighthurt. I work in the Digital Forensics and Incident Response team at Paraflare, and I've also been one of the chapter leads at the Australian Women in Security Network Perth chapter for a number of years. I don't really like talking about myself too much, so we'll carry on. Actually, there is a very important definition there, and hopefully it doesn't disappear off the stream. I'm totally not stalking a cyber criminal, and I completely lied when I said this is about the digital transformation of stuff, because, you know, kind of didn't want a title that made me sound like a complete weirdo. So I came across a term called spewing, which still kind of sounds kind of creepy, but it's about you know, tracking animals or people by essentially the shit that they leave behind, and I thought that was kind of fitting. Move on. There we go. Cool. So what am I doing? So originally kind of started out this project because we had a client came to us with a phishing incident. They had multiple credentials compromised. You don't actually see many companies investigate, you know, simple phishing incidents, which is a bit of a shame, because often, you know, we're using kind of outdated playbooks to respond to phishing incidents, and we don't fully understand, you know, the scale and the impact of them. So it was quite good. You know, we came in, no money was lost. You know, looked at what data was potentially taken, but it's through the information sharing that's been ongoing through the security community, and particularly, and I always bring him up because he's so amazing, Daniel McNamara at Telstra. If you're in the JCSC Slack and look in the manual IOC channel, you just see him pumping in phishing links just constantly. And if you can continue monitoring them, you'll see patterns in certain kind of, I guess, phishing operators, and through that you can link certain phishing incidents to a cluster of activity, whether that's a particular phishing kit, an actor, or a group of actors. So through that, I was able to identify for this client, you know, the kind of likely individuals involved, and you know, the types of things that they would do as a part of an attack. They asked me to dig a little bit deeper, which was pretty cool. They're like, well, you know, what do they want? And, you know, so I did a bit of digging, and yeah, found more than I was kind of expecting. So I cut my teeth in digital forensics at BDO, which is traditionally an accounting firm. I was in the forensic accounting team. I was like, I totally know accounting, you should hire me. Yeah, the advert was kind of vaguely worded, and they said, you know, assist with digital forensic stuff, and I'm like, I can do that. They want an accounting degree or, you know, similar. Well, I don't know, Bachelor of Counter-Terrorism, Security Intelligence, that's totally related to accounting. They took me on, which was awesome. So I got exposed to fraud investigations and got involved in forensic accounting, and one of the partners there said I was a closet accountant, and I think I slightly agree with her, because I have really enjoyed looking at the financial aspects of this particular actor. So yeah, do kind of miss that a bit. So the information that I have found, I have been sharing with law enforcement. If I identify victims, I do notify them, do share certain things with industry within a kind of limited capacity. Given that there's a high likelihood that some law enforcement action will take place, I'm having to be quite reserved in the information that I do present. And if there's anyone smart enough to put 2 and 2 together, please don't go and dox them online, because yeah, that doesn't help. Yeah. So a part of also with speaking to law enforcement, they're like, well, can you quantify the harm of these phishing incidents? And I'm like, well, how do you do that exactly? You can only really measure what you can see. Not many people talk about how phishing impacts them. It's underreported. Global scale, you know, crime is somewhat secretive in nature. But, you know, what we do have is, you know, essentially a phishing as a service operator who sells phishing templates and also offers essentially a managed phishing service. And so we can see from the products and services that he sells the types of, I guess, victims that, you know, might be involved in particular phishing incidents and where that may lead. And so, as you can see from the list here, and it's not exhaustive, it covers actually quite a broad range of categories. So it goes from, you know, trying to get company credentials, which could lead to ransomware, business email compromise, whatever, to dating sites, which goes on to romance scams, property type stuff. So that's also, I guess, business email compromise related, where be trying to divert really large transactions, so property settlements and things like that. So yeah, potentially quite devastating, but how do you actually link certain incidents to a certain phishing email when nobody talks about it? So you can certainly look at crime statistics and how much it costs the economy and all the rest. Those numbers are shit. I really hate security statistics because, you know, I think some people, I mean, you don't have visibility over all of the victims. Then you've also got people that have ulterior motives, and yeah, I don't know, it annoys me. Come on. Cool. So, we would think that, you know, criminals doing crimesy things would not want to make it completely obvious what they're doing and who they are, and, you know, because, you know, police bashing down your door at 4 o'clock in the morning isn't pleasant. But just as I kind of wanted to say, I'm totally not a stalker, because that sounds like a really bad thing, but I'm stalking a criminal, so that makes it okay. So I'm, you know, I've got this moral justification for this totally, you know, probably abnormal behaviour that I'm undertaking. I'm not lying in bed on my phone and going through, you know, someone's personal life. But criminals have a similar approach to their career. You know, they have moral justifications for what they do, and so they don't necessarily see what they're doing as terribly bad. It might actually be celebrated within their community, or they have a perception that they won't get caught. And you will see criminals using lots of different types of justifications for why what they're doing isn't a bad thing. And the particular actor that I've been tracking recently made a post on a religious forum and said, "Is what I'm doing a sin if the victims of my customers are non-believers?" And so all these people chimed in. They said, yes, it's still a sin, it's still illegal, you shouldn't do this, right? But all it takes is some person to say, no, that's totally justified, all non-believers, are deserving of this, and he can feel comfortable in himself that totally cool, man. But these people then suggested that maybe he look at a legitimate job in cybersecurity. And we know that that's worked for select few people, but I don't know if I would hire this person. You'd be surprised just what you can find on social media. Facebook, there's public groups dedicated to scamming. So type in scammers professional, something will come up. Type in scam pages, stuff will come up. Type in SMTP inboxes or inboxing, stuff will come up. You can find it. So this guy uses his real name, including in some of the email addresses he's used to register a lot of domain names. His wife is obsessive on Facebook. It's multiple times a day, posting pictures of food and the new car that they've bought, and it's pretty cool. So pretty much everything I've learned about this guy is from social media, and other stuff is from hack forums, where quite often the most juicy information comes from where one criminal has been scammed by him and is complaining about him, or he's been scammed by another criminal and so he's complaining about them, and they post screenshots. And so there's screenshots of Bitcoin addresses. For some reason he shared his email and password with a criminal and took a screenshot of that. I haven't tested it. But yeah, I'd say he probably reuses that one. It's his special one for RDP things, so yeah, still in use. He also has developers who think that GitHub is a great place to host the online website that he actually runs. It is just this never-ending kind of gold mine of stuff. So he's been at fairly dodgy things probably since, I'd say probably since early teens, but I don't really have visibility going back that far. I can see he certainly started to get involved in illegal activity around about 2011, so defacing websites, planting web shells, account compromises, experimenting with botnets and all the rest. It was around about 2015 that he started advertising services on online forums to essentially sell phishing templates and letters. Letters are essentially the email, so another way of kind of downgrading what is actually being done. So he relied on forums quite a bit for that. The Bitcoin address that he used between 2015 and 2018 remains steady, which is fantastic because it's just all there. you don't have to put any effort in, and I'll show a graph later. 2018, he established his own e-commerce website, so openly advertising the sale of all of those fishing kits, fishing templates that I showed earlier. 2015-ish, he started a fairly kind of low fee, and that's increased fivefold, up to fivefold, over this period basically, which is pretty decent. He's the kind of guy that likes to contribute to the community, so if he wasn't involved in crime, he'd probably be a top bloke. He publishes tutorials on how to do things and helps in forums, answering questions, gives things away for free sometimes because he's such a generous guy. Buys his wife lots of bling. So spoiled. His business has just picked up, and especially in the last year. And this is with the introduction of what I'd like to call his managed fishing services, because for a very large fee, we're talking about $1,000 a month in a country where, that's, someone's probably half a year wages. He will deliver the fishing emails. Basically, when accounts are compromised, and particularly business accounts, then we'll log in and start using the compromised accounts within the business to spray out more phishing emails within the organisation, compromising more and more. It's just this fan-out effect. And then actually use the infrastructure of victims to host phishing lures. So if you've ever seen PDF hosted in some random company's OneDrive with a link to a phishing site, they've probably been compromised, by the same group. Heaps of them do it. But so he'll offer that service, and he'll give you the cred logs at the end of the week, and by then I'd say that he's probably done what he wants to do with these logs that are intended for the customer. But he's delivering such a great service. So that's been a huge revenue generator, and he's hired some people, which is pretty cool. He's paying them a wage, so jobs for mates. And he's got automation happening. It's like a phishing site goes down because someone's reported as malicious. Customer can log into the portal, push a button, magic, new phishing site up for them. So I estimate that there's more than 100 phishing sites. Seriously, we're up to 5 minutes. I thought I might ramble on a bit. Sorry, guys. So it makes a lot of money, 98K in 60 days. And people are saying maybe you should go get a legit job. Don't know about that, man. But majority of the income is coming through that managed phishing service, and the VIP phishing service, which is up the top, that is where customers can choose to target specific lists of email addresses, essentially. Lots of Bitcoin. I'm still kind of collecting. I can only track as much as I can find. But all of this information has come from, there was 100 and something page PDF document with invoices for web design and hosting back in 2019, 2020. And also a more recent kind of list of customers and the things that they bought. And so he kindly put the transaction ID number for quite a lot of these customers, so I was then able to find their Bitcoin addresses associated with it. One of the earlier ones, if people want to take a photo quickly, just if you want to go down a rabbit hole, this was one of the change addresses for a Bitcoin payment that was made to him associated with the shadow brokers, apparently. So once everyone's got a photo, I'll move on, see what we can find around there. At least this won't come back to him. So one of the things that really frustrated me was that I had a photograph of his license and domain names were registered in his name with his address. I was like, cool, I know where this guy lives. Shit, he's building a new home. Where is he going? Then we have Google. So his mate that helped build the house left a 5-star review. He's uploaded photos of his house. He's called the place after his son. And it looks like this heavily fortified kind of bikie clubhouse, except it has this mural at the front. So this is my artist, because I'm not going to show the actual house because you know how that goes. So last night I was like, okay, I have to show something to kind of give an indication of what it looks like. Yeah, totally no crime here. There's, you know, this cartoon mural out the front, legit innocent. Yeah, cool. And that's my final slide. I'm not finishing on the thank you one.
Oh, thanks, Bex. Is there any questions? We do have a portal microphone now for those people listening online, so if anyone has a question, Doles.
Yeah. We're going to online first, or?
We will go in person, yeah. Go.
Does this person live in a jurisdiction where it's possible that there can be law enforcement?
Yes. So thankfully we have AFP liaison officers over there. So very good chance. It's just that international law enforcement agency has very limited resources, which is a shame, but hopefully we'll get there.
How did you get the initial link to his wife's Facebook account?
Because he's listed as married to her on his Facebook account. It's fantastic. It's just.
Christine, Luke.
Yes. With this kind of investigations, when's the point that you know that you have enough information to prosecute? Are you going based on what the feds are telling you, or are you at a point where you go, this is enough now to convict this person and hand that information over?
Yeah, really good question there. From the feedback I've received, there's definitely enough to get him. It's just that I'm weird and I like to do this, and so I keep on doing this. And I don't know how long, it's going to take for them to catch them. And so part of actually what I'm doing now is looking at the customers. So I've been able to identify some of the customers as well. So I'm just going to keep filling in my time doing strange things. But really good question. What's the point of burning resources if you've got enough, but I'm doing it for fun, so yeah.
Up the back.
Have you felt any moral conflict about taking this guy down? Like, he's got staff,
Yeah, he's got staff, he's got kids, he's also got a new puppy. dude, I saw the fluffy thing. I was like, oh man, you know, need to donate some dog biscuits later.
All right, we probably have time for one more question. It's up the front here, Dulce.
So you said he posted on his Facebook about his wife's Facebook. How'd you find his Facebook? You were on a hacking forum, or?
Well, he used his Facebook to talk about, like, he's a part of a public hacking group on Facebook. He uses his real name on Facebook. He uses his real name on domain registrations and subdomains of some of his illicit websites. Like, he's just fully through like digging through all of the related domains on his infrastructure. Like, he used a virtual private server, and he also screenshotted, took a photo of his screen with the IP address as well, which was pretty fab. No, I found the Bitcoin address just by digging into him, and then found a complaint which included a discussion on ICQ about the transferring of funds to purchase things. And
When did you first find this person? Like the initial, how did you identify this particular person to store?
Just through looking at who was linked to the phishing infrastructure, essentially. So yeah, you just follow things, and then eventually you'll come to something where you go, yeah, got it. And then you just use various points to then increase your level of confidence in what you found and whether that actually makes sense, and it is solid, absolutely solid. So, yeah.
Cool, thanks Bex. Now it's donuts time again. We're going to eat them outside this time, so please enjoy.
Oh, thank you
So much for coming to speak here.
Pleasure. Thank you for having me.
You're a true hero to work with Nigel, to put up working with him.
Not to go into the moral program. The security code is so poor, why not just concentrate a single address into a middle point?
Hello. Right, we're ready to kick off the post-morning break. Discord channel, can you hear me? Let's see. Somebody ping in something. No music, apparently. That's a good thing. Stress migraine. Cool, we're all working there. Speak to us, BSides. Yeah, we're here. All right, people are just coming back in, gorged with donuts. For those that missed the message earlier on, we do have to station a volley outside with the donuts because the crows keep coming down trying to steal them. So the more you can eat, the more it helps us. They're outside today because 3 inches deep on the floor out here is sugar. And that has really proved very difficult to try and sweep away last night. So saves us a bit of a job. Cool, people are back in. That's all good. People out of state, we're happy to ship some 2019 badges and bits over. I don't know whether you can distribute at Sec Talks channels or something over there. Work it out. Jesus, look at me and dolls on the camera. We were just saying how lean we were yesterday, and then a diet of nothing but coffee and donuts as bloated as that. Jesus, look at that. All right, I'm going running later. Cool, we're just warming up the video and that now, and then we will be handing over to Buffy. Cool, all right, we're going to cut over to that now. See you on the other side. Cheers.
It's not a flattering angle. You're starting.
Hello, BSides Perth. I'm Error Buffer Overflow, or Buffy for short. Today, I'll be walking you through 3 different societies exploring their successes, failures, and reasons for perseverance, and drawing parallels between these empires and modern-day security culture. I'll also provide a set of tools to help you identify similar issues in your company's security culture. Which brings me to collapsology, a transdisciplinary study of risks that result in the collapse of empires. And just as a heads up, today we will be talking about some of the toxic parts of workplace culture, so that might bring upon some bad memories for some of you. Our first stop today is the Neo-Assyrian Empire, which at the time was the largest empire of the world. They were located in the Near East and had control over modern-day Lebanon, Syria, parts of Turkey and Egypt. The empire was established in the 10th century BC and ultimately collapsed in the 7th. So let's take a look at one of the key influences that resulted in the fall of this empire and lessons we can learn from their failure and what we can do to prevent the same fate. So, after the death of the king of Assyria in 631 BC, there was a lot of political instability and ongoing civil war between many of the occupied territories as they fought to gain independence from their middle managers, rulers. The rulers of the time even wrote about their fears of internal danger, palace intrigue, and rebellion. But what made management's situation worse was that the Assyrians gained most of their territory through a show of military dominance and were notorious for resettling conquered people to other areas within the empire, which resulted in pockets of resistance. So while most modern organizations don't collapse after the murder of their CEO, or grow by placing armed militia outside corporate headquarters, we can see modern-day equivalents of palace intrigue and rebellion. In the modern day, these types of political threats occur when interests and agendas collide in a way that has an impact on the organization's ability to operate. And this is the same for security teams. One of the most common political threats I've observed is turf wars, when managers or employees engage in competition for bureaucratic control of resources or the advancement of individual or organizational goals. You've probably seen in the organizations you've worked in where silos or particular managers stand above the decisions of security or decisions are consistently undermined. In other cases, security management might even cease to exist or it may be relegated to a small security team with no authority to enforce security decisions. When I was a pen tester, I would see turf wars play out on onboarding calls where the team in charge of provisioning access would challenge or cause delays in getting started because they didn't like that another team had procured penetration testing. When I moved into governance, I saw obvious signs of turf wars during risk assessments when the security team would lament that security objectives were being sidelined for product delivery even when there were clear drivers. The result was always the same though: low risk acceptance with slow moving security programs, a large, highly risky security backlog with a prevalent shadow IT problem. The other threat that appears when talking about politics is vendor bias, and this can be anyone providing goods and services, including open source. This threat takes many forms, from consulting companies pushing products that aren't adequately matched to the company, to organisations that swear by a particular vendor or hate a vendor to the point it becomes a detriment. It also takes the form of organisations refusing to buy a product because there are similar open source variations, forgetting that you pay for this software in other ways. And while there is some accountability required by the businesses seeking out vendors, it can be very difficult to get unbiased information if you have a small or inexperienced security team, and this is the same in consulting. The outcome of vendor bias, though, is rational security decisions are being held hostage by forces that may not be fully articulated or even understood by the organisation. You may end up having to devote resources and budget to workarounds to get technology to match security requirements, and security teams may deny themselves the best solution because they've decided that they dislike the provider on personal grounds. Internally, the organisation may find itself behind the ball on skills and innovation by continually supporting vendors out of a sense of loyalty or animosity to the competitor, rather than using sound business analysis, which can be a difficult debt to pay. Now, there isn't much hope for the Neo-Assyrian Empire turning things around at this point, but for organisations now, you can reduce the likelihood of these political threats manifesting in similar ways. The first tool we're going to look at today can help you identify that political back and forth. It's called the Competing Security Cultures Framework, and it's like the name suggests. It can help explain the conflicts and competing priorities that often create security risk and failure, especially those brought on by politics. But don't be fooled, it's not a cure-all, and the framework doesn't pretend to fully describe or explain every organisation's security culture in every dimension. It's a tool for learning and exploration, so people working within the context of an organisation's security culture can learn more about that culture, assign terms and concepts to it, and identify areas of risk that emerge when security priorities and values come into opposition with one another. So, in summary, if the Assyrian Empire was a modern business, we could see how their management style would have incited turf wars as management looked to serve their own goals. By looking at how they left newly occupied territories unmanaged, we can see how this would have encouraged smaller teams to make biased vendor decisions, leaving their own teams underskilled and looking after impractical security tools, and also likely resigning in droves. I also think there would have been a massive shadow IT problem as smaller teams work to maintain efficiency with small budgets and little oversight. But for you though, the Competing Security Cultures Framework can be used to help identify these cultural issues by providing you with the ability to describe and interpret the different ways that politics is impacting the security culture. In the next section, we're going to look at some of the success achieved by another empire and what a highly reliable culture can look like and how you can identify similar qualities in your own organisation. By contrast to the Assyrian Empire, the Romans succeeded for nearly 1700 years, and while it eventually collapsed when Constantinople was taken by the Ottoman Turks, Rome's republican institutions left an enduring legacy, influencing the city-state republics of the medieval period, as well as early democratic republics. The Roman Empire evolved from ancient Rome and was founded in 27 BC. We're in southern Europe now, where the Roman Empire has contiguous territories throughout Europe, North Africa, and the Middle East. So let's take a look at what distinguished them from the Assyrians and what tool we can use to make sure our organisation thrives like the Roman Empire once did. I like to call Rome a high reliability empire. They maintained complex social structures and political structures with a constitution, detailed laws, and elected officials such as senators. However, unlike other empires of the time, it wasn't as top-heavy, and they instead deferred to people who were closest to the issues of the time, which helped by increased social mobility. The Roman army was also known for their sensitivity to operational activities, working to balance the political outcomes of the empire, a process of diplomacy backed by the threat of military action, and their military engagement in order to defeat the enemy. In the modern day, though, organisations that embody similar qualities are called high reliability organisations. And while they have less reliance on military presence, they have continued to adapt to the dangerous and hostile environments that they operate in. The qualities possessed by these types of businesses can be grouped into 5 principles that explain the qualities seen in the Roman Empire, but also distinguish normal businesses to these highly reliable ones. The first principle is the preoccupation with failure. In most organisations, failure is considered a universally bad thing, and it should be avoided at all costs. In highly reliable organisations, there's actually a drive to identify these failures at all costs and as early as possible, using small failure as a tool that can be used to avoid larger disasters. Like the Roman Empire, there is also a reluctance to simplify, but it's not to be mistaken with complex is good. High reliability organisations maintain a healthy respect for the complexity and unpredictability of their environment and seek complicated answers backed by observation and data. And like the Romans' military, there is a sensitivity to operations. High reliability organisations put equal emphasis on the tactical requirements that make strategy work, and leaders don't just do the vision thing, leaving everyone else to hammer out the details. Instead, they focus on gathering data and knowledge from a variety of sources to make the links between strategy and operations what drives their success. You'll also see in highly reliable organisations a commitment to resilience. And that's because they'll know that they'll experience failure at some point, and instead of worrying, they'll put time and effort into imagining how that failure will occur and what they should do when it arrives. These highly reliable organisations also demonstrate the ability to defer to experts. Hierarchies are important to highly reliable organisations, but not when they hinder people. So instead, they focus on skills and judgment of people who are closest to the systems in question to gather data and feedback, which helps form their strategies. And this brings us to the second tool for today, the Security Force Behavioural Model, which measures the qualities we just discussed and maps them back onto your security program, allowing the business to transform a typical security program into a highly reliable version of itself. This transformation can help businesses reduce the number of large security failures and improve recovery time from failure. But a high reliability security program isn't a label that the security team puts on itself. It's something that it does. It's very similar to duck typing. If it looks like a duck, walks like a duck, quacks like a duck, and has the DNA of a duck, it's a duck. This model just defines what it means to be a highly reliable duck. So there are 2 parts of the model. The first is a survey that can help you assess whether or not employees, not just the security team, believe that the organisation has a highly reliable security program. The survey is made up of 25 statements divided into 5 sections, each representing a value that we just discussed. Respondents are asked to state their level of agreement with each statement from strongly agree to strongly disagree. Like the Competing Security Cultures framework, it is a generalist tool, so it's flexible in its application and how results can be charted. And because highly reliable security programs aren't in organizations where security is both highly centralized and isolated, if you are using this survey, it's really important to cast the net wide to make sure you get a good mix of opinions. The second tool is a set of measures for each of these values. It's made so that you can gather data regarding how well you actually embody the behaviours in practice. The metrics measure things like the number of security failure scenarios developed in the past year, the average time to organisation decision from idea inception to idea execution, and the number of security-related training opportunities provided to people, and so on. These metrics are designed to assess highly reliable security program-related traits and compare them over time. So when they're charted, the metrics will tell a story of behavioural change and artefact creation, providing empirical evidence that the organisation is actually changing behaviour rather than creating artificial artefacts to tick a box or please an auditor. I had a long think about this, and I decided that if the Roman Empire was a modern business, it would be a story very similar to that of Codespaces, who offered developers source code repositories and project management services using Git or Subversion. They'd been operating with great success for 7 years and had no shortage of customers. But in 2014, they had their Amazon Elastic Compute Cloud control panel breached and ultimately destroyed by hackers. And so much like the Roman Empire, where they embodied high reliability and success in some ways, when you take away being adept at failure or practicing the value of resilience, it's easy to see a once thriving empire topple overnight. Because high reliability security programs are less about how organizations succeed at security, and at the core it's really about how they fail at it, in very particular ways and under very specific circumstances. So you'll notice that a majority of security programs, even very mature ones, will often find capabilities are strained when it comes to failure because they rely on being robust and never having to experience that failure. Unlike the Roman Empire though, you have the security force survey and metrics to drive change in habits and behaviours, adopting new ones that will make large failures less likely and to help your team respond better. So far, we've explored how the Assyrian Empire fell because of politics, while the Roman Empire had limited success because they embodied only some of the qualities of a high reliability empire. So now we're back in the modern day, and the empire we're actually going to look at now is yours. And we're going to look at what the future could hold if security threats go unchecked and how we can identify them before it's too late. I'll make a safe assumption that because we're at a security conference, most of you have had some sort of interaction with security in some way, whether that be with security engineers, governance and risk teams, or security consultants. You might even be the security person or make up a larger security team. So as we go through this section, I want you to analyze how security decisions you've been a part of have been made, or how decisions you've seen being made have been handled, and see if you can see these threats lurking in the background. Now, the security culture collapsologists can't be sure how successful your organization will be, because the nature of collapsology tends to be retrospective, but we can heed their warnings and try and avoid a similar fate. We can do this by understanding how employees at your organization view the security culture and look to explore this territory, identify threats, and treat them to ensure that your security empire stands the test of time. One of the most common and threatening logistical threats I've observed is incompatible outcomes, and I say it's one of the most threatening because it regards strategy. For example, how bring your own device is introduced or managed, or how organizations migrate to the cloud or introduce new features into their product. When strategy is managed properly by involving people closest to the problem, there's a mutual understanding and respect for opinions, and the threat of incompatible outcomes can be largely mitigated. But when product delivery isn't properly balanced with security and privacy controls, especially when imbued with political, emotional, and psychological threats, they can grow into serious security issues, promoting shadow IT, encouraging people to circumvent security controls. There'll also be a lack of accountability and lots of finger pointing when things go wrong. And not even large technology companies are immune to this, as we can see when Apple looked to introduce client-side media scanning, which concerned a lot of security and privacy experts, while Slack attempted to roll out its private message anyone feature that was quickly rolled back over privacy and harassment concerns. In your organization, though, this can be the sales team promising clients new features without consultation, or engineers rolling out features without security or privacy sign-off, and it's a very common and ubiquitous problem. It's also seen internally when governance teams enforce controls on employees without any regard for their impact on workflow, which results in users relying on shadow IT to get the job done. This threat degrades businesses to the point of creating a sense of false choice, where every concession to the business is seen as a loss for security, and every security initiative is seen as a blow to business efficiency, instead of being treated as joint outcomes that can bring value to everyone when properly managed. But logistical threats aren't the only ones we need to worry about, because we also have emotional threats, specifically fear, uncertainty, and doubt, which I think is something that resonates with a lot of people right now. When working as a consultant, it was common to have clients call about the latest security news cycle, whether it be the SolarWinds supply chain breach, a principal vulnerability, or the exploitation of public remote desktop services to ransomware businesses. The media's ability to spread fear, uncertainty, and doubt is ubiquitous, and it can have a major impact on the business's ability to establish and deliver a long-term cybersecurity strategy, especially when it's captured leadership's attention. And so it's not to say businesses shouldn't address certain risks as they become public, but it's not an effective way to run a whole program, and each risk needs to be weighed up and, if needed, the roadmap adapted. So while it seems attractive to point to the rising cost of security breaches as evidence we need to spend every moment and every dollar on improving security, it is an incompatible outcome with running an effective business, because features won't ship and it will be easy for a competitor to start providing a better service. Fear and uncertainty can also be an excuse for security teams to say no to every piece of innovation, driving engineers to circumvent security to get new ideas off the ground. So if these emotions are allowed to rule, it can make unreasonable security decisions seem perfectly valid and justified, which can make managing security on a daily basis a lot harder. The last threat we're going to look at is a psychological one, and it's a big one with lots of dimensions. It's bias. It can be introduced by generation, education, geography, or culture, not only at an organisation level, but also at a national one. And each takes a particular way to resolve. And the duress it causes can become more apparent when leaders aren't sufficiently managing differences in how people process information, interact with technology, learn, and approach their own knowledge gaps. A really common example is in communication style, which can be exacerbated by culture, gender, role, or education. We also see these differences discussed in how we as an industry write job descriptions, blog posts, and engage people in discussion, generally with a lot of domain-specific words and with a very heavy sense of contempt, which can limit who can be included, but also who feels included. And we can't forget the impact that the Dunning-Kruger effect can have when someone starts to overstep their knowledge and offer up advice on areas they know little to nothing about. The threat posed by bias can be a difficult one to resolve, especially if people aren't willing to acknowledge their own and management is complicit in encouraging it. But we have one more tool up our sleeve to help us chart these threats: the Security Culture Diagnostic Survey. It provides a means of visualizing the tension between information security stakeholders, priorities, and the values that exist in every organization, and maps back onto the competing security cultures framework we discussed at the start. Keep in mind, like a lot of cultural-based things, I can't tell you how to read the results, and the survey isn't going to tell you what's going right or wrong, because culture is a very relative and contextual thing. But it will help you understand how cultures can co-function and collide. The survey is made up of 10 questions, each with 4 responses that align to the 4 quadrants of the competing security cultures framework, with questions corresponding to key organisational activities that influence and are influenced by norms and behaviours central to information security culture. But when you go through these questions, you will notice that most of them don't actually mention security specifically, and that's deliberate. Security culture is about how hidden assumptions under the surface influence how we do our job, not how the security team looks at security. And so the response choices allow the respondent to differentiate between the relative importance of stability and standardization, external validation and review, adaptability and freedom of choice, and a sense of shared community and responsibility. When graphed and overlaid with the competing cultures framework, you can see what perception looks like compared to reality. The thing that I love about this survey is that it's so versatile, and depending on how the results are charted, you can see so many different stories being told. To the right, you can see how the results of an organisation-wide survey can be mapped onto a radar graph to show which factors people see as the most prevalent and where there might be room for improvement. In this last section, we looked into the future and saw how unmanaged logistical, emotional, and psychological threats can manifest and what outcome they result in, with logistical threats impacting how people interact and craft strategy, emotional threats defining how we assess emerging security vulnerabilities and handle them on a day-to-day basis, and psychological threats affecting every aspect of how we interact with people around us and can encourage groupthink. But the security collapsologists have armed us with a tool that can help us identify these things in the form of the Security Cultures Diagnostic Survey, which asks respondents to express how they see key security operations balanced by the business, giving us an opportunity to map out the present and plan for the future. We've talked about a lot of different tools and what they can do to help us, but how do they fit in all together? The Culture Framework and Survey gives us a top-down view of the security culture, allowing us to orient ourselves amongst the organisation's values and assumptions. It tells us areas of competition and cultural risk. It allows security leadership to look at where the organisation currently is and decide if directional change is needed, but it won't tell you how to make these changes because there is no one way, and using methods that work for one organisation can have a devastating effect on yours. In comparison, the Security Force behavioural model is designed to provide a bottom-up perspective, analysing how security behaves in practice and influences how this translates to group-based values. The behavioural analysis is important because as an organisation, you can't redefine your security culture by only changing behaviours. You also need to understand those drivers. At the same time, you need to have some idea of what behaviours to look at and improve if you're ever going to know whether transformation is going to be successful or not. And this consistent cycle between culture and behaviour is at the heart of the relationship between the competing security cultures framework and the Security Force behavioural model. Influencing culture requires a lot of work to get right, and as they say, Rome wasn't built in a day or by one person. Depending on the state of the existing culture, there could be a lot of work, and there might even be pushback from your co-workers who value the status quo, or managers who benefit from existing power imbalances. So if you're the primary advocate in an unhealthy culture, it may not be possible for you to change much, and that's not a failing on you. Before starting, it's important to make sure you have the capacity to manage those internal and external expectations and to set firm boundaries about what is and isn't possible. Once you're ready to take on the job of influencing cultural change, I challenge you to go and talk to your engineers, developers, and designers about what problems they see with security. Don't argue, don't justify, just listen. Focus on their needs and critically analyse how security is impacting them and start monitoring that, informally at first. In most cases, I've seen security often loses out in decisions when the decision makers are far removed from people who are actually responsible for security. And so part of the job in running this project is to bring decision makers back into the fold to help get buy-in to a project like this. And once you have that, you can start to measure and analyze the security culture to a level where you know enough about it and how it works to make changes that will stick and that you can demonstrate have stuck. Culture requires someone to look around and identify those behaviours and threats that have bared witness to the rise and fall of empires. And it's these things that undermine every decision we make without knowing it. It's the reason management protocols like RDP end up on the internet, and even on the good days within the best companies, these factors are still a massive force which is why culture is still one of the biggest threats that will face the security industry. It'll persist regardless of code analysis, firewalls, and third-party assessments. I'm Buffy, this is Collapsology and why your biggest threat is an exposed RDP. Thank you and have an amazing conference. Hello BSides Perth. I'm Error Buffer Overflow, or Buffy for short. Today I'll be walking you through 3 different societies exploring their successes. Hello BSides Perth. I'm Error Buffer Overflow, or Buffy for short. Today I'll be walking you through 3 different societies exploring their successes. Hello.
Okay, so for our people watching the stream, you are going to enjoy a talk by Evil D talking about his recreation of the pager from the movie Hackers. So enjoy that. We'll cut over to that now. For everybody here in the theatre,
put in a newspaper for hacking an IoT fridge. I purchase random AliExpress stuff and break it more often than not. And hello, BSides Perth. This is my talk today on making my version of the pager from Hackers 1995. Assuming someone's messed up the schedule and I've just somehow slipped in here. In case you don't know who I am, I'm Evil Damon. You've probably seen me around from doing the lockpicking stuff. I'm an ASC at Bugcrowd. I was put in a newspaper for hacking an IoT fridge. I purchase random AliExpress stuff and break it more often than not, and I'm in the running for the Do Not Get Arrested Challenge 2021. Anyway, let's get on to the topic at hand. What is this? This is the pager from Hackers 1995. If you haven't seen the film, I do recommend it. It's a great film. Now, every one of them has a pager, except for Joey. No one knows why Joey doesn't have a pager. All of the elite hackers do, even the Plague, who's not even a part of the crew. But yeah, Joey's just a fucking nerd. So, let's have a look. What are they using? Each one of them is using a non-functioning version of the Motorola Advisor. What they did was they put a plastic screen inside of it that covered the actual cover for it, and they painted over it. They just spray painted it over, gave it a little bit of a rough up, except for Kate Libby's. Kate Libby uses a Motorola Bravo Exchange, which is your standard belt clip style one. Really nice. Do recommend. Now these ones are POGSAG, so pretty well known protocol. Basically, you can use it to transmit large data source, large distances for this data source. Has 4 buttons for directions, 2 buttons for a response, so yes or no. An LCD display with 2 rows for alphanumeric and 1 symbol row. That's only in the version, though, from, well, the movie Hackers. The original version doesn't actually have that. It has a 4-column display, which includes the symbols as well. But it looks really cool, and I want one. So let's try and buy one and just hack it, right? Yeah. These are slightly expensive these days. Turns out, a lot of people like the movie Hackers from 1995. And I don't want to spend $75 plus more for shipping. So, we're hackers. Let's build our own. And thus begins the downfall. This is what I affectionately refer to as the how to burn a lot of money, learn about a global chip shortage, and lose 6 months of your life. But what do I want to build? That was the big question. Well, I know how to write some embedded C for Arduinos. Like, I'm just going to whack it into an ESP32. That's a pretty standard chip. You'll find them all around. I was going to go grab one, but I realized I don't have one directly behind me. All of them are in the actual versions. It runs a 2004 character display. Now these are cheap as chips. You can buy them pretty much anywhere. They're on AliExpress. Most of the ones you see are 16 by 4, so that means 16 characters long by 2 rows wide. This one's just 20 characters by 4 because I want to get that cool lots of text on there. I want to have the real Grand Central Hack the Planet. You need some sort of battery system for it, so I was originally going to go LiPo, but I decided on 18650 in this version. You'll find out why as we move on. 2 buttons to move between messages, because why would I want to add a response? And maybe if we have the ability to, move it into LoRa, because you know the original real hackers wouldn't want to just like have ones running on Wi-Fi constantly. So I built a little proof of concept. I bought a 2004 character display, came with a little SPI converter. All the documentation for this stuff says you must use 5 volts. It runs LEDs on the back and majorly affects the contrast. But the thing is, if you crank up the contrast at 3.3 volts, it works fine. There's no issue there. It's crazy. The only one I found was a weird version in the Sanrio displays where it's a negative character light. You can't actually read it if it's at 3.3 volts. I used an ESP32 dev board just because I don't want to be using the baked on chip at the moment. I just want to whack it together, see if it works. And guess what? I put some dodgy code together. Bam, works like that. Absolute charm, beauty, chef kiss all around. Now, this code was pretty premature. It was just more, let's pull the text file from a server, display it, centered, make it look cool. The cool one is the status notes. Because I couldn't write text, you can write a binary for each individual character that you want to display. So you get 5 by 8 for the characters, and you can just write 0s and 1s in a byte, and then you can draw a stupid 2 like I have here. For the power, it's just an 18650. These are really easy to buy. Most of the time you'll find them in vapes and such, like they're very cheap. The way they work is they output at 3.7 volts continuously. They don't drop down in voltage. They can be charged pretty easily, and in this case I use something called a TP4056. If you've heard about these, they're in every single, and I mean this, every single charge circuit. If you want to charge a LiPo, this is like the bread and butter. You can buy these little cheap ones like this everywhere. I bought these for less than 5 cents each. And then we used a buck boost converter, also known as a DC to DC boost converter. These do some magic with some cool stuff that's way beyond my knowledge and convert low voltages to high voltages with a pretty good efficiency, usually about 90%. So that's how we're going to power for the POC. And you can see, looks pretty good. It's working and I'm getting power. It doesn't need to be plugged in. Sweet. We got our proof of concept working. What's next? Let's make a PCB. Well, PCBs are hard and I'm dumb. This is where a good friend of mine, Echo, comes in. I went, hey, I want to do a thing. And they're like, sweet, let's do this. And helped me right through the schematic. I could do some basics. They just took my work and went, yeah, let's make this good. Convert it from boost converter to a buck boost converter, because the way it works is a boost converter only allows you to output in a linear scale. So if you decrease the voltage on your one side, it decreases on the other. A buck boost keeps the output voltage the same, which is what we need. We don't want our voltage fluctuating. And that gave me the ability to add LiPo support to this. And we got the first revision. This was ready. At least we thought it was. It was dead on arrival for every single version of these. There were 2 chips missing on the boards, which we had to replace with, somewhat working connections. And the charge circuit worked, but really didn't charge LiPo as well. But the problem is, we came into revision 2, and there's a global chip shortage. If you don't know about this, this has been the most infuriating time for anyone who works in electronics. Basically, ever since the dark times that we don't talk about, everyone and their mother wants electronics, and silicon wafer chips are impossible to buy. And most of the add-on components are also impossible to buy. All the prices for the components that we used went up by ridiculous pricing, and we got regular lead times that were 52 weeks. So a year. A year for a component to arrive. Well, I guess I'm going to use the POC then, just strap all our cables together then. So we scratched off PCB. The future problem, let's focus on something more fun. A case design. Because you probably don't want to be touching electronics with your grubby hands, you know. How do we do it? Injection molding is the most common way for cases, but it's expensive. If you want to do injection molding, the molds themselves cost quite a bit of money. Cardboard is cool, but I don't really feel like cutting up a lot of boxes and giving them to people and going, hey, here's your cardboard box. But 3D printing, this is on the cusp. We can do this. So I bought a cheap 3D printer off AliExpress, and I built a lot of revisions, and I mean a lot. I have a bin full of PLA plastic that needs to be recycled. We got 10 revisions, and the total size was there were 6 pieces that you needed to print, and it would work. There were 20 failed prints. Now all we need to do was just print it, right? Look at that. Absolute beauty. Chef kiss all around. You can even see we've got one right here. I've turned it off to save battery. And that's cool. We got one working. Now you notice this one's in a different color. We'll get to why in a second. The problem is, my printer carked it. I cracked the extruder, which is apparently a very common issue with this exact version of printer called the Ender 3 V2. And it wasn't coming out well. You can see in the picture there that that spot there is actually supposed to be filled with filament, but because it was printing like this, it wasn't extruding that filament and it couldn't build up the layers. So, where we left off. Remember all those dead prints? Yeah, I do as well. So I whacked them together, we hacked them up, and we got something a little bit like this, where the case is held together beautifully with some beautiful, beautiful electronics tape. Now, I also sent some people some designs. If they want to make their own, that's fine. Sadly, my printer won't. So we crossed that one off and we're left with expansions. Sadly, we're going to have to move on to this in another time. I want to add LoRa support to this. This would be nice to have just an actual pager style solution. I want to get the 2 buttons actually functioning and not just sitting there looking cool. I want to fix the code to let it do async so I can actually do multiple things on here. Get it working off LiPo batteries so we can actually make this less of a chunk boy. And a real PCB that works without 52-week lead times. Now, sadly I can't answer all your questions because this is a recording. I might...
finding vulnerabilities before they find you. On finding vulnerabilities before they find you.
Hello, and thank you all for joining my BSides Perth session on Stranger Danger, finding the Vuns before they find you. I'd like to begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the lands which we meet today, including a special heartfelt acknowledgement to the Wurundjeri people, who are the traditional owners here in Narromine. I'm going to open with a disclaimer. Gasp, I didn't see the asterisks on the talk. No, I'm joking. One of the things I always love doing at the start of my talks is I always start with a tech joke because it's important that we always keep smiling, particularly in current times. This is an open source joke, so please feel free to, well, share it anywhere that you want. Why did the vulnerability get tired? Because ransomware. Oh, get it. Hello, so my name is Developer Steve. I'm one of the senior developer advocates here at Sneak, and I've been a developer advocate or developer evangelist for a number of years now. One of the things I love most is just being able to geek out with community folks, well, all over the world, but just in general, on a variety of topics from IoT to well, security to coding to infrastructure. As a developer, a long-time developer, and I've been developing for a number of years now, it's just one of the things I love the most. In particular, sort of talking or talking, dealing with, or contributing to open source projects, which is always one of my favorites. Well, like I said, I've been developing for a number of years now. Actually, been coding since the age of 8. QBasic era, QBasic. But I've been also spent some time in digital agency, building out campaign sites. As a CTO, building out a payments platform, and even sort of building out IoT projects, or spending time as well. I spent time as an analyst for 10 years. One of the things I love most about building out code projects or building out applications is for the end users that I build those applications for as a developer, as a DevOps, as an all-round geek, really. But one of the things I enjoy the most about that is just building out some sort of experience that means a much easier flow of day or brings something to my end users' lives in so many different ways. If you think a shopping app or some type of entertainment app or a social networking app that just brings people together, as devs, as technology people, we basically build these applications out to make our users' lives just that little bit more easier, interesting, or connected. One of the things I've always been mindful of building out applications through any number of different industry types, digital agency, for example, is when I'm deploying something, just what else is being deployed with it, even inadvertently. If you think of the holistic app stack view as an iceberg, the code that we deploy is basically that little bit at the top that's sticking above the water, above the surface of the water. But inside that, there can be hidden things inside dependencies, inside libraries, the vulnerabilities, if you will, that expose our holistic iceberg stack, application stack, to the wider internet and to malicious actors across the interwebs. It's no surprise that there's quite a growth across the open source ecosystems. As an adopter, as a lifelong learner of open source stuff, that's the thing I love the most is the ecosystems are always constantly growing, constantly learning, and constantly building out new methodologies, new techniques, new libraries. But with that also comes vulnerabilities being surfaced, which we also see in exponential growth across the wider ecosystem or across the ecosystem set, if you will. So, and that's no surprise, particularly as new attack vectors are being constantly identified and that new vulnerabilities are being surfaced, and indeed new techniques for identifying vulnerabilities being surfaced consistently. If we look at the different ecosystem types, something we notice is an emergence of how different vulnerability types are being surfaced in particular ecosystems. If you take NPM, for example, 80% of the vulnerabilities that are identified through open source library use is through indirect dependencies. So I install a particular library, which in turn pulls in a multiple of other dependency libraries, which is where the vulnerability types surface. And there's a number of examples that we see in the wider industry ongoingly where a particular malicious dependency is injected into a popular library type, which is then dispersed across the holistic ecosystem as updates or as installs happen. Indeed, we've seen NPM put out alerts before for particular package dependency types and what sort of effect that's had on the holistic ecosystem. And I just want to take a moment there too to recognize that these open source communities do amazing work. I'm a big fan and advocate of a lot of the communities and the work that they do, but more often these are communities run by volunteers. So they need our help as technology adopters, as technology folks, just to help with identifying not only of threats, but also potential fixes. There's sometimes a time delay between the initial security alert being raised against a particular library or community project before that is not only identified, but then also fixed, patched, and then a release candidate goes out. So just wanted to take a moment to mention that always, where possible, particularly if you're using something, contribute back where you can. I know you all do. I just like pointing it out. One of the ways we do that at Sneak is through a program called Sneak Advisor, which not only allows developers and technology adopters to be able to do some due diligence on the community and on the package, in particular, if there's any open vulnerability types or if how quickly the vulnerability identified vulnerabilities through CVE reporting get mitigated, get fixed, and patches rolled out. But also we work, where possible, we work with the community groups to be able to help get those patches underway and get those fixes in place. We also help manage the Node.js ecosystem vulnerability disclosure program as well. And shout out to security researchers that help contribute to this and, well, just help keep our end users safe, which is what it's all about. Anyway, I have some examples to run through. I have an example I'm going to run through. Actually, I do have a whole bunch of these. I can put links in actually while I'm doing this talk. It's a bit meta. Anyway, let's hack an app. So this first one is a demo app, a JavaScript demo app that we have on the Sneak GitHub. It's a Goof app. It's a basic to-do app, which is we use to demonstrate the vulnerability types that we're talking about inside one of the libraries. One of the things I always love pointing out is, yes, there's 62 known vulnerability types in this particular demo, which is why this is, you can try this at home, but this is not for production, local only. If you did want to try this at home, there's an exploits folder already in the repo, which goes through a whole bunch of different vulnerability types, but we're just looking at one today. So, and the one we're looking at is a cross-site scripting attack. It's cross-site scripting vulnerability, which is using the marked package. And anything between versions 0.3.1 and 0.3.6, well, they're basically vulnerable. One of the things I love the most, particularly from the developer side of things, is being able to dig around at the code level and understand the fundamentals of the vulnerability more, which there's all these great links to the GitHub pull requests and such that, as you can see here, you can dig into it some more and even see the initial report and then how long until the fix went out, or if there's one still pending, so you can do some testing on it. Anyway, let's have a look at the app. So, like I said, this is a basic to-do app. And as a user or as an end user, I can basically input a list of items that I can check off or delete or whatever else. The marked library, which we're using 0.3.5, as you can see there in the package.json, we're using 0.3.5. Essentially what it does, it takes user input from that input box and then outputs that or stores that as markdown. So basic markdown stuff. One of the things you can also see here is when we call the library in, you can set a sanitized true flag, which is super important I mean, that should be set to default or that should be set to true by default, right? Because we always sanitize user input. What the sanitization tries to do as part of the user input is, well, it tries to sanitize it by a series of regexes and a series of match statements to try and determine if the user input is something we wouldn't want to see stored because it can make the stored input vulnerable for the end user. So this is a markdown. So let's give it a spin. This is a bold, bold statement. Yes, it is. This is a bold statement. One of the things we can do with Markdown, of course, is links. So we can do something like that, for example, which is just standard Markdown link. And if I hover over it, if I click that now, it would take me to the place that I would think that it was going to take me. One of the common XSS attack vectors is using JavaScript wrapped inside a link, particularly when the stored user input is being resurfaced back to the user's browser session. This is important because, knowing that this is the way that most XSS attacks happen, because this is one of the vulnerability types that OWASP talks about, where one of the common vulnerability types that basically allows all sorts of malicious behavior to happen, particularly in the user's browser, doing all sorts of nasty things with cookies, sessions, and whatever else. So injecting JavaScript is something that we would hope that sanitization is going to stop. And indeed, when I click that or when I enter that, you can see that it's stripped out. Or one of the other common ways to get around this is to URL encode character sets. So doing something very similar, but we're going to URL some characters to try and get around that sanitization function. And so if I enter that now, again, same thing, it's able to identify it and it's stripping it out. The way to get around this particular library sanitization, what the vulnerability is by including a object type in or JavaScript object type like this means that the characters aren't matched and therefore isn't removed. So if I enter that one, you can see that that's actually been accepted. And if I click that now, I get an alert box that pops up and I've basically gotten around the sanitization cleansing, which is our vulnerability type. One of the other demos, I'm not going to do it today, but I did want to highlight it. Oh, it's going to make me log in. I did want to highlight it is we've also got this available in Java and a few other languages as well, this particular app. So if you want to play with some of these yourselves, please do so, local environments or developer environments only, but don't take these production. But I know you won't. I just wanted to mention it. Anyway, let's switch back to the slides. So as developers, again, it's important, as technology people, it's important that we help to protect those end users that we build these applications for and that we build out and support our technologies for. Because again, if you think back to that holistic stack view, we want to do some due diligence first to make sure we know what we're letting into our stacks and just taking the time to make sure we keep people nice and safe and secure. Of course, now we have a whole bunch of really cool scalable technologies that add to our holistic iceberg view stack, allowing not only some elasticity to be built in, but also we can add in all sorts of cool things like redundancies and whatever else. Essentially, our applications now become way more than our code because we can also control and guide infrastructure as part of our deployments. If you take Docker, for example, there's been over 242 billion downloads from Docker Hub to date, which is phenomenal. And as a dev, as a DevOps, as a DevSecOps, this just means that I can build out applications in my own containerized local environment and then deploy them and have them elastically build out as I need them to. But it's no surprise that we also see the same vulnerabilities appearing in known Docker base images consistently, also given that they're built from the same open source components that we've just been talking about. Consistently, year after year, we see the top 10 Docker base images basically carry the same vulnerabilities with them. One of the things I always love to keep in mind with this is with great containerization comes great responsibility. And keeping your application clean at the code front is just one step of that holistic iceberg view to protecting those end users. the last part of our iceberg is infrastructure as code, where we also get to do some really cool automation stuff. And I love automation. I'm not a lazy dev or a lazy DevOps. I just love it when automation works first time. And I'm always looking at you, Jenkins. Anyway, one of the things I love most about IAC is just being able to set up some nice gate controls so that as I deploy my application, it can go through some automated checks before it finally gets deployed. Of course, it's always important to remember to make sure you're consistently reviewing and checking not only those gate controls, but also the files that you're delivering and building this infrastructure out with as well. Because consistently we see as the infrastructure continually updates or continually goes through that whole industry maturing, we also see new vulnerabilities surface in the form of configuration vector issues. So it's always important to make sure you're constantly reviewing those and checking those as well. But we missed something most important, the most important part, well, at least part of the most important part. This one actually kind of scares me a lot, given, well, I have a local development environment, don't we all? But we're also seeing the same vulnerabilities now start to surface in developer environments as well, or dev environments, which, I mean, that's the place that, like, people need to leave that alone. That's my place where I build things. What we're seeing now is, particularly with the likes of Homebrew and also VS Code, is a lot of the extensions and add-ons for those particular ecosystems are built from the same open source components that we're seeing these vulnerabilities surface in. So the likes of LaTeX Workshop, Open and Default Browser, and Instant Markdown, for example, we see vulnerabilities like file traversals, which are now starting to create surfaced vulnerabilities in dev environments. Instant Markdown, which I've got the link for on the screen. Well, it's on my GitHub as well. There's a demo walking through how to basically play with or demo that particular vulnerability. If you do install that particular version of VS Code, the Instant Markdown, please make sure you upgrade to the latest version, because that version, don't leave that one installed by any means, please don't. That particular version's vulnerability basically gives a remote attacker to be able to access your password file, well, basically any file on your Mac. So yeah, just please be aware of the vulnerabilities that are now starting to surface in your dev environments as well, because we're consistently seeing this as an ongoing issue. Homebrew actually put a blog post out about this back in, I think it was April or May, saying that there was some vulnerabilities being surfaced. So please be aware of what you're installing. Anyway, final takeaways: always be scanning source code, containers, infrastructure. Just take the time, do some due diligence, protect those end users, because, well, we love them so much. That's why we built the things that we built. Again, please be aware of what you're installing in your local dev environments. We're seeing this as sort of a growing attack vector now, and all sorts of nasty things are starting to creep in. So particularly if you do install something locally, you just brew install the thing and you're not using it, just brew and uninstall that thing that you're not using. Just remember to clean up your dev environment where you can as well. And lastly, please use your tech superpowers for good. Always remember, I do love that GIF. And always remember to be excellent to each other. Thank you very much. Superpowers for good. Always remember, I do love that GIF. And always remember to be excellent to each other. Thank you very much.
Cool. Thank you, developer Steve. Now we've got Aria, who's a UWA student and pen tester, and their talk is on JavaScript for fun. So just make sure your mic's turned on.
Hello, test. Can everyone hear me? Oop. Okay, the upskilling JavaScript for fun. Just a quick disclaimer, this discusses a hobby project. The views expressed in this presentation are my own and are not of my employers. But that being said, so, is that working?
Still going out to YouTube.
Yep, it's probably my HDMI.
Oh, yeah, could be.
Give me a second.
It's the adapter one type.
Yeah, it should be fine. Whoa. Cool. Whoa. Not above. Whoops.
Oh, yeah, it's dual monitor.
Yeah, it's dual monitor. Yeah. I hate Linux. I thought you checked the HDMI, so my apologies. I just need to reset mine. Whoa.
The YouTube screen as well will need to fix in just a second.
Yep, no worries.
It's like not
Okay, this works. Cool.
Right, let's
Yeah,
just
luckily.
change your screen to that sharing thing.
Which it's already done.
Redo. Oh no, we're good.
Oh, we're good? Okay,
Yeah.
cool. Well, that definitely wasn't awkward. Don't you love Linux, everyone? Yeah, deobfuscating JavaScript fun. This is a hobby project. These are my own opinions, my own views. Not. Who am I? I am Novel Void Pointer. That's my nickname, as you will. I'm Arya Wadhana. I'm a second-year student at UWA studying computer science. I worked in InfoSec on and off since 2019. Shoutouts to BSides Perth for taking in a literal child. My interests are reverse engineering, cryptography, and recently I began being interested in threat intelligence. Nothing too big. I haven't caught any APTs yet. It's more like small fish, but hey, do what you can do. So first, let's talk about obfuscation. It's very much an arms race. It's very much a cat and mouse game. And what do I mean by that? Well, just to illustrate with a hypothetical analogy, let's say an obfuscating tool releases a new feature. It could be a slightly tweaked way of obfuscating strings, how control flow works, etc., etc. The attacker has fun. They go run the ransomware. They do their campaign. But blue team does not have fun because the obfuscator generally now has to define signatures. How do they detect it? And then how do they transform it to recover the original code, right? You know, detection could be possibly fragile. There are edge cases that you cannot possibly cover. The transformation could be slightly broken in different ways, and unless you have some sort of formal verification thing, you can't exactly know for sure. So again, blue team does not have fun. And keep in mind that the obfuscating tool can somehow break this process, the whole detection and transformation in a future update, just by slightly tweaking something or moving to a entirely different method. Blue team still doesn't have fun. So I'd like to point everyone out to these. These are Ollie debug scripts. Anybody familiar with Ollie debug? Yeah, it's a debugging tool. These are scripts meant to help you unpack and dump VM-protected binaries. So that's binary obfuscation. And notice how it's different for each version, even for the same functionality. So this is what I mean. It's very much a cat and mouse game, blue team versus red team, or a malicious attacker story with deobfuscating artifacts. That being said, the topic of this talk will be JavaScript obfuscator. So this is the description pulled from the GitHub. It's a powerful free obfuscator for JavaScript containing a variety of features which provide protection for your source code. It is, and there's some things I like to get out of the way. It is not a minifier in the sense of, oh, remove white space, remove new lines, rename some variables, and compress the code a tiny bit. It goes far further than that. It's not what I like to call shrink wrap protection in the sense of it's an encoded sort of string, encrypted string, encoded string. This could be base 64, AES, XOR, but at the end of all, it's passed to eval, right? You could easily replace that eval with console.log and recover the original source code anyways. And thankfully, it is not bytecode. It's not a virtual machine with a JavaScript runtime executing instructions one by one, right? So I don't have to write a decompiler, thankfully. It is source to source. It is a transpiler. It directly modifies the source code using the abstract syntax tree, if anybody's familiar with that, to make semantic transformations. And it also injects code, replaces code to obfuscate things. And if anybody remembers earlier versions of JavaScript obfuscators, I would like to also add, it's more, nowadays, it's more than just a string array at the start and a bunch of indexes at the end of it all. They actually do have anti-debugging code that just breaks reverse engineering, essentially. Breaks your Chrome's DevTools, breaks most interpreters, essentially. And it is also extremely customizable. So this is just from the web GUI, right? You can choose your target. You can set the seed so it's nice and deterministic. You can choose which strings to, how often you would like your strings to be obfuscated, which strings you would like to exclude, which variables you would like to exclude from obfuscation. There's domain lock, so you can tie your script to run specifically on a certain website. There's dead code injections. It's all a bunch of like buttons, levers, and switches. So I'd like to go to a demo really quick. Whoa. Oh. All right, never mind. Clear. All right, so let's go with a simple hello world. Hello world, single liner, very nice. And then this is the config that I have set up. This is very much the gauntlet. There's all the features enabled. There's a domain log to there. It redirects to google.com if it's the condition that isn't satisfy. And we can just run JavaScript obfuscator, just a single line, hello.js, pass in my config there, and then we should output with a hello obfuscated. Yep, there it is. And another thing we can do is just take a look at it, essentially. So hello-obfuscated.js, that's a bunch of stuff. That is a bunch of stuff. All right, no white space, no new lines, no line breaks, right? Like, it's really hard to read. All right, stop that. But hey, we have JS beautifier, right? So no worries, we just pass that in. All right, so it's prettifying in place, lovely. So surely it's more readable, right? No. Like huge string array there, but hey, look, some white space. It's slightly more readable, I suppose. Yeah, this isn't gonna work. So why do we care? Why do we InfoSec people care? So JavaScript can be obfuscated to high and back. Well, consider this. First point, Windows script host, wscript.exe. It executes JavaScript in a Windows environment, much like a VBS script. And this has been used in variants of Imiset, where maldoc drops a JavaScript file, executes it, and that JavaScript file pulls in the ransomware, drops it, and executes it, right? So this is from threat research at hp.com, right? Reawakening of Ibotet analysis of its JavaScript downloader, or dropper, if you will. There's your QR code right there if you'd like to have a read up on that. And I would like to point out, they use the malicious actors use the exact same obfuscators that we're trying to look at, right? Resembles that of an open source GitHub project called JavaScript Obfuscator. Another thing, malicious npm packages. So there's a bunch of malicious packages. This follows nicely from the previous talk regarding dependency attacks, software supply chain attacks. But you can do lots of things with npm packages with malicious JavaScript executed using Node. You can steal tokens. There's remote access instances of remote access Trojans where it's just like a reverse shell. So one famous example is the Fall Guys malware. It tries to, this is the API to the Fall Guys game, which is a viral fad. And really, it just stole your browser's local storage. It stole your access API tokens, your session keys, etc., etc. So another QR code there. And also malicious browser scripts. So think phishing pages or even just skimming scripts run on legitimate websites. So these would be run, for example, with skimming scripts. These could be run on legitimate websites with compromised somehow through script includes, through dependency injection, whatever. And this would be run at payment processing pages. So the customer types in their credit card details, their full name, their address, whatever, and then this script would silently exfiltrate it to another domain. And obfuscation is particularly useful here because they would want to hide those attacker-controlled domains where they exfiltrate to, so that there's more time that the host is actually up before the hosting provider gets a complaint. MageCart that targeted the Magento e-commerce platform written by Adobe, I believe. MageCart isn't actually one group. It's a bunch of groups that attack Magento, essentially. But there's a bunch of instances of MageCart malicious attacks. And this is a particularly recent one, actually this month, zero-day exploit code. And yes, surprisingly written in JavaScript. There was a recent remote code execution in Microsoft Office which leveraged MS-HTML and JavaScript, which essentially downloaded a cap file which contained a DLL, which was actually a Cobalt Strike beacon, and bad things happened from there. But yeah, 0 days in JavaScript, weird, right? Like even with Microsoft, I believe it's a single-click remote code execution too, so that's pretty interesting. And I would also like to point out, this is the exact same obfuscator that they used. So the strings there, the decoder function, I'll go in more detail there, but if you're familiar with JavaScript obfuscator, you would recognize that as a JavaScript obfuscator script there. So this was in the wild. This was exploited by malicious actors, and this is the exact same artifact that was found. For better or for worse, JavaScript is everywhere. Malicious actors know this, and they can leverage this, and this is something that Blue Team should consider and counteract the tools with. So how does JavaScript obfuscator actually work? It's a bunch of magic, but it's actually a bunch of passes, right? So they traverse the code, and if it finds some things, it changes. So there's a bunch of passes here: control for flattening, dead code injection, debug protection. The domain lock I mentioned earlier, you can disable the console output. You can obfuscate numbers, constants. The string array, which is particularly important. Self-defending, which essentially breaks the interpreter if it has a bunch of white space. And simplifying, which I believe just like compacts the code slightly more and makes it harder to read. And it does this by traversing the AST. It parses the code, traverses the AST, modifies the AST, makes semantic transformations to change how the code works. It adds code in the case of the bug protection or dead code injection, and generally just changes how the code works. Just a quick rundown. I'm not going to run through all of the passes, but I'm just going to run through the more particularly significant ones. This is the string array. So this affects most strings. You can tweak how often this happens, but at the top there is an array. That's all of the strings that will be encrypted, encoded, etc., etc. And then immediately after that's defined, it's rotated. And it's not rotated by a immediately visible amount, right? It actually iteratively does it until it satisfies a condition. So if this integer, is this an integer at this index, multiplied by that other integer, and that's equal to a constant? Okay, then we're done. After that, it defines decryption functions. Surprisingly, there's multiple decryption functions. You can specify whether you like your strings to be encrypted using base 64, RC4, or both. And then after those decryption functions, there are sort of wrapper functions which sort of hinder sort of the obfuscation, because you would have to first identify the decryption function, but after that, not all instances of string obfuscation you immediately use that decryption function. You have to actually find the wrappers and then resolve those also. Another pass I would like to go through is control for flattening. So sequential statements there, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. With control for flattening, there's a tape, right? Which sort of directs like in what order should code be executed, 3, 5, 2, 1, 4, and then it iterates through that tape and has a switch case statement. So because number 1 is the fourth one, it does the fourth thing. Because number 2 is the third element in the tape, it does the third thing, etc., etc. So you can imagine how this would A, slow down code, but also B, deter analysis, because you have to recover the control flow also. And last but not least, this is dead code injection. Dead code injection is particularly interesting. It's just basically an if-else statement. So that's the original thing, just do your thing, do thing. But then you can turn it into an if statement that always evaluates to one thing. So if false, then and the first statement is fake, the second statement is do thing, it's always going to execute do thing. But false is particularly obvious, so you can obfuscate the condition by something like this: ABCD equals BCDA. That's always false, that's always going to be evaluated as false, and hence the else statement is going to be executed. All right. This is still kind of obvious, but you can imagine with the previous string array passes, the string array obfuscation, it could end up with something like this. So there's a local object, there's 3 keys and values being defined, and those keys are obfuscated. I just left them as is, just to make it easier to understand. But you can see index into local object using an obfuscated string, and then with that return function, call that function with 2 more things from the local object, again obfuscated by the string obfuscation. And that would always equate to false, but from an immediate glance, you wouldn't even realize that. All right? So that's dead code injection for you. So it's very nice that it is all open source, right? And so a reverse engineer like me can just jump in and then just undo stuff essentially. But these were just a few passes that were in JavaScript Obfuscator. I had to go through and essentially process every single feature. This took a couple of weeks, but eventually I got up with this tool, DOP, a couple of thousand lines of JavaScript there. It's my first ever Node.js project, right? I've written like little snippets of JavaScript before, but I've never actually gone out and written stuff with Node.js. It's a source decompiler because I was too afraid to deobfuscate binaries. I created it in 2019 as a side project in between uni work, and also works on it between exams, which is very smart thing of me to do. And it's used by myself against phishing pages, malicious scripts, etc. And potentially I'll look towards supporting other obfuscators besides Obfuscator in the future. There's the GitHub link there, also same as the QR code. Stars, comments, issues, always appreciated. All right, just a quick demo. So one day I got a Discord message. Anybody familiar with Discord? Anybody familiar with Discord? Raise a show of hands. Anybody not familiar with Discord? Okay, good. I don't have to explain it. But one day I got a message from a friend I haven't talked to in ages, and they suddenly came up with this. And Discord Nitro, Discord Premium, I want that. Everyone wants that, and it's for free. So I definitely hopped on it and logged in and did things. But that QR code there is URL scan, and urlscan.io is a particularly useful service. You can just pass in a URL, and it just scans it for malware. It shows you domain and IP address, and more particularly, it can show you what files are loaded, what's executed using JavaScript. So there's a bunch of JavaScript files here. But what's this? bra.js. So let's go into that, and hey, it's JavaScript obfuscator. Nice. So we can go into my thing here, and let's do bra.js. So that's my tool there. Bin target JavaScript obfuscator, and then load that deobfuscate that file. You can pass that into less, and a bunch of things come up. You can see some text: false, billing information, full name, card number, CCV, card expiry, etc., etc. And you can see where it's being exfiltrated to. That is a webhook, also hosted on the Discord platform. But yeah, there's a bunch of things here that's very useful for stopping this activity, sort of. So that's the QR code. If you want to have a try for yourself, that's the QR code to the URL scan result, not the actual phishing page. It's actually down nowadays. But here's another success story: how I saved the world from evil scammers and how you can too. So one day I came across a PayPal phishing campaign. Ask for first name, last name, etc., etc. Pass that into urlscan.io, and using the file name listing that from before, like I showed you, I came across this file, m1.js. And obviously this JavaScript obfuscator, but there's your there's your string array up there. There's your rotation function, the push shift. There's your string decryption function. It's obviously JavaScript obfuscator. Oop, too fast. So we can just quickly, so /m, m1.js, so that's the file from before. Hopefully this works. Hey, so it's nice and it's obfuscated. And then there's a couple of AJAX call requests. So what's happening here? The two AJAX post call requests. The first one is to where the phishing page is being hosted. That's obvious. But what's this second link here? Here's what I think is happening. So phishing kits, like Bex explained, there's authored and somebody else runs it. Here's what I think is happening. That's a backdoor. That's the domain controlled by the author. And because the code is obfuscated, the guy running it doesn't actually know that the credentials that they phished is being swiped under their feet. And they would know because it's obfuscated. And if they remove that code, nothing works because that's where the post request to their domain is being made. So I got that link, got their autonomous system, and filed an abuse report. They taken down. I believe the response turnaround time was like 24 hours. And just to rub salt in the wound, I also went to their domain registrar and reported that, so they can't pivot to another hosting provider. So, that domain is gone. Hopefully there's less credentials being exposed to less bad people. And that's it. Questions, feedback? the way I detected it was very much by eyeball. I planned to write a specific tool for easy detection, not quite so much deobfuscation, so that it's nice and quick, so that, say, a SOC can look at it, raise an alert, and then triage it. But yeah, all the things that I did to detect obfuscated JavaScript is very much by eyeball. I guess you could sort by file size. I guess you could sort by weird behavior, but that's pretty much it.
Sorry, I wasn't sure. Did you write a tool that deobfuscates automatically, or are you doing it by hand?
Of deobfuscates automatically. So that's what I tried to demonstrate using the demo with the Discord phishing page, using the PayPal phishing page also. Yeah. So it's all automatically.
What did you call that?
Deop, sorry.
Deobfuscate?
Yep.
Okay. Is it on GitHub?
Yeah, it's on GitHub. So the slide is up here. Oh, wait, nope. Here, so there's the link there, github.com/nullvoidpointer/deop, and there's your QR code there.
Okay, cool.
So that's a GitHub link, sorry. Any other questions? Yes?
How many kind of legitimate businesses do you see? I work for a large e-commerce platform, and we see a lot of, like, anybody who deals with marketing departments knows that this is a nightmare. And, we have, vendors who obfuscate and minify your code because it's their secret sauce.
Well, there is a sorry, go on.
It just confuses everything when you're looking for legal information.
Well, there is a difference between minify, like I explained. Minify is just so that everything runs over HTTP faster. So just so the JavaScript is compiled and it's way smaller. The obfuscation is more to deter reverse engineering. So you could see, so there are legitimate purposes for obfuscation like this. Nike, for example, they have a bunch of sneaker bots and scalpers trying to target this. So obviously they want obfuscation on their checkout page, for example. And same goes for airline tickets or hotel rooms, etc., etc. And also there are concerns around scraping, right? You don't want anybody to scrape your data. So obviously you obfuscate how you fetch that, and you obfuscate how you process that.
Cool. All right. Thanks, Aria.
Thank you.
That is it for the in-person session. The lunch should be here any moment. If you'd like to stay and watch the talk that was supposed to be first on the schedule yesterday, that will be playing here and out to YouTube as well. But please don't bring food in here. That's it. All right, thanks.
Hey everyone, this is Cracking Android Pins at BSides Perth 2021, and I'm Andrew Horton, although some of you will know me as Urban Adventurer. So I live in Melbourne, but I'm actually a Kiwi from New Zealand. Grew up in Christchurch, so I like to write information security tools, and I've written a few. There's WhatWeb, which is a web application fingerprinting scanner. I originally wrote that about 10 years ago and ended up in Backtrack Linux, and then still in Kali in the default distro. It's quite good with a good open source following. URL Crazy is a domain name typo tool that ended up in Kali as well. There's Bing IP to host, username Anarchy. Look, I've written a lot of security tools because it's kind of a hobby, and I'm currently the CEO of Domain Defender, and that involves red teaming, pen testing, and I work with a variety of InfoSec companies in Australia and the United States, and our clients are global. And I wear a lot of different hats, so I'm not just a hacker. Okay, so shout outs to all my hacker friends. You know who you are. So today, I'm going to teach you how to crack pins on Android phones. So why I did this research. Soon after I got back from traveling around the world, last year, someone's father died and they asked me to help because they had his phone, but didn't have his PIN number, and they knew there'll be photos and other important things on there that they needed access to. So I said I'd help. Now, my goal was to unlock this Samsung Galaxy S5. So I could look up when it was manufactured, 2014. I thought, okay, this phone's kind of old. How hard can it be? But I didn't know what version of Android it would be running. Now, I knew when this was first produced, it'd be 4.4.2, but I had no idea what kind of updates had been made since. Now, that code you can see down the bottom, that's the information that I got from the USB connection. So, as an expert with about 20 years in information security, I turned to Google, just like anyone else would, and I typed in how to unlock a Samsung S5. And I learned there's a variety of different approaches. So I started off by trying to guess some pins, and I referred to the research Data Genetics did back in 2012. They're an early data science company, and to try and get some publicity, they did a study of common PIN numbers, produced this table of the top 20 and created some nice visualizations of the PIN numbers and so on. Now, this went into the media cycle and got reported on all around the world with the scary, alarming claim that 26% of all passwords could be guessed with just 20 PIN numbers. But I'm not really sure I believe that, because this data actually came from password database dumps. And what that is that that's databases of names and passwords that were leaked. Someone hacked into a website, stole all the names and passwords, and then just leaked them out onto the internet. So they went through these leaks. They pulled out the numeric passwords, and they said, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4 is the most common. That may not directly translate to people's mobile phones. Well, I hope not. So no, didn't work. Now, in the movies, people can crack safes, or they can guess PIN numbers by researching a person and learning their birthday or their children's birthdays. So I did the same thing. I asked the family for all the dates, birthdays, anniversaries, all the old phone numbers as well, to see if the PIN could be the last 4 digits of a phone number, either current or past. And I tried a number of phone words, and a phone word is a number that's made up of letters that are shown on the numeric keypad. For example, under A, under 2, there's ABC, 3, D, E, F, and so on. Anyway, it didn't work. No. And then I had a look at Google's Find My Device feature, but that didn't work because I didn't have access to his Google account. Well, not at that time. I later figured it out after I managed to unlock the phone. And it would work on Android 7.11 and lower. Okay, so Samsung also have a Find My Mobile service, and that can unlock a phone. But here's the problem. He had never registered his phone with this service, so no, didn't work. So I had a look into a particular vulnerability that would crash the Samsung lock screen. And I remember when this came out, and there were a lot of videos of people demonstrating it. You could do this all just by using the phone normally. You see, what would happen is there was a buffer overflow vulnerability in the password field on the lock screen. and someone could fill up the copy paste buffer and make it larger and larger and larger, and then paste it into the password field when it was so large that it would overflow the memory that was allocated for that data, and it would just crash the lock screen app. And if you can crash the lock screen app, then it's the same as unlocking the phone. Just beneath it is the regular Android operating system and the usual unlocked phone. So no, that didn't work. It only works if a password is set, not a PIN. Now, one of the other common pieces of advice on how to unlock a phone is to connect that phone using something called ADB. And what happens here is someone connects their computer to a phone with a USB cable. But it only works if they have enabled something called USB debugging on the phone. And your average everyday phone user is not going to do that. The only people who do that are people who want to experiment with installing a custom ROM on their phone. For example, let's say they don't like the stock Samsung ROM. They want to change it, customize it, make it look cooler. Then they could install a ROM like Lineage OS, formerly known as CyanogenMod. And even I have installed this on a phone. But that's just for technical users, computer nerds. It doesn't work for your average person. Okay, so what about this phone hacking or modding community? And the center of that community is XDA forums. So I had a look around and I found this guide on how to hack or bypass the password on an Android. And it had 7 different methods. But each one of those methods required either USB debugging be enabled or a recovery bootloader be installed. And whether the Android operating system had been rooted or not, didn't matter. It was optional. And as you know, rooting is the Android equivalent of the iPhone jailbreak. So even these phone mod experts said, if none of these methods works for you, unfortunately, you probably must fully wipe your device. So no. Okay, here we are at the factory reset. And that's what a lot of people have to do. But if I did this, then I would lose access to any of the potential photos on the device. So it wouldn't work for me. And I noticed while I was searching that there were ads for commercial software, and they promised to remove all kinds of screen lock types and that it could work on different phones. So I checked some reviews and some people seemed happy with it. And this Dr. Phone by Wondershare claimed to even support the Samsung S5. So I paid for it. I bought it. And it was kind of a scam because the way this worked was it would guide me through the process I had already been through. I mean, it would tell me exactly what to do step by step though, and that may be useful for some people, but it didn't have any special ability to remove the screen lock type. Nope, that was a waste of $40. And then I looked into the forensic software for the mobile market. I called up a good friend of mine who has led incident response teams and done a lot of forensics work. Unfortunately, he hadn't really done a lot with mobile, but we talked about the big names, Celebrite, Oxygen, and so on, and I did manage to get a hold of a trial version of Oxygen from 2012. Sure, it was old, but it worked. I installed it and I set it up and went through the process. And it wanted me to enter the PIN to unlock it. You see, it wouldn't actually crack the PIN. Sure, it could image the device and find forensic data, but only if you could already unlock it. So I thought, wow, well, what if I could get a hold of a Celebrite unit? Celebrite being the big name in the forensic tools. Well, it's on eBay. Now, normally it's just law enforcement that has this on border crossings and other kinds of security. But these things are kind of expensive, new, and then the secondhand market on eBay for the older ones can kind of make it a bit more affordable. And I looked into this, and I seriously considered buying one for about 1,000 Australian at the time. But I knew it was going to take a long time to be delivered, especially from the United States with all the delays due to the coronavirus pandemic. So I kept this as a possible backup plan, but I wanted something that would be a bit faster. So then I looked at the public security research that had been done into Samsungs. And I found a collection of known vulnerabilities, issues that had been fixed already. And in some cases, there was exploit code for these. But generally, if there was information about it, the information was sketchy. They didn't give you enough information just to go and reproduce the vulnerability yourself without doing a bit of research. And in addition to that, it's a locked phone, so I couldn't even click on a link if I sent myself one. But I had some ideas. What I could do was I could monitor the Wi-Fi SSID probes that the phone was sending out to see what Wi-Fi access point names it wanted to connect to. Then I could provide those and have it connect to my Wi-Fi. And then from there, I could look at the network traffic it was sending. And if I was lucky, I would find something that was unencrypted that I could intercept and modify, and maybe I could deliver something that would exploit a vulnerability and give me access to the phone. But that was a lot of maybes, and it could be a lot of work. So I thought, nope, I'll move on and look for something else. And then I remembered, hang on, the USB rubber ducky from Hack5. Now, Hack5, they make all our favorite hacking electronics. And I used to have a USB rubber ducky. Unfortunately, I sort of had ended up losing all my hacking electronics that I left in Australia while I was traveling around the world a couple of years ago. Anyway, this would have been perfect. Sure, it looks like a USB drive, but it's not. It's actually a tiny little sort of microcontroller that emulates a keyboard and can send various keyboard-based payloads. And the team at Hack5, they had set one up so that it would send PIN numbers. And let's have a look at that.
Let's test it out. So, all right, so with our phone turned on, I'm just going to go ahead and plug in the duck. And it's going to wait about 5 seconds before it starts doing its magic. We put that delay in there, and that's just to make sure that it doesn't like immediately start flooding the computer with stuff. And there we go. We can see the last digit when it gets to the end, because we are typing pretty quickly. And we went through 0000 through 0003. We'll get to 0004. And we've now done 5 attempts. It's going to hit enter twice, remember? And we're going to speed this up right now so we don't have to wait the full 30 seconds. And 0005, 0006, 0007, 0008. And hey, would you look at that?
So that would have been perfect. But, well, I mean, I thought it would have been perfect at the time. I later realized that would not quite have worked. And I didn't want to buy a new rubber ducky and wait an unknown amount of time for delivery. So I thought, okay, should I give up, order some hardware? Maybe I could order an Arduino. Like the rubber ducky, it's a microcontroller platform that's easy to program and it can emulate a keyboard. Or buy a rubber ducky or buy the Celebrite unit. Yeah, but I didn't want to wait. I mean, who knows how long it would have taken with all those Ozpost delays. Anyway, it was a potential backup plan, so I moved on. But you know what I did have? I had a 1+1 phone, and that is the flagship model to put Kali NetHunter onto. And as you know, Kali Linux is the main premier platform for penetration testing under Linux. And NetHunter is the phone version of that. So it's a phone packed full of hacking tools, Metasploit, and all your favorites. And it included something called Duck Hunter. And Duck Hunter would take a rubber ducky script, and then it would emulate the keyboard. It would execute that script, and it would send over a cable any keyboard strokes you want. Now, most of the scripts were designed to take over your computer, take over your Windows computer, your OS X, your MacBook, your Linux server, whatever. It would execute commands that would try and maybe download something off the internet, execute it, and pass command of the computer to someone else. Cool. So I tested this out. It seemed to work fine. It would send things to my computer. So I loaded up the hack 5-pin brute force script, the thing that would send 0001, 0002, enter, and so on. But it didn't work. Just nothing happened. The Duck Hunter app just sat there and didn't respond because it was thousands and thousands of lines long. It was huge. You see, first it would send the number, then it would send enter, then it would repeat that for 5, and then it would have a longer delay, and then it would do it again. And it just didn't work, but it should have worked. And the magic ingredient, the approach that I knew would work at this time was that if you just take a keyboard and you plug it into one of the on-the-go cable adapters, and then plug that into your phone, you can just type away, and it's just the same as pushing the numbers on the screen. And that's how the rubber ducky worked. Yeah, so I had an on-the-go cable. I tested it out. Yeah, I knew it was going to work. So I thought, okay, I'm just going to have to do it myself. I'm going to have to write my own code to brute force these pin numbers. So my plan was simple. I just looked into how to emulate the keyboard with the NetHunter phone. I wrote my own shell script. It would send 5 pins at a time, then wait 30 seconds and repeat. And this is what the Samsung S5 would do. Every time you get 5 wrong, it makes you wait for 30 seconds. And then while it was running, I would just watch the phone, you know, while watching TV or having dinner or whatever. And eventually it unlocked. So to go through the full 10,000 would have taken 16.7 hours back to back. But instead, it would do a series and then the phone would run out of battery. And then I would charge it up and then restart it, having a rough idea of where it finished based on the logs, because the script would detect when the phone ran out of battery. So after it finally unlocked, I looked down and I saw it was unlocked. I thought, wow, this has worked. I went back and tried the last 15 minutes worth of pins, watching it closely until I had the pin. I thought, great, it's done. And I could have stopped there. But instead, I tidied up the code, documented how it worked, added some emojis to make it look cool, and then I put it on GitHub to share it with everybody else. And this is what I made. So I based the interface on some recent tooling I'd seen, like kube control from Kubernetes. And I liked the way it had, you know, a handful of main commands followed by different options. So yeah, let me show you how it works. On the left, we have my 1+1 with Kali Net Hunter. It's running the script. And on the right, we have a Samsung S7 that I bought on eBay. And it was cheaper because it had a cracked screen. And I put duct tape over the cracks and all the cracked glass. And you can see that after the 5th attempt, it waited for 30 seconds, then it kept going. And then after the 10th attempt, it cools down for 60 seconds. Of course, we sped it up a little bit in this video. And then after 11 attempts, it's 300 seconds or 5 minutes to wait. And then it unlocks, just like that. And you might ask, well, how long does this S7 take to unlock if it keeps getting wrong passwords? And yeah, it takes a while, but for some people, that's worth it. They won't mind taking weeks or months. So you want to unlock a phone too. Well, what do you need? You need a locked phone. You need an Android phone capable of running Kali Net Hunter. Now, it doesn't have to be fully capable, like the Wi-Fi injection drivers and things don't need to be compatible. Just the USB HID module needs to work. You need the USB on-the-go cable. They're easy to buy. And finally, you need the Android pin brute force script. So why? What are the benefits? Well, mainly it uses another phone to hack the phone. It's totally configurable. You can change the timings and the keys. And because it's open source, you can contribute to and extend it. It doesn't need USB debugging enabled or for ADB to be set up. You don't need to have rooted the Android phone. You don't need to buy special hardware or forensics devices. And finally, it actually works. Okay, so I've added a lot of features, more than just these, but it can handle pins of different lengths, not just 4. It comes with different configuration files already set up for popular phones. There are optimized pin lists, so the pins are in order of their popularity. It bypasses pop-ups that can appear on the phone that may interrupt your brute force password guessing. It detects when the victim or the locked phone is unplugged or powers down. And like I say, you can configure it and it's good. So go to my GitHub and you can download it from here. Now, I first put it on GitHub while I was working on it last year, and I didn't really promote it. I didn't speak about it at any other conferences. This is the first time I've really spoken about this tool, but people have found it and they've clicked star. And with 1.6K stars, it sort of tells me that this is something that people are interested in. So if you want to install it, and these are the steps that I took, they worked for me. You may want to install it in a different way, but first grab the source code repo from GitHub, enable SSH on your NetHunter phone. Check the IP address, SSH into a terminal on your phone from your laptop, and then transfer it using SCP into the /SD card folder. And once you've transferred all the files in there, to execute it, you can't just chmod it and / it. Instead, you need to type bash space in the script name. So that works. And the reason for that is because slash SD card is actually mounted no execute. And you'll be asking yourself, is this going to work with the phone in my bottom drawer that's just been gathering dust over the years? And I want you to go home and try it and tell me. First, you can check if it's already in the phone database in the wiki. And the version of Android doesn't really seem to matter. This has worked successfully with versions 6 through to 10. So on the wiki, you can see some of these have been tested by me, some have been tested by Vlad over in Vancouver, and some have been tested by some other people. And there's also a list of phones that people have tested and they had no luck with. But if you have this phone, please test it anyway, because your mileage may vary. Now, how did I make the optimized pin list? Well, for the 4-digit pins, I took this from a DEF CON talk by Justin Engler and Paul Lyons on the electromagnetic pin cracking with the robot. And anyway, so these guys, for their research, had generated this list of optimized pins ordered by the frequency of the popularity of the pin. And I reached out to them and asked if I could use it and distribute it with my tool. And they said, yes, that's cool. So thanks. And then I sort of repeated that process. I used the GasPack database leak. It's like a mega leak of password databases that have been hacked and then leaked out onto the internet. And from this, I extracted 139K roughly of fully numeric passwords. So the password somebody had chosen for some random website, including Adobe and LinkedIn and MySpace and Rockview and all those ones that had the leaks. The password was completely numbers. And out of those, I extracted all that were 3, 5, and 6 digits. And I sorted them by a frequency. And then any that didn't appear, I just filled them in at the end. So to use the tool to generate, to crack a pin that's not 4 digits, use -- length as a command line option. Length 3 or 6 or 5. And if you enter a length that doesn't have an optimized list, it'll still work, but it'll just go in order like 001, 002, 003, and so on. And if you do research yourself and have a good idea of what the pin might be, you can make your own customized pin list. And you can pass that to the tool with the -- pin list option. But what if you know it starts with a 1 or it ends in a 9? You can use something called a mask. And a mask uses regular expressions. In this case, the dot acts as a wildcard. So a dot in that first, second, and third position means any number will be accepted. But the 9 in the last position means only send pins that end in 9. Or maybe it's either a 4 or a 5. Well, you can put a set of allowed numbers between these square brackets, and that'll limit which pins it will bother to send to the phone. Now, these are the config files that come with Android Pin Brute Force. The Samsung Galaxy S5 config is the first I made. And the others are some made by me, some made by others. And each of them have slightly different timings and keys that are sent. Now, this is the default config file. And as you can see, it's kind of self-documenting. As you're editing the file, you can see what all the variables mean and how to use them. And you can see how you can change the keys that are sent before each pin. In this case, sending escape enter will bring up the pin prompt. And enter is sent after each pin. You can change the keyboard device. You can change the log files. You can change a lot. Probably the most tricky part is customizing the progressive cooldown. And you can see in this table how that translates to these 3 array variables here. So after 1 attempt, you get 5 attempts until you get a cooldown for 30 seconds. After the 11th attempt, there's 1 more cooldown then for 30 seconds. After the 41st attempt, 1 more cooldown until, and then you're at 60 seconds. So it just slows right down, and then it keeps being 1 minute between attempts. Okay, so if you want to send keys, well, you can test that it's working with this USB keyboard app that you can find on the NetHunter store. It's really easy. It has a nice GUI. You don't have to go to the terminal for it. But if you do want to go to the terminal, you can send keys using the /system xbin /hid-keyboard command. In this case, /dev/hidg0 is the keyboard, but it could be hidg1. Now, people often ask me, what about iPhones? Well, this approach should work with an iPhone 3 or 4, but I don't have one to test with. Because there's some hardware devices that support pin cracking up to iOS version 4.x. After that, they don't support it. When there's the gray key device, but it uses a different technique. Now, I do have a USB OTG Lightning adapter. So if you want, I can help you test it. Now, how do you emulate a keyboard with NetHunter anyway? Well, this can't be done from a laptop. It can be done from a phone though. And the reason for that is the bi-directional USB ports. And Android uses a Linux kernel. And there's a Linux kernel module for human interface devices. Now this creates the /dev/hidg file. And then using the test gadget code that was created for the Linux kernel and is available on their website, you can test sending keys. Another problem, okay, this is a problem. This is a problem that in 2021, this is possible. People have been brute forcing passwords for a very, very long time. And Android security itself isn't really that bad, but the lock screens are made by the handset manufacturers, not by Google, who look after Android security. So it's the Motorola's, the LGs, the Samsungs, and so on, who have made this problem. People also ask about whether devices will wipe themselves. Sure, that option is available, but most people don't enable it. And then the progressive lockdowns, well, it's not always going to help if people are willing to wait. Okay, so what's next for this tool? I've got the roadmap on the GitHub page, and I do plan to implement this for iOS 3.x and 4.x at some point. And then it'll work on older iPhones and iPads even. And people don't just protect their Android phones with pins. A lot of people use patterns. Now, cracking patterns isn't as easy as just sending, the keys 1 through 9 and 0. To actually crack or enter a pattern on a phone through an OTG cable, you need a mouse. Now, fortunately, the Linux kernel website outlines not just how to emulate a keyboard, but also how to emulate a mouse and a joystick. So through mouse emulation, I will be able to simulate moving the cursor, clicking and dragging away through an unlocked pattern. But that is work that's yet to be done. Now, Another really big one that I did mention before is I didn't know when the phone had actually unlocked. I just looked down, saw that it was unlocked, and then had to go back and repeat the pins that I'd tried. A way to solve that would be to have some kind of camera watching it. Now, I could use the front camera of an Android phone. I could place it on the screen of the locked phone, and it could detect when the colors change, because the average color of the lock screen should be different from the unlocked Android OS. And then finally, it'd be great to develop a nice GUI, something that's a bit easier to use for everyone. Okay, so what about contributions? Well, I really like it when people reach out to me or they open issues. So I've had a lot of people reach out and ask me about specific phones, and I've worked with them over time trying to tell them to see what keys are being recognized by the phone. And in some cases, people are going out there buying OTG cables, and then they're plugging in keyboards and they're just trying them out, and that's great. In other cases, people are just kind of trying different things by sending keys, and they're typing these commands on their NetHunter phones slowly and then trying to figure it out that way, and it can be pretty hard. But I can't do this without the community, because I just don't have that many phones. Now, with Vlad, it was great. He contacted me and we spent quite a bit of time talking, and I sort of tried to help him on guide him through his self-educating of mobile forensics and Android security. So Vlad had access to the cyber forensics lab in Vancouver, which had a lot of phones in it. And some of these phones were test phones, and other phones were actually for cases. So the police had got this phone as evidence in a case, and it had just been sitting around on a shelf, and it had never been unlocked. And even though he did have some commercial tools, the expensive ones that are meant to work, they didn't work on some of these older phones, but he thought the Android pin brute force would. So that was his main motivation. So what about the ethical implications? Well, Ken Thompson, back in 1988, said that the act of breaking into a computer system has to be the same social stigma as breaking into a neighbor's house. And it should not matter that the neighbor's door is unlocked. Well, I really like this quote because it opens the door for ethical breaking in. And you might ask, well, who would use this ethically? Well, first of all, people who need to break into their own home, or people who survive a person who's passed away. Law enforcement need it. And of course, consultants, people like us. We need to be able to hack into phones too. So thank you for listening to my talk. Please go to my GitHub project page, click the star, and please also go to morningstarsecurity.com/news for all your favorite IT security news sources. I've got them all there on one page in a big aggregator bookmarker. And finally, please reach out to me if you are one of these people that has an old phone sitting in that desk drawer that you've just forgotten about for years. I would be interested to know if it works or not, or if we can work together to make a config file for your phone that does work. Okay, thank you. And yeah, please ask me any questions on Discord. Thanks.
Okay, everyone, thanks for joining us back here again. We're going to go over to Ian Dixon's talk now on how to build your own sock.
And good day to BSides Perth. My name's Ian Dixon. Firstly, I'd like to acknowledge that I'm hosting this talk from the traditional lands of the Ngunnawal people and pay my respect to elders both past and present. But thank you guys for having me. Look, unfortunately, I can't be with you because, as you can probably tell, I'm in Canberra and I'm stuck at home, which is why you can see the mess that is my house behind me. But look, I've been really excited to speak to BSides Perth again. I came down in 2019, and this that I'm presenting today is a result of some work that I've been doing over the last couple of years. I'm really keen to share that with you all. Firstly, I will say apologies if you see dogs running through the background, although I'm sure apologies aren't needed. They are a bonus, shall we say, for your work today. But let's get started. So my talk today is based around building security operations capabilities. Now, you'll notice I didn't say security operations centers, although the two things are explicitly linked. It is something that we'll debate a little bit very shortly about the difference between, well, the definition essentially of what a security operations center is. But make sure I click the right screen. This is going to get me. So what will I be covering today? So essentially, we're going to do a bit of a definition of our terms. What is a security operations capability or a security operations center? And then we're going to be talking about what is the most important question you need to start with. So you could ask any question and we'll give you a bit of a scenario, but what is the most important question? And then once we've talked about that, we're going to start talking about, well, what do you do after you've answered that question? And then the final piece, and the piece that I want to spend the most amount of time on, is providing my experience on some really clear gotchas. So things that you don't necessarily think of, but that can really trip you up depending on what you're trying to build. The key point here is they're not technical gotchas. So they're primarily about people and process, but technically, you should generally be fine. Building a SOC from a technical perspective has some difficulties, but it's the people and the process piece that can trip you up. Now, what makes me qualified to know about SOCs? And I try and include this. And as you can see from the diagram on the right, I'm not quite up to 20 years in IT and cybersecurity, but based on the color of my hair and the color of their hair, I'm getting there. But basically, I've spent 10 years of my life and 13 years in IT and 10 years in cybersecurity, and I've had a range of positions. So I've been a researcher and a research engineer at the Australian Department of Defence. I've also been the Assistant Director for Cyber Threat Intelligence Capability at the Department of Defence. That's where my experiences from my previous talk around cyber threat intelligence came from. I then transitioned to private industry and became a scummy contractor and became the Security Operations Centre lead at Leidos Australia for one of our customers. And most recently, I've actually been the chief cyber architect of a SOC program for Leidos. So building a SOC from the ground up. And that's part of where my experience has come from. Currently, I am a full spectrum cyber lead for Leidos Australia. I sit with the CTO, and my job is to help support programs and projects in developing their capabilities and developing what I call cyber excellence. So being the best that they can within the realm of cybersecurity. As a little footnote, yes, I'm also the founder of ComfyCon AU. We ran 2 conferences last year as a result of COVID cancelling a number of conferences. We're probably not going to do one for the rest of the year unless Shannon gets me drunk or Nige gets me drunk. But watch this space and we'll be looking at doing one again in the future. And of course, the traditional disclaimer, this presentation does not represent the views of my employer, nor am I going to talk about any of the secret sauce. Sorry. So let's get started off. What is a security operations capability? And this is a definition from Wikipedia, but it's actually from a piece of research that was aimed at defining what a SOC is. And I've highlighted a couple of pieces here. I won't read it out because hopefully everyone can read. But essentially, a centralized unit. So the idea behind having a SOC is it's a central group of people. It is bringing together of a number of disparate capabilities into a single, I wouldn't say necessarily physical location, but in terms of an organizational construct. They're there to deal with security issues on an organizational and technical level. So they're not there just to find incidents and resolve them and remediate them. They're also there to help support the organization in its goals for cybersecurity. That could be through governance and compliance, that could be through engineering, that could be through a whole range of different things. The three main building blocks, and you've heard me mention this before, and I will keep harping on about them. Three main building blocks: people, process, technology. Without one of those building blocks, or with a deficiency in one of those building blocks, the capability isn't going to be as effective as it could be. And finally, it's for managing and enhancing that organizational security posture. A SOC is ever evolving. A SOC or a security operations capability is always there to improve, to learn lessons, to make sure that they can take the next threat, the next change. I should point out at this stage, there was going to be a competition between myself and Cairo regarding puns. However, it turns out I actually don't know that many puns when it comes to SOCs. So I'm going to be trying to take the crown of most memes in a presentation, but I'm sure somebody else will beat me, sorry. So a SOC, based on that definition, can include a wide range of different things. It's not just what you might traditionally think as an incident response capability, but it can include a threat intelligence capability to make sense of what's happening in the external world, but also to bring together the internal campaign information and make sense of it. They can also be the interface to the rest of the organization through a governance, risk, and compliance function, whether that be through something like an ISO 27001 construct or an information security manual construct. It's providing that organizational policy and framework. Engineering and architectures is definitely something I see in there, both internally facing, i.e. making sure that the tools that are developed for the SOC to enable the SOC are there, but also to ensure that the patterns and the security architectures for the rest of the organization are developed in consultation with the operators, the people who are going to be actually defending those systems. Vulnerability management and penetration testing, I don't think you'll find much argument from many people on those. The interesting one is ITSM. And the reason I bring that up is ITSM or ITIL or whatever framework, SIAM, let's throw a whole bunch of buzzwords in here, is the interface to the rest of the IT business. And so a SOC needs to operate within that. It doesn't necessarily have to follow ITSM or ITIL, but you need to make sure that you understand that when you want to go talk to another area, whether that be the area that runs endpoints or the area that runs computing infrastructure, they will use ITIL or ITSM. And that is the language that you need to talk to. And really, once you get to that point, everything is driven by the organizational requirements. No SOC is like any other SOC. You basically build your SOC using a combination of the Lego bricks that you've gone above and many more in order to make sure that you get the SOC that fits your requirements. So I said before, what is the most important question to start with? And let's start with a bit of a scene. So this is not actually something that has happened. It's more likely that it's a client, but imagine my boss has come to me in the vein of, I believe it's Nico from Grand Theft Auto, and said, "Hey, ICD, it's me, your boss. Make me a SOC." Cool. All right, what the hell do I do? And so I wanted to ask a bit of a group of people what they thought. And so I did what everybody else does as a thought leader or a thought leader. I put out a LinkedIn question. And there were some interesting responses, and shout out first to Dwayne for this amazing response. I don't quite think this is how you're supposed to use cyber insurance, to be honest. I think you're supposed to yeah, anyway, but there's some really good answers on that thread, and I'm happy to share the link. But essentially what I was trying to get at, or I was trying to understand, is probably the next piece. And there's some really good smart people on this list. I highly encourage you, if you're not already following them, to look at people like George, who of course is presenting, Andrew Scully, Ed Farrell or Faz. Mickey's even pretty good as well for a vendor. Sorry, Mickey. But why do you need a SOC, right? Your boss can come to you and say, I need a SOC, but really fundamentally, you need to understand why. And the reason for that is a SOC is not just some shiny thing that's going to make all your problems disappear. A security operations capability or a security operations center, let's just say from now on, we're going to use the word center, builds upon existing capabilities that an organization has within security. It's not just something you can build in 30 seconds with no budget and make it work. It's something that needs to be integrated into the business operations of the organization. But more often than not, what actually happens, it's probably not more often than not, but what most people see is a bit of this. CISO is probably the wrong title, I'll admit. It's probably more board or CEO, but you hear about this sweet new SOC, and you go, sweet, I can have that, and I can ignore potentially some of the basic cyber hygiene concepts that need to be implemented. That's not the way it is. You really need to build upon an existing strong foundation of cybersecurity to make your SOC the most effective it can be. So understanding the why is really important for a number of reasons. Understanding the why gives you the direction you require to ensure that when you're building your SOC with the building blocks that I talked about before, you're including the right building blocks. It also gives you a really good idea of what the prioritization from management is. So some management are looking for, we want to integrate incident response into our activities, or we want to have a strong governance, risk, and compliance function. I'm not saying it's the right answer from them, and this is where you will have to do stakeholder management and, maybe a bit of managing upwards or managing sideways if they're a client. But it gives you this understanding and gives you that base level of knowledge that you need to be able to build moving forward. It also gives you a bit of a rough idea on budget. Now, budget when it comes to security operations is a bit of a sore subject, and there are a few gotchas around that I'll be talking about later. But all of these things and the fundamental question of why, the business purpose, what you are looking at doing will drive the actual implementation of a SOC. The other thing about it is having a clear understanding of language from the very beginning means that you understand what your management is actually expecting. So if your management is expecting purely an incident response capability, then you know that that's what they want. And you can build on that. You can talk about the other requirements as well. Sorry, itchy nose. But if your management is expecting something that's more, threat intel or all those kind of capabilities, again, it gives you that understanding. Being able to understand what somebody wants is pretty important. And the fact that SOC has been such an overloaded term or it's such a misused term can cause a lot of these issues. And so moving forward, having that base level definition is almost your guiding principle. I'm not saying it doesn't change, but I'm saying that it's the way in which you can then interact with your stakeholders to ensure that they know what you are building and that you're building to what they want. And also, if there are issues, they can understand why there are issues. So you've got the why. Sorry, I've got a very itchy nose. You've got the why. Well, what do you do next? Well, I'm not going to go into a huge amount of details because I really want to focus on those gotchas. But essentially, as I said before, there are 3 or 4 main capabilities of an operations center. And I covered 3 of these before, but the other one's actually data. So you need to make sure that you have the visibility and the understanding of the organization for you to do the mission that you require on that organization. There's no point doing incident response if you can't see endpoints or you can't see the network traffic. Like, you can do it, but it's very difficult. So again, the why question drives the things you require as part of that capability. People is a really important part of that as well. If you are building towards a governance, risk, and compliance function or a penetration testing function, you focus your efforts on hiring those kinds of people. One of the big works that I've been doing over the last couple of months is getting people to understand that a cyber person is not interchangeable necessarily with another cyber person. A really great example of documentation that helps you support that view is a thing called the NIST NICE documentation. So National Institute of Standards and Technology. I think it's the National Initiative to Cyber something. And what that provides you is a list of job roles and the key experience areas and the key knowledge areas for those job roles. Then you can start saying, I need this kind of person to fulfill this role. Now, this is kind of straightforward for you and I, the people who are in this room who have done cybersecurity before. It's getting, again, management or other areas that you have to convince, whether that be HR, whether that be a client. You know, a client may ask for a SOC but not actually understand what they're asking for, to understand what that capability is broken into. Defining the processes is a very key part as well. And we're not just talking about the incident response processes, but we're also talking about, you know, how they interact with customers, how they do knowledge management, how they provide feedback when, you know, an architecture is received, or how they interact with, you know, other areas of the business who are building capabilities. All of these kind of processes are key, and honestly, those are the ones that I find that are missed the most when people are building stuff. You kind of assume that you'll make the processes up as you go, or you rely on that really dangerous of things, which is corporate knowledge. And when I say corporate knowledge, I don't mean in a wiki, I mean in someone's head. They become the most important person to the organization and then they leave. So understanding processes is not just, you know, making sure you actually understand them, but you have ways of updating them, you have ways of recording them, you have ways of building the lessons learned into that. And then, as I said earlier, the technical capability and tools piece to me is not a difficult problem, but maybe that's because I'm primarily a technical person and I'm coming from that direction. But a SOC is you have a pretty good understanding of what kind of tools you need to run a SOC these days. You need some kind of SIEM. You probably need some kind of case management tool. Ticketing systems are just not up to scratch anymore. You need things like those basic endpoint protection capabilities and network protection capabilities. If you're doing governance, risk, and compliance, you probably want some kind of enterprise risk management product. The list here is endless, and it's not really the focus, but essentially when you've got the people, the processes, and the data, that should drive the technical capability and tools, not the other way around. I'm a great believer in the fact that your tools are picked based on what you're doing, not the other way around. And you know, I have a habit of upsetting vendors when I say, what's the business case for this actual tool? Like, how does this actually help me? Not, you know, what does it do? The other thing to keep in mind is probably a bit of information that I've shown before, not in this presentation. I'm sorry it's cut off a little bit. But it's understanding who your threats that are likely to target you are. You know, a bit of threat modeling never really hurt anyone, but it can be a difficult thing to do. But if you're an organization that is, you know, looking to defend against tier 1 script kiddies, non-malicious actors, maybe a bit of tier 2, you probably actually don't need a SOC. You probably just need some extra capabilities for detection. You need someone monitoring those capabilities, don't get me wrong. But if we're talking about a full SOC construct with a whole bunch of people and management, it's probably not something you need. But then again, if you're saying that you're going to aim to defeat those tier 6 adversaries, you're never going to have enough budget nor enough people to be able to do that. So it's a balancing act that helps you, again, prioritize what you're looking for, but also to quite honestly justify and explain to your management or the customer that you can't defend against everything. And that's a really important thing to start thinking in mind, is the SOC is going to let something through the goal. That's not a question, that's a statement. And being able to get people to understand that just because you have a SOC doesn't mean the system is secure and nothing's going to get through. I think people are starting to come on board with that now. There's been a lot of work when it comes to boards understanding this and management understanding this, but it's still something that needs to be made really crystal clear. There is no single golden bullet. It is about bringing everything together into a single cohesive capability, which includes SOC, which includes cyber hygiene, which includes architectures, all those kind of things, to provide that single capability for defending a system. So I've spent a lot of my time over the past couple of years building SOCs. So a variety of different customers, small, big networks, little networks, different data. And so there are some real things that can come up that can really change your solution or drive a certain direction. And so I really want to provide these to you guys to provide you some thoughts. I'm not going to give you the answers, but it's things to make you think about. If you're asked the question, I want to build a SOC, what are some of the things, what are some of the actual real problems that come up with actually building that SOC? And so the first one is about timeframes. I've been asked in the past to build security operations centers in very, very little amounts of time. We're talking months. The fact of the matter is, no matter how much money you throw at a SOC, building a mature one is going to take time. It's I can use the analogy of a fine wine or a smelly cheese. It doesn't matter what environment you put it in, it's just going to take time. And so there are a number of challenges when you're building in a new environment, you're building a new SOC, that ultimately you can't just make them go away. And so things like getting all the data you need and the visibility across the organization is a huge challenge, making sure that your agents are installed across endpoints, you go through the change management processes, all those kind of things that are just IT problems take time. The development and refinement of SOPs through use and anger, and I'll talk a bit more about SOPs later. Sorry, I'm just really itchy. Because they're having dogs who haven't turned up. I'm sorry. I'll make sure they turn up at some point. Where was I? Development and refinement of SOPs. No matter how well you write a SOP, until you use the SOP, it's useless. You can write a perfect SOP and then somebody will find an issue with it when they actually use it in anger. And so you need to have that time to write the SOPs, but also evaluate the SOPs, review them, conduct lessons learned, all those kind of things. The other part of it is you might write a SOP and then not use it for months and months and months or even years. And so you really need to be able to have that capability to build upon that moving forward. The other part of it is actually the traditional forming, storming, and norming of a team. If you're bringing together a brand new capability with brand new people, you may have a couple of people that are there to start with, but you're building a new team, or multiple teams, in fact, if you're including those building bricks. And then teams within teams, if you also want to bring in a shift roster structure as well. That is something that takes time to work to an effective capability. It's not something that you can get working on day one. The other part of it is a SOC is never finished. As I said earlier, SOCs take time to evolve. You find new threats, new technologies, new ways of working, all these kind of things. A SOC needs to always evolve, and so it's never finished. You can never put a stake in the ground and say, the SOC is done, we're not doing anything else with it. And so the important thing around that I will say is it's really important with management to have a realistic time frame and be very clear on what the definition of done is. That's the term from Agile. I'm kind of stealing it now. But the idea being, you need to be clear with everyone what the expectations for day one of operations is. Now, your expectation may be, I just want everyone to get in the environment and start looking at stuff. Like, we may miss stuff from the start, all these kind of things. And again, it's being clear about that. So everyone is on the same page and knows that from day one, you will not be effective. Because it's true. I don't know of a SOC that on day one was the most effective that it could be. Unless you were taking a pre-existing team and then applying it to a new customer, for example. But even then, you find new things and you evaluate new things. The second gotcha. Hiring. Oh, this is one that has caused me a lot of pain in the past. So your hiring location is going to be a significant factor in resourcing. If you choose to build a SOC in Canberra City or Melbourne, a brand new one right now, you're going to have issues. And I know this because I've tried to build one recently. The problem is just finding the right people. Even if you're willing to invest in training, even if you're willing to make sure that you provide the right salaries, getting the right people is a very difficult thing to do right now because you still need to have a mixture generally of junior staff and senior staff. And frankly, the senior staff right now are just stretched very thinly. This is also really intimately linked to a security clearance or any kind of other clearance, whether that be an ATO or, working with children, all these kind of little things that can come up in terms of a clearance of some kind. If you are hiring with one, there'll be less people. If you're not hiring with one, you need to make sure that you include that within your timeframes, because potentially that person will be employed by you, but not able to work on tools for that period of time. So, if they require access to a classified system and they don't have the clearance, they can't touch that system. The other important point that I'll say there is make sure you actually do market test your salaries and start off with reasonable figures. If you go in with dumb amounts of money, and when I say dumb amounts of money, I mean low amounts of money, you're not going to get anyone, and you're just not going to get anywhere. Again, one of the personal plights, I guess, that I've been on recently is getting people to understand the value. And I will say here, there is a balance between the value that the person holds in themselves and a realistic value. Some people say that they're worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, and that's not a realistic amount of money. But that's where the market testing comes in, with understanding a larger group of people in order to make that decision. Again, you may knock some people out, you may not include some people, but it's about being clear from the beginning what you're expecting. Being clear from the beginning so management understand what they're paying for. Because there will be people who'll go, holy crap, that's a huge amount of money. Why are we spending that amount of money? And it's being able to justify that not only to the people who are applying, but also to your own management. Shift rosters. I can't remember the guy's name now, but that's Clerks 1. I'm not even supposed to be here today. Fundamentally, the operating hours are one of the biggest factors that I've found to manpower. So if you're operating 9 to 5, 5 days a week, that's pretty easy, because you can have one team of incident response analysts, one team of engineers, one team of governance, risk and compliance, all those kind of things. If you move to 7 to 7, it's probably a bit more difficult. You can do 12-hour shifts, but the problem with 12-hour shifts is there's a whole calculation. I don't have the calculations with me, but this is, again, where you get somebody who's an expert in, that's not me, and they work it out with you. But 7 to 7, 12-hour shifts, you need to have 2 teams, essentially. So you need to have, say, if you have a team, if you minimally need a team of 3 people, you'll need 6 people to hire. 24 hours, 7 days a week. Now, there's a couple of different ways of doing this, but the best one, the simplest way is probably a 5-shift roster. So then you need 5 teams. So instead of going from 3 people to 6 people, you've now gone to 15 people. Yeah. So you need to have 15 people just to cover that shift roster. That's not including holidays, illness, and other factors. So if your workload is 3 people, you actually need to potentially employ 4 people to make sure that if someone's away, they can cover that workload. And if you're employing 15 people to do 5 shifts, 3 people per shift, you potentially need to have a couple of people on call as well. This is where you can absolutely blow out the costings of a SOC. And it really comes down to those requirements earlier on. What do we need a SOC for? What is the business purpose? Who are we also defending against? Now, there are people who also say, oh, we can cut some corners, we can have 1 person and it'll be fine. I would really strongly, 0, thank you. I would really strongly recommend not doing that. And the reason for that is they could leave. If you're not providing them the ability to take the time off that they require, they could choose to entirely leave. Excuse me. I'm not cutting this, by the way. I'm leaving this the way it is because you're getting the full view of what real life is like. Ha! So ideally, you need between 2 and 3 people for each skill set. So if you have a particular AV vendor and you're using that vendor in your environment, you need to actually have potentially up to 2 or 3 people just to cover that one product. Now, again, you can multi-skill, but when you think about, networking, for example, we're very entrenched in the ways of, you have a Cisco engineer, you have a Palo Alto engineer, you have all those kind of things. But fundamentally, this is where you really need to be clear on what your expectations and what you need are, because this can really bite you, especially if you start bringing SLAs and metrics into it. Cannot overstate that enough. Training. I have no idea what I'm doing. But you can't just rely on vendor and external training. You can't rely also that the person is coming to you fully trained. There's a whole bunch of stuff that you need to take care of that's just about your own organization. Timesheets, sick leave, HR, all those kind of things. Onboarding is really important to take into account when you're bringing someone on. They're not going to be effective for a couple of weeks until after they've started, depending on the organization. And then really you've got to start focusing on training at a large space, i.e. you've got your generic training, your sizes, all those kind of things, and then breaking it down more and more as you go down into a specific vendor training. Developing individual training plans is probably a really key part of this as well. So having a good understanding when you bring someone on and laying out what their career is going to look like, where they want to go, and also the training that fits that in. That's not just about making sure that you're effective as a SOC. That's also about retention of people. Because there are not enough positions out there and there's so many opportunities for everyone, you really need to look at how you're going to differentiate to your people as well. Shift hours is one of them. Training is another. And so, getting a free training license for something like a Cybrary or something, $500, and then giving it to them so that when they're really quiet in the evening, when there's no alerts or anything to do, they can do a bit of training, is also a really good bonus for them. SOPs. I kind of covered this a bit earlier, but I'll go through it again. People leave, things change, corporate knowledge can change between one person and another. Like they can have completely different views on how to do a process. And so having a knowledge management strategy is probably one of the first things I would do, because it drives all your other knowledge management capture activities moving forward. And that's about knowing how we should capture information, whether we should put it in random little text files on somebody's document. Please don't do that. Don't put text files on a desktop or in an Excel spreadsheet or something like Confluence. But then even just saying use Confluence is not an effective way of making sure that the information is captured properly. Review processes, both in terms of time, but also in terms of people, is also pretty critical in that as well. And then what should be captured? Like to what level? You can be really granular and describe the exact buttons, but certain analysts don't like that because they feel like they're being told what to do. But also you start opening yourselves up for inefficiencies in the process. There is a balance between the two. Tools will help with this. So SOAR and automated playbooks, the ability to embed an SOP with a process and describe a process flow is one of the best inventions I've seen for the last 10 years. I 100% support people who want to do it. The caveat with that is you need to make sure that you should focus on getting the processes rather than the integrations first, i.e. making sure that you capture accurate processes and then start integrating other tools into it. Because if you wait for the tools to be integrated, it's going to take forever. And I think this is the final one, but metrics. If you are building any sort of thing, you're going to be measured on it. Whether or not you know about it, you're going to be measured on it. And so metrics are a key way to indicating to management and your customers, your clients, your own people of the success of a SOC. I've got it in really big letters there. It should probably be in bigger letters. Do not use numbers of incidents or numbers of alerts. You can't really make a decision based on those two numbers. Your number of incidents goes up. Well, either you're detecting more because your SOC's actually doing a lot better, or there's more happening that month, or a whole bunch of other reasons. You really need to focus on building metrics that are useful to make decisions on. A great example of where, again, that's a fall down is when you've actually built a SOC, you'll actually have a high number of incidents probably compared to previous months if there was some kind of monitoring. And the reason why is because you're actually doing something about it. You're actually putting effort in. It's not because of any other reason other than you're finally starting to capture this information. It'll go down. Well, that's kind of an obvious thing because hopefully you'll be implementing more security controls. So look at building metrics that measure elements of the process. So things like if you're using the PyCell methodology, time to identify, time to contain, time to remediate. Those are really good ones that allow you to understand where the potential bottlenecks of a process are. So to understand where the process potentially requires more support, whether that be from a human perspective or from a tooling perspective. Machines vulnerable above the agreed baseline. Measuring the number of CVEs on a machine is not a helpful thing. Again, a machine can be vulnerable, but it's not a risk. If you've read the CTI presentation I gave last year, it gives you a bit more context. Side note, and this is a really key one, and it will make sense to you if you ever get in this situation. If you're in an ITIL ITSM organization, make sure that you measure and you capture incidents, which is an ITIL and ITSM term, separately to security incidents. They're not the same thing. I've had many an argument about this one. A security incident cannot 100% be treated the same way as an ITIL or an ITSM incident. And this is really good timing. I've got 4 minutes left, which is perfect. So in closing, a SOC is a building block for anything you want. There we go. There's some dogs. I did promise. A SOC is whatever you want it to be. A SOC is not some defined construct. But it needs to be driven by what management wants or the customer. And the idea is that you then build the SOC based on what they want. And so to do that, you need to understand what the purpose is. Like fundamentally, if you don't know why you're doing a thing, you can't really do the thing. And it is that integrated model of people, process, data, technology. If you don't have the right people, everything else falls apart. If you don't have the right data, everything else falls apart. So focusing on one of those elements is not a great way to start. You want to build all of them to a certain level, a certain maturity, and then start incrementally increasing all of them, not just one. And finally, look, I've had some really tricky situations in the past. You can see them from the things that you've seen in this presentation. And I hope they can provide you with some examples of where you need to focus in the future if you're in this sort of area. And like the meme on the right-hand side is, these are my mistakes I have made in the past. I hope you can learn from them. And look, thank you very much for listening to me. Again, big shout out to the team at BSides Perth. Thank you for making it so that even though I'm stuck in my house in Canberra, I'm able to speak to you guys on a subject that I'm really passionate about and hopefully provide you with some background information that can really support you. I'm really looking forward to coming across to Perth again in the future, hopefully when, I don't know, we have vaccine passports or metal cuffs around our knees or whatever the situation is. But I hope you have a really great conference, and I hope this has been really helpful. Thanks very much. And good day to BSides Perth. My name's Ian Dixon. Firstly, I'd like to acknowledge that I'm hosting this talk from the traditional.
Cool, thanks Ian. And that was a really good talk, thank you. After working in a SOC, I can feel your pain something to talk about, which is great. So up next we've got Alice, and sorry, I'll remember the title of your talk. Shifting security left, right, up, down, and everywhere. So if you don't mind, just give us a second. We'll just set up. And that's right. It depends what you've got playing out. turn both microphones up.
Test. All the VPN stuff. So how do we do this before?
So you hit that. The video.
Oh, the video.
Thing first. Just refresh it. Yeah, you got the password.
BSides Perth.
Share screen. Okay, thanks everyone. I've got Alice, and are we good to kick off, dolls?
Uh-oh, that's not quite. That's not quite.
Oh, no, that's okay. So, can you make your slides full screen, or do you need the notes?
I need the presenter notes as well.
Normally,
is it like display or something? Do extended desktop?
oh yeah, if you instead of you can always mirror it like that. Yep, always do that. As long as you're
Hey everyone, thanks. Before I get started, I just want to make a public service announcement and let you know that I will actually not be speaking about this lovely CVE today, nor will I be answering questions about it. But I will be giving you a peek into the Atlassian security team and the operations, and then my role in that as well today. So, shifting security both left, right, up, down, and pretty much everywhere was really about not only shifting security left into the development and design process and baking security in from the beginning and into the design and the architecture, but also right over to our customers and our community, which is a really good place to focus and where my previous roles in cyber have also focused on, educating the community. But then also shifting security up. And I'll explain a concept that I've borrowed from a previous industry that I used to work in, health and safety, and how we can always shift it up the hierarchy of controls. And our focus should be up the hierarchy of controls.
And then down, I had to figure something out for this one as well because I put it in there, so deeper into the layers of security that we always like to apply for a defence in depth strategy, and pretty much everywhere. So firstly, my name is Alice White. I am a security training manager as Atlassian since January, and I work as part of the trust, culture and training team. At a little company, a little software company called Atlassian, and it was started and run by 2 uni mates with a mission to unleash the potential of every team across the globe. So I could give you the boring corporate version of my career history, but you can find that on LinkedIn. So what I wanted to do this morning, this afternoon, well, it might be morning wherever you're watching on YouTube. Where are you, people? Is tell you a little bit about me and my current reality and what it's like working for Atlassian, because hopefully that might be of interest to you. So firstly, I'm a proud West Aussie, and I've worked and lived many places across the world, but I seem to have this honing beacon back to Perth. So I love it, and I also think we have pretty cool things called quokkas here. They're the best, and actually Australia just named their most powerful supercomputer after the quokka recently, which is also in Perth. Also about me, I love to make hats, usually for fashions on the field and going to the races. But I also love wildflowers. So this is what happens when you combine the two. And it was, at the back there you can't quite see it, but it's a eucalyptus sort of mullet. That's what got yelled out, nice mullet, when I walked into the party. So that kind of stuck more than the veil that I was going for. And that's my better half there and there. Another part of the reality is work from home life. So this is about 6 o'clock in the morning, and courtesy of Atlassian's policy of anyone can work anywhere in the world, which is very cool. It means I have some early morning meetings with my manager in San Francisco. So this is at 6 a.m, my pup saying good morning. Then she says hi to everyone as well and starts telling me it's time for breakfast because it's almost 6:30. And then she tells me that my Zoom meetings are really boring because I'm still talking about security, and can you just shut up and go feed me? And you can see that I've got some really good use of my SIS textbooks that I haven't quite done yet. This is post-breakfast, and it's all nice and calm in the house for maybe the next half an hour or so, and that's this is the brother-sister combo that we decided to get of Border Collie Labradors. So yeah, that's after breakfast. Anyway, some work stuff. Generally, you could say that I've been a career chameleon. I've gone through and worked for many organisations in many industries and changed my colours, changed my skills. So what I've brought from all of those roles into security, I think is really valuable. And so anybody else thinking about doing a career transition, there are so many skills that are transferable into security, so please make that mapping effort, take the time to do that mapping effort if you are thinking about coming across into the wonderful world of cybersecurity. I also think I've found my ikigai, which is a Japanese term that I'm really fond of at the moment, and it really shows that I can bring my my passion, my mission, and vocation and profession all together in one place. And so I get to do what I love every day, which is security. I thought this is where the cool kids are. What the world needs, we need a safer digital world for all generations. What I can be paid very well for, I think I'm very well compensated, and security does pay well. And also what you're good at. And I think I'm okay at what I do, but if I do make a mistake, that's okay because I'm passionate about it and a continuous learner. So I don't know everything, and nor does anybody else in this industry as well. So from my time in security, it seems to be a little bit more like security whack-a-mole than a strategic response to it. There never seems to be enough time to cover the issues and threats that we face in terms of people, processes and technology. So while it's great that we have security teams, they're always spread too thin. I think this is a common feeling amongst our teams anyway. So whether it's trying to keep up with the threats or the risky behaviours that well-intended but misinformed or uninformed users I don't really like using that word because it sounds like what they use when you're addicted to drugs. But anyway, we're one of the only industries that call them users, besides that industry. And fighting spot fires gets exhausting. I've seen the faces and heard the voices after a major incident response. And maybe a more strategic approach and shifting security so you get other people and sharing the knowledge to share the workload with you is a good way to do it. So there's first thing I want to talk about is a few of the risks that I look after and I focus on. So you've got this whole conference, and probably 2/3 of the talks at this conference are going to focus on managing the technology risks through examples X, Y, and Z up on the screen. But what I focus on is the humans, which is how we can draw alignment from the values that a company has into the security team's mission as well. So I want to explain a bit more about that, Atlassian values, and how we draw that thread through. Behaviours. Designing behaviours is a really interesting concept, and it's what we use within our team and a model called the BJ Fogg behavioural design model. Love to have a chat with anyone after about using that model to make sure you've got your motivation, the ability and the prompt all converging at the right time to get the behaviour that you want. And you can actually design and understand why people do bad behaviours, or not the behaviours that you want them to do, or not the secure behaviours, using that model. It's really interesting. And then communications as well, that's really important. So I see so many, I've heard so many pen testers pull their hair out when they get asked to go back and pen test the same product that they did last year, and they say, what have you done, what have you actioned on that report that we gave you last year? Oh, nothing, but we need a pen test because it's a compliance requirement to do it annually. And they're what a waste of time, and who wants to waste their time when there's so many other things we could be covering in security as well. So getting that communications right and make sure that it's embedded as well as some of my focus is there. So these are the 5 Atlassian values, and I think they're pretty neat. So they guide what we do, what we create, and who we hire. Now, I want to make a distinction there that Atlassian doesn't hire on cultural fit. So a lot of the time in the hiring process, you'll hear about the cultural fit interview. Atlassian's does a values interview. So why I wanted to make that distinction is because culture can change over time, but values should remain pretty static as well. So over the nearly 20 years of Atlassian being around, these values haven't really changed. So that static nature is really important. I like to define culture as what people do or click or say when no one's watching. Just what they do, what their normal behaviour pattern is, because that's the way that they think. And culture is actually defined by the worst behaviour that management lets slide, or leadership just know it's happening but don't do anything about as well. So open company, no bullshit. We tell Atlassians they're going to have to do security training, and they're going to have to do also security training relevant to their role, something more technical depending on what their role is. Play as a team. Everybody from day one at Atlassian knows that security is everybody's responsibility, and there we go, spreading the love, the security love. But also security is a team sport. The security team can't be everywhere all the time, which is a theme that I've seen through a lot of the presentations here today. Be the change you seek. This is a really interesting one, and I see and hear this every day at Atlassian, where people will go above and beyond and just do things they no need to get done, or that they want to do because they can see that it will benefit and it's for the greater good as well. So it might be outside their remit. And then going back to build with heart and balance, we make sure we ship secure code and remediate vulnerabilities within those service level agreements that we are very transparent about, both with internally, with what our expectations are from product and development and engineering teams, but also with our customers as well. So last but not least is don't fuck the customer. Apologies. So we want to make sure we're providing customers with safe, secure and reliable products, of course. And so you know, just in case you have an interview in Atlassian one day, you'll have to give it examples of each of these. We're very fortunate, and I roll this one out multiple times in training already, and I've only been there 6 months, is that senior leadership support and communication, and it is recorded in a big town hall from 2 years ago, and it's still the being of some of all of our communications, where the CTO, who reports to the CEO, says security and reliability are greater than features. So when engineering teams are grooming their backlogs of all the things that they have to do, they take the security requirements that are sitting in there from pen tests or vulnerability funnel, which I'll explain later, whatever it might be, and the reliability issues that they have to fix as well for the next sprint. They are priority over features. So that's really clear from the CTO. Right, quick risk management 101. You can always treat your risks in 3 different ways. Slowly. Okay, so you can either mitigate them, you can transfer your risk, or you can accept your risk. This is going to play over and over again. Okay, so what it means to remediate your risk. You accept it to a tolerable level. It's a bit like a pain threshold. You take as many painkillers that you need to get it to where the pain is almost tolerable. That's a real mouth. It's a really hard one. I won't use that one again. Okay, transfer the risk or sharing the risk. You can share the risk with things like insurance policies where you share your risk with the insurer. So a lot of people in Perth, especially Perth drivers, go and get insurance for driving their cars on the road here because no one can merge onto the freeway like a zipper. So you're sharing that risk over the other bad drivers in Perth with your insurer. Okay, or you can accept the risk. And that means you can tolerate the risk for a certain level for a certain amount of time. So I just wanted to cover that risks before I go into where I borrowed from health and safety, because it's been around a lot longer, the hierarchy of controls. So it might not look familiar to you, but there's really good elements here which I think we can draw into our cybersecurity risk management. And again, make sure that we're being more strategic and always addressing the biggest risks or the threat that is imminent or the whatever else you might see as risky in your organisation, depending on your context as well. So cybersecurity has been around for a fraction of occupational health and safety research and outcomes and messaging and trials, etc. So I like to bring it back here. And always focus on elimination. So this is where we always want to work with the highest controls, those that eliminate the risk, of course, because they're going to be the most effective. So an example of elimination would be to physically remove the hazard. So if there's a trip hazard, there's cables lying across the walkway, you remove them, and people hopefully should not trip. I've seen people trip over their own feet as part of a health and safety manager role. You get all those fun incident reports. But anyway, you can eliminate the risk usually. You can substitute it, which is instead of having humans drive to those massive power line power poles and then climb up those to inspect all the high voltage lines, you substitute it with a drone, you fly that out there for your inspections there. So you substitute it. You substitute the human with technology at that point. You can engineer it, you can permanently fix a barrier around a pit so people don't fall in and hurt themselves, or you fill up the pit as an example of elimination so people can't even fall into it anymore. Administrative controls is about changing the way that people work through training, policies and procedures. Now, this is the area that I play in, and it doesn't sit super comfortably with me that I'm playing in not the most effective way to control the risk. We want to be shooting much higher up the hierarchy of controls to better manage our risks, right? And so it doesn't feel like that whack-a-mole. So when you've got a culture as well, so we think about what happens when no one is watching, you can provide the training and communicate about the policy and the procedures, but what really happens when you're not watching? So a lot of the time people will just hard code that password into their code. Same happens with health and safety as well. They'll cut the corner and not not do something that has been designed as part of the safe process. And the least effective is your PPE, that's like your high-vis jackets, right? So you might be able to walk around, but that won't stop you probably from getting an out-of-control truck hit you if you're working in some sort of environment that involves that they can't even see you, like the big mining trucks that Cairo mentioned and showed yesterday, that are that big that it's really hard to see a little person even in a high-vis jacket there, the scale. So bringing this into the cyber world, and now you've got the basics in the health and safety concept. An example of really how you could eliminate the risk would be actually removing tech debt. So, or you're removing outdated or unsupported software. Or you could do an application allow list to remove altogether that risky applications from your environment. But of course, the most effective things that you want to do, and elimination is usually the hardest thing to do. So we talk about the essential 8 controls in cybersecurity. Like, that's great to have all of them if you can do them. They're not easy for big, complex environments. And we have to remember the essential 8 was actually written for the small to medium enterprise, which is the majority of Australian businesses as well. So, but the goal should always be to eliminate. So what I love, an example in Atlassian is I was talking to one of our security champions the other day, and I asked him, what does he do in his 20% time? Does he do any security work in that? Now, 20% time at Atlassian is a cordon 20% of your time where you can do anything you want. You can finish a research, you can get back to whatever you were doing, like finish that line of code, finish that detection you were going to be doing, or yeah, just finish a research project. So he actually works on the tech debt, removing the tech debt for his team. And I was like, that's really cool. I like that because he's working so high up in the hierarchy of controls and actually eliminating the risks for the business. Just because it's, and what he does in his free time to do anything else, he does that. Substitution, so updating or upgrading your operating systems. So we know that hopefully newer operating systems have less vulnerabilities in them and are better tested, and then they have the patches that are going to better protect the organisation and the environment. And you become just that little bit harder of a target instead of that easier target. So when you get those spray attacks, you're just that little bit harder target. Next one is engineering, and this is where we play a lot in this space as well in cybersecurity, and we're already halfway down the hierarchy of controls. So it's middle of the road. So an example would be like an engineer configuring firewall rules to allow packets to pass or drop and be blocked at the wall because they're malicious. It could also be hot fixes, it could be updating your detection rules on certain cycles. The thing we have to be really careful about, though, with engineering controls is engineering is usually done by a human. As humans, unfortunately, we are flawed. So taking that into account, we have to make sure we monitor those engineering controls. And this is, of course, what a lot of our customers might ask us if they're going to use our software products or whatever SOC that they want to engage with. Tell me about your engineering controls. When were they last updated? And regulators often ask these as well. So it's really interesting that regulators and customers are asking about middle of the road. That's just a thought bubble that I had while preparing this as well. So shouldn't they be asking about some of the more higher impact and more effective controls that we have in there? Next one down is, of course, administration, and this is where safety and security play a lot. Just train people, and yeah, like that knowledge transfer will just be immediate, and they will put it into practice into their everyday lives, and take-home messages and messages that apply to the home do work better. But again, I'm not super comfortable that this is where I play. So my challenge is really to walk a mile in a lot of the different teams' shoes to get a feel for what their world is like and understand their vulnerabilities more specifically, especially in this role that I'm in at the moment, and how we can design controls to make their processes more simple and also give them doing things that they don't even know are there, like create platform security. Okay, it's all there for you. You didn't have to do a thing because we did a thing in the background as the security team. Okay, one more health and safety concept, if you'll indulge me, is a near miss. So hopefully this video will work. Maybe, maybe not. No. No. Did that work? Ooh. Oh! How do I... Is autoplay?
Yeah, it was about to play.
Oh, was it? Try one more time. Like that? I don't know, can I click it? Oh, there we go. Lesson learnt. So I really wanted to give you this it's a bit dark, I guess, but it gives you a really good visual example of what a near miss is in health and safety. I'll just give it a couple more moments and let it sink in. Okay, so in safety terms, a near miss is an event that doesn't actually cause harm, but has potential to cause some pretty serious harm or ill health. And so the difference between a near miss and an actual incident is usually only a couple of centimetres, a couple of seconds, or just sheer luck. One of those. So a lot of us being visual learners, I thought that would be a good way to demonstrate it. But near misses also have a really special place in the incident management framework or the response management framework in health and safety. They are treated just like a serious incident. There is a whole post-incident review. You pull senior executives, you pull subject matter experts in, you pull like-minded people who work on the same thing. You might even get other companies doing the same thing if it's that big a deal as well. You bring them all into the room, you workshop it, and hopefully you aim for that elimination control or substitution, and you work down the hierarchy of controls. But the amount of time and energy invested in dealing or responding to and investigating a near miss is almost as much as a serious actual incident there as well. So I wanted to think about like that and translate it into security teams concept. What we've done at Atlassian is treated red team ops. And the latest one at Atlassian was called The Big Misunderstanding. Let me take that away from there. Is to treat those red team operations as near misses. So I got to wrangle my way into a post-incident review, post this Operation Big Misunderstanding, where the whole loot of the red team was laid out, all the things that they'd found, all the juicy goodness and compromises and account details and accounts that they'd cracked. And it was just a really interesting insight that only these 30 people in this room in this post-incident review were going to determine the learnings from this and actually go away and do the learnings. I think never let an incident go to waste. So how do we make this accessible, this content and these learnings to the whole company? So not only was the red team's like juicy details then given it's an open company, no bullshit, there was a whole blog, a technical blog from the red team about what they found in high detail and how they got there as well in the timeline. There was the blue team or the incident response team's response to that and how they connected and discovered them after multiple days. So it was a 24/7 high severity incident that the red team kindly caused the blue team. Apparently there's no love lost, but okay. So I thought that was really interesting not to share this wider and further. So we did this just-in-time training. It's a 15-minute bite-sized video that it's created on demand that starts out with, did you know that we have some friendly hackers lurking among us at Atlassian? And so this is to make the content more relevant to everyone across the business and not just this highly technical talk and outcomes that they were producing from these PIRs. The other thing that Atlassian does is red team camps. So post each of their operations, they bring the subject matter experts in and interested parties and management from the product or service that was affected by the red team or was the target of the red team operation. And the other thing that they do is invite the security champions, which is about 300, a network of 300 security champions at Atlassian. And it's one of the benefits that you get of being a security champion. You get invited to this closed circle red team camp where with all the things that the red team found, they explore what else you could have done with it or what else they could do with these different pieces of information and data and loot, let's call it. From their perspective. So you're just adding eyes and ears to the problem so we actually fix and become more resilient, because that's really what the red team's mission is to help the business become more resilient to attacks, because they are simulating the real world attacks there as well. Okay. Training. So there are 4 expectations at Atlassian for training. They are to lead and inspire, master the craft, drive outcomes, and have customer impact. So everybody has a growth plan at Atlassian. You might know this as professional development plans. And you really talk to your managers about those skills developments and the training that the growth plan might include. So every engineer is of a certain level, and you go from your P3, P4, P5, P6. And there's actually a line about secure coding that you must perform to reach each of those levels there. So what we've done is aligned our training, whether it's secure code training or secure development training or even things like this just-in-time training or cloud engineering. We've got AWS customized courses for Atlassian and security engineering at Atlassian as well. They actually align to your growth plan. So if you want a promotion, you have to demonstrate that you've done or you have the certification as well. So that's a really nice way to tie it to promotion, because developers always want to know what's in it for me when they're doing security training. Otherwise they're like, oh, it feels like it's forced upon them. Okay, there's 4 things that I always bring to the forefront when I curate training as well. So pathways. It's a pick your own or choose your own adventure pathway at Atlassian, depending on what your specialty is. It was a new challenge to me to having such a large technical population of a company. So about 80% of Atlassian's 8,000 staff are highly technical individuals working on code and in different environments every day, working on cloud products, data and server. So you really had to have something for everyone, which is not easy. I don't like doing this. I've already done that. And so training to everybody's level. So we've created a training pathway as well. So you can kind of choose your own adventure and follow a graph down. Relevant content. So this was I found this out very early. Nobody wants to do OWASP top 10 training. Okay, so what else can we do? Okay, Atlassian has this thing called Vulnerability Funnel, which just won an award, which is kind of cool, where it takes all of the different vulnerabilities from different sources, whether it's from a bug bounty, from BugCrowd, whether it's from a scanner, whether it's from red team ops, whether it's from someone found it just proactively, maybe inside the security team or maybe outside the security team because they're actually interested in security and they look at code with security lens as well. So it's a big funnel, and what it does is create tickets in, you guessed it, Jira. And that in that funnel, it gets enriched with data about what the product is, who's the security champion on that product, who's the engineering manager, and it actually spits out a ticket to them, so it's actually relevant to them as well. And within that ticket as well, we've also injected some Secure Code Warrior, which is another training platform, about the vulnerability class that's being noted in this vulnerability ticket. So you can, if a developer gets this and go, I have no idea, I've never heard about cross-site scripting, let's say, there's actually a training video right there and then that they can click on to start their journey and their learning into cross-site scripting. So it's sort of like that just-in-time training is injected into these vulnerability funnels, which helps them, of course, remediate it faster. Once they understand it, you can identify, find and fix quicker. So also from this vulnerability funnel, we had the Atlassian top 10 vulnerabilities. So, hey, that must be relevant content, right? So instead of doing OWASP top 10, we do the Atlassian top 4 because it needs to be bite size. Because of the next point, which is attention spans. 15-20 minutes is probably about the maximum as well. So I know you also have limited attention spans, so what I'm going to get you to do, 2-minute warning, is to maybe not stand up if you've only got 2 minutes left, because you can do that afterwards. They have very short attention spans. Then we have to make the training gamified as well. And gamified doesn't always mean that you have to incentivize it as well. So I found that a lot of developers are quite competitive, so we can put them in tournaments for secure coding. There's a leaderboard, there's an award, whether it's virtual or when we had in the office, it was like the fastest person, the fastest team who reported the phishing simulation that we sent out. Or we had Family Feud with all of our executives last year, which had nearly 1,000 people zooming in to watch the Atlassian executives take a security feud as well. So it can always be fun as well. So training feedback, I think this is really important because everybody asks about return on investment. Sometimes training can be quite expensive. So there's 2 questions that I always start with post the training that I develop. Did you add to your knowledge and skills by completing this training? So that's my most recent result, which I'm pretty proud of, with 50 respondents of the just over 100 people who did it. 98% of them, I think it says, actually learnt new skills by doing the training. Yes. Okay. The other piece you can do is really about that, is about Net Promoter Score. Anybody who's worked in a customer-centric organisation knows that Net Promoter Score, when you get that follow-up email or stay on the line for the one or 2 quick questions, would you recommend this training to your colleagues or your peers or somebody else doing the same role as you? I got a nice 42 MPS on the most recent training, which I thought was pretty good. So which means everybody gave 7 or above. Well, a lot of people, 90+% of them gave it 7 or above out of 10, which is pretty cool. The last thing that I think I will finish on will be how to measure success. So we measure developers' level of training and engagement, how much they interact with the platform. Hopefully reduction in vulnerabilities over time. We have a vulnerability class destroyer project where we focus on one vulnerability class and then try and destroy that by sort of overcompensating on the training and education and focus and ticket focus as well. And then we have the personalised risk scores coming as well, which will tell you if you're doing the secure behaviour things by the data points that we have about secure behaviours. You'll get it in your inbox every month to say whether you have a bit of work to do or you got there's a really cute little dragons that you get saying that you're exceptional and yeah, you're going to keep you're the champion of the security program. So I'm just not going to skip past reward and recognition though for training as well. Swag goes a long way. It's amazing what people do for a t-shirt. Seriously, I had like 4 people do my pilot and then I said you could have a t-shirt and there was 40 people within like 4 hours. I was like, okay, cool. Kudos is really important internally at Atlassian because it goes to the manager and gives them that kudos within their team, or they get called out at a team meeting or in their one-to-ones with their manager, and you get an Amazon or whatever gift card as well. And badges actually work quite well. So internally on their directory profiles, you get like a secure coding badge, level 1, level 2, white belt, green belt. And you're also the go-to person. You can filter the directory in the future about who's the security person or who's the security champion for that product. And badges externally as well that they can put on LinkedIn. Some people seem to like that, like the Credly ones for AWS and other things that you can do. Okay, wrapping up. Lessons learned, make sure your training has learning management functionality in there just to automate as much as you can and really correlate all your training over time as well to make sure you're improving. Customize the content because people will fall asleep if it's not relevant to them. So hopefully not too many of you are falling asleep because it's all of this not too relevant to you. Mandatory and baseline. Sometimes it's not easy to make training mandatory at an organisation. It's nice to have, and you have to make it so good that they just can't resist taking it, which is a challenge every day that I deal with. And have a baseline as well. That's another one we've worked really hard on. Make sure that it's a level playing field for everyone at the beginning, and then they can sort of step up from there. And then partner with your security champions as well. They are a network that are invaluable, and we must treat them like valuable members of the security team as well. And the way that we communicate and educate them and give them lots of extra love, or we give them special treatment in responding to their questions about security vulnerability remediation or anything special anyway. And swag as well. They love swag. Can't go away from that. So I hope that gives you an idea about how we're shifting security both left, right, up, down, and pretty much everywhere through things like the Security Champions Network at Atlassian. Thank you.
Probably got time for one question. Just while we try and do the transition, which is going to be a painful one.
Yeah, again, plus one to everything you've spoken about there. We've got a very similar program, Secure Code Warrior, awesome product. What was your biggest challenge? You spoke about your vulnerability funnel, and we've got something similar, but what was your number one biggest challenge? I know what ours is, but what was yours in trying to implement something like that?
Now, I wasn't part of building that vulnerability funnel, and I just get to use the end result of it. But the most recent updates to that are how we deal with the remediation times as well. And when you get a tsunami of tickets, if you have a vulnerability that appears and affects a lot of things, is really the best way, instead of just flooding them with tickets, giving them early releases or stage gating the releases as well, because people are feeling overwhelmed by the amount of tickets that are created through this funnel, especially from scanners or from a major vulnerability. So working with that remediation time so they don't get a black mark on their scorecard for security for not remediating all their vulnerability tickets, I think that's really what we have to get right and keep reviewing.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Just challenge me.
Oh, thank you. Oh,
Unmute YouTube on there.
All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome to my talk, Product Security in Australia. I'm Cole Cornford. Nice to meet you all virtually. Talk's meant to be a little bit of fun, so it's pre-recorded. Feel free to ping me during it, since I wasn't able to, unfortunately, make it over to Perth. I guess the lockdowns, that's how it is. So yeah, a little bit about me, I guess, would be a good start. So I used to go traveling before we were stuck in this situation. Yeah, so I've been to Germany, I've been to Japan, I went to this place. It's not as cool as you think. So I've picked up more domestic hobbies recently. Just this is a few blocks away from my house. I guess it's lockdown hasn't been the most exciting. I did win a free coffee once, so that was good. A few days later, I got married, so that was really awesome as well. So this is me and my wife. So I write about application security, product security, just whatever I feel like, whenever I get inspired. And every now and then I help out with the various OWASP chapters around, the Newcastle cybersecurity group, and yeah, just whoever needs it really. So I probably play or watch too many speedruns of games, so you'll see a lot of that kind of stuff in this talk. Sorry for those who aren't gamers, but yeah, just trying to make it a bit fun. Now about ProdSec. So I've been working in the space for about a bit over 6 years. So I've got a few years of software engineering work before I started in the security space. I've got a bit of an eclectic mix of companies, so it helps me understand the challenges that face a technology-focused company versus a technology-led company, right? So, yeah. So, product security. What is it? Let's see what a few of the experts in the space say. ProdSec is an interesting animal. It is a uniquely cross-disciplinary endeavor that spans policy, consulting, process automation, in-depth software engineering, and cutting-edge vulnerability research. It's from Mikhail Zalewski, VP of Product Security at Snap, which is a pretty well-known company a few years back. I think it's pretty accurate, this explanation. You basically do a little bit of everything. Another one would be from David Leno. So he says, ProdSec encompasses AppSec, as well as ensuring the product you're securing is safe to the end user. Secure configurations make sense. It's using secure defaults, configs are well documented, so on. There's, yeah, so many ways to actually approach product security, but I like to think that it's just doing the correct amount of engineering to make sure that your product is secure, right? And yeah, you got to balance security and helping your business succeed. And it's a bit hard, right? There's no clear framework for implementing it, at least with like, you know, with incident response frameworks and so on. You've got like the NIST standards, or you have, you know, the CSF. And it's not really, that kind of stuff doesn't really exist too much in product security because it's all very contextual and there's lots of different directions you can take. So I have to give some ideas about where you can go and what kind of controls you can implement and what works for me across a bunch of different types of organizations in this talk. So where do we begin? So let's start with where most people begin their journey, usually the title screen. So I joined a meetup group a few years back and I was asked the innocuous question. Well, I was like, how do you do code review? Since I was pretty much a fresh graduate at the ATO. I got a lot of responses from a bunch of the folk there. So some of the peeps are just like, run grep, it'll be fine. You'll find all the strings that match. Grep's great. Another person was like, dude, I don't know why you wouldn't use anything but Fortify. And you just do a check once every few months as part of the change process, and you'll find everything, right? Another person was like, look, don't worry about doing it yourself. Just hire a third party. They know this stuff. They'll figure it out. And the last person was just like, why are you even doing code review? Just use React. Like, it just fixes XSS. You don't need to think about it anymore. Just eliminate the bug class and you don't have to think about it. And like I'm sitting there as a fresh grad saying like, oh, just listening to all these folk talking past each other, and I'm like, no understanding of which of them is correct, what's right, what should I actually be doing. And I kind of felt like I should just be like, oh, this is the appropriate thing to do, right? with a lot more experience, I now understand that basically all of them were correct in their own way. You've just got to choose the appropriate choices for your business, right? grep might not work for one company compared to using a heavyweight static analysis tool. So let's take a bank. I worked at a bank, a big red one previously, so we can talk about banks a bit. Banks just collect coins, right? That's all they do. But eventually you end up with having a lot of money. A lot of money gives you a lot of opportunities, and soon you end up with some kind of like crazy complicated IT system that's been around for like 20, 30, 40 years or more, right? Where the bank's just kind of organically grown and picked up new areas and just decided to go into this space and that space. Like, off the top of my head, you have people come into the bank from all sorts of areas, like branches, and they call them up, or they use the mobile banking, the internet banking. They ring their big mates, some omni-channel thing. Things fly between an enterprise service bus, get routed to all sorts of back-end systems, probably on mainframes. I don't know. ASD's got to tap in there, of course. As a newly minted security person, or even someone who's been around for a while, you just kind of join a bank and then you're like, hello there. It's terribly difficult to actually comprehend the just scale of an organization so large. But the other way of going into things is that you might come into a small fintech kind of organization, right? And build a really cool, maybe a Xamarin-based app, or I don't know, React Native if you've done that way. Get your fancy cards and your good UX, and stick everything in AWS so it's all cheap and stuff, and then I don't know, go bankrupt a few years later. So what's this got to do with security? What I'm trying to do is explain that you need to understand your product and how your business operates, right? So if you don't understand what type of a company you are and what type of people you're working with and your technology stacks and what your product you actually need to secure is, and it's going to be really hard to select the appropriate controls. So yeah, you just learn what you have in your company and learn what can go wrong with it, right? Nothing wrong with working at a bank or a telco or a government agency. They're all fantastic places to be. Just remember, legacy environments are an opportunity. There are so many ways that you can improve the security of the products that you work with in that space, because there's just like thousands of products oftentimes, right? So it has its own challenges, but it is an opportunity for most folk to make a huge difference in product security. So don't lose hope when they tell you stuff like, oh, we're stuck on struts 1 and we don't know how to patch. You've got to work around that. Similarly, just because a company is based on new tech, like I love writing code in Golang, and I have a friend of mine who writes everything in Rust. I think he's a bit of a nerd, so he just tells me all the time, hey, dude, I don't have to worry about memory management problems. And I'm like, at least it takes you 2 years to write anything that actually does any real functionality, right? New tech has its own challenges. So just because, companies are adopting all of these fancy things like cloud native solutions, Lambdas, Kubernetes, or just doing a bit of resume driven development, it doesn't mean they're secure. So let's stop pointing fingers all over the place and talking past each other. Try to think about the environment that you operate in, and think about the environment that some of your peers operate in, and recognize that even if you're in the same sector, there's a good chance that the controls that you're choosing won't suit your business or won't suit your friend's business, right? So with that cleared up, let's chat about some of the ways you can secure your apps as a product security professional. And there are a lot of them. I'm not going to cover all of them because then we would be here for the entire afternoon. Also, probably a good point. This is a pre-recorded talk, so feel free to just throw questions at me in Discord or whatever we're using. So I'll be there furiously getting embarrassed at how I'm talking and answering whatever questions you have about product security or any of the things I'm about to talk about. Okay, so let's go. So 2021, everyone cares about security now. Everyone. All right. Boards are getting slammed. Investors are just saying, like, you better fix this, otherwise we're in existential risk, right? You got bigwigs who are just saying, like, hey, what are you doing? Everybody should be held accountable for what's happening in this space. My Scotch fillets have just gotten a little bit too expensive because of ransomware. Oh, and it disappoints me. I really like a good steak. And even the Batuta advocate's getting in on it. So you know that it's like mainstream, right? So I find that security functions tend to be organized into two types of groups, a centralized one and a decentralized one. With the centralized one, usually the company is enormous, like 10K, 20K, 50K, like huge amount of employees, right? And because of that, it's impossible to stick a security person in every engineering team. It just does not scale whatsoever, right? Even banks don't have that kind of money, guys. Come on, we know. Alternatively, you'll have some big hotshot regulator like AEMO or APRA or ASIC come along and say, like, hey, the people who are implementing the controls should not be the same people who are assessing the security of them, which is, you know, anathema to me personally, because if I see an XSS, I like to submit a pull request and get it fixed. Recognize why that's it, all right? So the other type of company is your like tech-oriented company, really small, like usually like maybe 30, 40% engineers. So you're not just going to be wearing a security hat. Usually you have to wear lots of hats. Or if you are the security person, you have to wear every security hat. You don't have like a forensics team, a pen test team, an IR team, an architecture team, a ProdSec team. You don't have any of that. You are the team. You do everything. So it's a small team. So choose controls that will scale for a single person. You don't pick ones where you're going to have eyes on glass and you're pulling your hair out at midnight each night. Been there, don't do it. So let's chat education and awareness. So there are a lot of really good things about education and awareness, regardless of whether you work for an enormous enterprise or for a small tech company, right? It scales, which is fantastic. Security teams are really resource starved. It's got network effects. And what I mean by that is I've taken it from pretty much the investment kind of dictionary, is if you have a network of peers, then eventually they are learning about security, then eventually that network talks to other people, and then those people talk to other people. So by making a small change in a few people's behavior, you may be able to influence a lot larger sphere. So consider that. Education's usually quite measurable compared to a lot of the other things. There's this idea that it fixes problems before they exist. Now, I don't necessarily think that it's going to, always be front of mind for every engineer. Usually, just being able to clock off early on a Friday to go out and have some beers is top of my mind. I imagine it'd be top of theirs too. So, but it's good to have security in the headspace. So, but there are a few drawbacks to the awareness programs. Most of the time, your content needs to be contextually relevant for your audience. So while it's all well and good coming along with a big group, like, say, here's the OWASP top 10, there's a good chance that some of those controls just are completely unapplicable to these certain pockets of engineering, right? In which case they switch off, there's no network effects, and they don't consider security. You got to make the content relevant. And that takes time, and that takes a lot of knowledge. So it means I spend a lot more time trying to understand just like emerging engineering technology and programming than I do security, because I have to if I can't communicate with engineers about what they're building in the first place, then they're not going to listen to my security suggestions. So yeah, think about that. It's an ongoing battle. It's operationally time consuming as well. So if you're running educational sessions, you need to build PowerPoint decks, or you need to sit down and talk with engineers quite often and work out what they're struggling with from a security point of view. Or yeah, basically all of these things will end up taking a lot of the time that you have as a security resource, because we know that meetings that are set for 1 hour always take the entire hour. So just remember that before you start doing all your programs and then suddenly have no ability to assess an application. While it's easy to measure some aspects of a program, it's difficult to measure the effectiveness, because you don't know if a bug would have been introduced without your training, right? It's who knows? Similarly, it's hard to measure it outside of a binary situation. Someone's either been trained or they haven't been trained. We're not here proctoring assessments saying, like, you need to score 90% in your program to actually move on to doing engineering work. I don't like that kind of behavior. I think it's a bit gatekeepy and a bit crap, especially for junior engineers. So, and speaking of which, yeah, a lot of engineers just want to do engineering and don't care about security. So if you're forcing them to do training stuff, they might not engage. You just might annoy them and slow down the ability for them to actually deliver stuff. So think about that before you put out a 6-hour course. So what options are available for education and awareness? Mandatory training. Just remember, don't bundle it with don't click the bad thing, and make sure your password's long and that kind of stuff. Engineers are pretty smart most of the time, I find. And if they've been introduced to security training content before, it's a good chance it's based on a security awareness team, not a product security team's stuff, right? And yeah, I know that you probably, same as me, when you get told about your mandatory fire stuff and your emergency escapes from the office 6 hours away from your home because you work in your house at the moment in a pandemic, you probably don't listen to it, right? So it's important to make sure your mandatory training is not commingled with that kind of training, right? Yeah, lots of things you can teach engineers about, and they will find genuinely interesting. So design review and threat modeling, always fun talking architecture, because especially when you work in a technology-based company, there's so many ways to actually get things going. Teach them how to talk to you. That's especially important when you're working in a huge change management kind of organization, because a lot of the time, since security is a centralized function, you don't necessarily have the relationships built straight away to, hey, I have this problem, how do I fix it? It's easier on a Slack message, or having a Slack channel, or having an alias to just ping everyone in the team. Teach them how to do code reviews, teach them how to run new tools, teach them how to fix problems. But yeah, I think design review and how to actually speak with people in the security space is probably the priority for that. Measure your compliance. You need to understand how many people actually do the training. Don't just say, yeah, we've got some quantity of engineers who've done it. We don't know how many, because you got no way to actually prove that things are improving over time, right? Because if you don't know which teams or which areas of the organization have actually done the training, then you can't say that because of your training, these people have resulted in less bugs in our static analysis tools or our bug bounty programs, right? So your metrics get fubbed. So use those. And make sure you do refreshers. If you do once every, as soon as someone onboards, you should be trying to run it through them before they commit anything to production, but also once a year. So, and keep content current. Don't teach people stuff that's use complex passwords or change passwords every 60 days. That guidance got killed 4 years ago or something now, right? So if you're teaching people that kind of stuff, then maybe it's time to hit the books. Yep. So guidelines and documentation. So this is good for folks who just want to kind of read things at their own pace. So go ahead and do that. Once you've written it up, you hopefully don't need to rewrite it again for quite a long time. But the problem is that documentation is always going to have to require maintenance and updating. So operationally, it can take a lot of resourcing to get going. And also, some folk will just never engage with written content. So you can't just say, here's the policy, follow it. It's not going to work on its own. I've already talked a little bit about doing the mandatory training, but there's another alternative, well, not alternative, thing you can do with it, which is security champions. I think we've had a few folk probably talk earlier today about this kind of stuff, about building security culture. But quickly, security champions is finding people who are genuinely interested in security, not just from a, you know, I want to be a cyber professional, but more, I'm an engineer who just wants to do the right thing, you know? So find those people and just start helping them out in some way, right? Throw swag at them. Every security vendor will probably give you shirts and cups and whatever if you ask. so throw swag that way, get your courses out for them, maybe use like the free content available from a lot of vendors, give them, delegate responsibility to security champions, let them actually own risk so you don't have to worry about it yourself. If they're sufficiently trained, then they'll make a lot of good decisions for you, and that saves you a ton of effort, especially in areas that are low assurance. So obviously you want to assess things that matter to the business, but you don't want to get bogged down in assessing things that in aggregate become a problem, but you don't have time to fix all of them, right? Other things is, it's problematic if you kind of commit to having a champions program, but then don't keep reaching out to the champions to actually get feedback from them about what's working from a ProdSec position and what's not working. So go talk to your champions regularly, especially on a one-on-one environment. If you're doing in group sessions, people are usually quite quiet, introverted. They don't want to talk. They're not like me. They don't want to be on a stage telling everyone things, right? And at least with one-on-ones, you can contextualize to that team's specific problems. So, but yeah, it is a lot of effort to maintain a champions program. So keep that in mind. Guilds, blogs, communities of practices. It's like champions. The only difference is that it's just kind of a pizza meet and greet once every few weeks or a lunch and learn. I think these are great because you don't really have much commitment other than making a presentation. You're not committing to any individual in particular, but you need to make sure you can break down the corporate barriers that prevent people from attending. So a lot of folk would just feel like, hey, is this really my job? Should I be allowed to do this? It's hard, right? You need them to be able to feel empowered to come along to one of these talks. The best guilds are where guild members actually lead the discussion, because then it means that it's not the security team always giving a lecture about everything. It's better when the guild members come along with some kind of discussion point that's relevant contextually to whatever they're working on. And then they can talk about that while you sit in the corner and just facilitate it. And you need to facilitate these discussions. There are so many times where you just have one bloke come in and say, like, I have this one really annoying thing that I hate about Azure, or this static analysis tool, or about security blocking my program, or whatever, right? And he spends the entire discussion derailing it to his like thing that he really cares about. And that stifles these kind of programs and is not fun for anyone except that individual. So you need to, if you're running guilds or communities practice or whatever, you need to facilitate and get that guy and sit him down. Say, look, I appreciate what you're doing, but you need to talk to me in a one-on-one context and not just complain. And if folk aren't attending these, just talk to engineers and find out why. Often it could just be that you've scheduled it for a bad time, like in the middle of Friday afternoons is my favorite bad scheduling moment. Everyone wants to go have beers, Poets Day. But also lunchtime's not particularly a great time because lots of folk want to actually go eat. They might have team meetings at certain days. Just chat to people, figure out why folk aren't attending. It's having a conversation. Communications. So let engineers ask product security questions without being blasted. There's a lot of time where people are just going to be scared to bring stuff up because it might seem really junior and silly, like how do I fix SQL injection, or what is a content security policy, or I don't know how to do input validation. It's something that have never occurred to me before. So just, yeah, you can either point them to the right content, but just try to work out their seniority, and then you can figure out what's the right approach for that type of individual. And you need to be informal and chill, relaxed, fun. You don't want to be a gatekeeper, and you want to respond to messages quickly, because if you give them an SLA of like 48 hours, like I've seen big corporates do, then they're just never going to engage you. And that is terrible for product security, right? So build those relationships, have fun with folk. I guess the downside of this is if you are too open and you let too many folk come and ask you questions all the time, then you'll just become like a help desk kind of role, and you'll operationally have no time to do any of the other programs because you'll be too busy answering questions. And I find that what's better is if you can create a Slack bot or some kind of FAQ guide or a checklist or something to help encourage people to move in the right direction, or utilize champion programs, or just use other ways of dealing with it, because over time you get less of these questions because you don't want to be help desk. We're security people on the help desk, right? Cool. And yeah, gratitude and fun. Say thank you and make sure it's fun, like to reach out to people. So I've given you, some carrot and stick options for these kind of controls. Okay, moving on from the more wishy-washy, soft skill-oriented ones, let's start with some techie stuff. So firstly, start from software engineering principles. Good engineering leads to good security outcomes usually, and you make a bunch of friends and have lots of excellent discussions after work, right? If you have a blank slate, it's obviously so much easier to embed security in than to take an existing state and change it, right? So don't cry if you're stuck with an app that's like 30 years old and you don't know how to fix it, right? Got to work within those constraints. So good engineering, what is it? It's speed, resilience, and lowering your bust factor. So speed is being able to make changes fast, identify things quickly. Resilience is not having to worry too much about whether your application is offline, whether you can even take it offline. And the bust factor is hopefully there's no single person that when his time comes, all knowledge of the application is lost, right? So you want to increase the bust factor to maybe like 10, have the knowledge shared across everybody, right? And this is security talk, but if there's a lot of tech out there that facilitates engineering. So you got, your cloud services, you got containers, Kubernetes, and all of that. Infrastructure as code, using your CI/CD pipelines, DevOps, relying on SaaS tools, using machine learning, artificial intelligence, automatically make decisions. I don't know, blockchain. Yeah. I don't have time to go into all of these, but basically, if you use that stuff, you have to secure it all. So they all facilitate engineering, and that's why I said at the beginning of the talk, if you've got all of these kind of things in your environment, and you're, like I'd say like a modern engineering shop, then you have to worry about all of the attack vectors that come from these in addition, right? So very quickly. So cloud services, yeah. Verify everything. You got your injection still, SSRFs popping up, cross contamination, everything you can do like in AWS and GCP, Ali Cloud, I don't judge, Azure, set up your architecture correctly, do monitoring, use all the native protection stuff. Base the images for your containers off of like Alpine. Make sure you have a different build container versus a run container. Make sure you have the appropriate permissions. Infrastructure as code. Just do regular reviews to make sure people aren't doing silly things like open S3 buckets or open VPCs. So, and you can automatically deploy things very quickly and very wrong. So make sure you have a backup process. CI/CD needs to verify everything that's going in and out of packet in it as well. So it's not just, oh, we get things to prod straight away. You need to worry about secrets as well. How do I deal with those in the pipeline itself? You have to do vendor assessments using SaaS products and at least validate that they're doing the right thing. And for like all the weird emerging stuff, you'll have like adversarial, like machine learning models, you'll have smart contract hijacking, weak cryptography. They all need security too. I'm not here to talk about that. I'm here to talk about products. So yeah, again, new tech has its own challenges. Legacy environments are an opportunity. So let's talk about some of the things that are more legacy oriented, which is probably relevant for the majority of the audience, because these still matter for people who are working at non-tech companies and tech companies. Okay, so patching. If you can't update, you're in trouble. You can use out-of-band controls if you want, like ring fencing or WAFs, but it's just a band-aid. So you need to try to find a way to actually get patching to happen, right? And so good engineering does facilitate that, right? If you have environment parity between production and the other ones, staging, test, and dev. And it's easier to test things and run stuff through. If you have CI/CD, you can validate and automatically run tests against things, right? If you use cloud or containers, and your downtime isn't going to matter as much for having the application offline. And if you've actually documented things and got all of Gandalf's knowledge, then you're in a bit of a better situation, right? A lot of patching problems come down to just having engineering practices that are not quite up to date yet. So try to get people to move towards that direction. And most companies are, so that's good. And yeah, I know it's Captain Obvious. So yeah, patch apps, right? So AppSec. Because product security does cover AppSec quite a lot. I'm going to just talk about some AppSec controls you can implement quickly, because I know that I'm starting to run out of speaking time. So, yeah, checklists. Checklists are good because you help engineers by getting a list of things to think about when they're assessing their app. The top 10 is good. The OAuth VS is better, but it's extensive. So probably don't give that to a junior or a mid. You can build your own checklist, which is a very good way of contextualizing it to their application and to your business. So one example is from my previous company, Change.org. My checklist I used was, are we using our own validation classes? Are you using SSO when you're integrating with SAML-based apps? Have you worked out what data needs protecting? And did you turn on all the native security features? And oftentimes, like, people just forgot to turn stuff on. So yeah, think about using checklists. Just to remember that if you use a checklist alone, you're going to miss broader bug classes, which, it's not great. And it can be a bit methodical. So some folk like to have a little bit more spice in their life. So then you can move on to manual code reviews. So those are nice. You'll find that you need a lot of coffee to do them consistently, and it's not necessarily intuitive for an engineer to run through and try to think about attack pathways. So I think that it's a solid addition, but it does take a lot of operational work to do. And you need to actually, as a reviewer, understand the code base and all the random language nuances, right? So if you're using Rust, you would know not to necessarily look for any memory vulnerabilities because it's all managed by the language fairly well. Whereas if you're using like Java or C#, yeah, they're also managed languages, but they don't have the same level of rigor as Rust does, right? And then you got JavaScript and everything's messy. So, but you need a lot of understanding of different programming languages and methodologies to actually do this successfully. So, wouldn't recommend people jump into just going straight manual code reviews yet, unless you've got a bit of industry experience. So, and yeah, another thing about manual that's really great is it informs pen tests, right? So if you find missing authentication or authorization checks, get your pen testers to go like hack the hell out of it. So lightweight automated code review is good. So that's where you basically run something that's grep oriented or semgrep. There's a lot of them out there. It just goes and finds strings that could potentially be like hard-coded passwords or things that are put into secrets committed to Git, or just known vulnerable DOM sinks, and you just report these and say, hey, don't do that, right? Don't use eval, don't use dangerously set in your HTML, so on. It's not necessarily intuitive for engineers to be using these tools, so I find they're quite good in CI/CD pipelines. And there's a hell of a lot of false positives of them too, so you need to tune it a lot, right? And yeah, tracking defects across grep is not easy. So you need to be using a third-party defect management tool probably. You get the heavyweight ones. So that's all your commercial-oriented ones. They do abstract syntax tree analysis. I'm not going to go into the computer science here, but think of it as just a more thorough analysis. Okay, so it saves a lot of person hours. You don't need me to sit there drinking coffee and just staring at code all day. You could just get a tool to do that for you instead, right? But it's slow. These, if your application is relatively large, it's hard to run an AST analyzer against it. And coverage is a real big problem with it, because if your application is microservice based, then the heavyweight tools aren't really great for it, because AST analysis does data flow checks, and you can't really use these tools to flow data between microservices as well as you could with MVC apps back in the day, right? And yeah, these tools are designed for security folk. They're like an assessment tool. They're not a, hey, let's fix things quickly, right? Tuning's needed, and there are a lot of high false positives in it. So composition analysis is a bit of a darling nowadays. You'll see it in the OWASP top 10. So it's a very quick review, looks at the bill of materials contained within apps. Devs find them quite intuitive, just because you can just, NPM audit or use the Ruby gem equivalent, Bandit, I think, or whatever it is, and no, Brakeman. You'll find stuff, just got to update them. So but it's not always so easy. So sometimes there isn't a patch, or patching is difficult. And in other times, the things that you do identify are not contextualized to the application, which can greatly annoy engineers, right? So if you find like a jQuery bug and you tell them to upgrade, and they say that they only use, these two functions of jQuery, but the bug is in an uncalled function, do they need to update the app? Yeah, hard to say, right? So you can have policy that states, yeah, you need to patch everything, but you'll just annoy engineers, right? So think about that when you start using your composition analysis tools. Got your dynamic stuff and your vulnerability scanning stuff. So, there's pen test in a box, woo, see what happens. Good for finding quick bugs, usually automatable if you're using like Zap or some of the other more modern ones. You can either stick them on a box, or like that's in the environment, or stick them in CI/CD, or just have it permanently checking your web app. Usually you have to guide them past authentication and authorization steps, which is time consuming because it's based on per app, and it gets really problematic when you start moving into the OpenID Connect OAuth 2 space. So yeah, and they're very inconsistent. So sometimes they find lots of stuff really quickly. Sometimes they find nothing after hours. So it's good to use in combination with some other controls. I think I've just about hit my time, so I'm going to quickly get past this one. So it's a bit overwhelming, I know. It's a pretty complicated topic. Product security, again, has so many ways you could go about actually achieving it. I know I've spent most of the talk about discussing building engineering relationships and doing education. And I do think that is like absolutely critical. If you want to get a good ProdSec program going, you need to understand the tech, but also the business and like all the people that are like part of that, right? It's technology doesn't make a business. So, technical controls aren't as effective about people supporting your job. So it doesn't matter if you're running static analysis if no engineers actually respond to your bugs. And yeah, it's also especially ineffective if you're only running static analysis against applications that don't matter, right? So, and yeah, the best way to know is to spend a bit of time, I don't know, reading the AFR or something, the Fin, and understanding what your business does. Know who to talk to about what. And then you can go into the technical details later, right? So start with understanding your product and the business and establish strong relationships with folk. Say hello to everybody, be nice. Implement technical controls that totally make sense. Don't use useless ones. Everyone loves a bit of good security filter. So education and training scale, use those more commonly than just techie stuff. And be accessible, friendly, and have a bit of fun when you're working with engineers in ProdSec, all right? So hope you're all having a great time at BSides Perth. Thank you all. I appreciate the opportunity to speak and evangelize a bit about product security. You can have a chat to me on Discord. I think that Nigel will be running that. My name's Cole Cornford, and it was good to talk today. Thanks, friends.
Doles will do a sound test.
Test. Yep. All good. Perfect.
Good. And you're live.
No, I know.
I think it's good. Think it's good? Let's go. Looking for a thumbs up from Doles here. Are we all good? Good to go. Yeah, go for it.
Cool.
Cheers, mate.
Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for coming. Hopefully you've all had your sugar fix with afternoon tea. So I'm Raymond Shippers, and we have there we go, cool. And I'll be talking about preparing for the next solar flare, supply chain security through the detection and response lens. So very quickly about myself. I've been working in the detection and response game for way longer than I'd like to admit. Currently detection and response, as part of the detection and response team at Canva, currently leading cyber threat intelligence there. Before joining Canva late last year, I was previously running incident response and cyber threat intelligence for a cybersecurity vendor in the Asia Pacific region and had many other jobs previously. So very quickly, for those of you who are wondering, why is Canva sponsoring this event? Who's this random kind of company? A lot of people have heard of us. But in case you haven't, we're a global online visual communications platform. We were founded back in 2012, and we currently have over 60 million monthly active users. So it's quite a large online platform, and we're seeing over 120 designs created every second of the day. And so what that means is awesome presentations like this one, t-shirts, mugs, coffee cups, brochures, you name it, people create on Canva. And it's our job in the detection and response team at Canva to protect that. And so what is supply chain security? Why is that such a huge concern that we're worrying about? And is it relevant to me as a online enterprise, or is it just for traditional enterprises? Well, realistically, it's an issue for everyone. Obviously, we saw SolarWinds. There's been multiple talks about that here at BSides, and I'm sure everyone heard about it. But there's also been some other major breaches just this year around supply chain security that were, I would say, near misses. That definitely caused a little bit of damage, but nowhere near the impact. And one of those was CodeCov. And I'll dive into that one throughout my talk. But ANSA, hard to pronounce that one, sorry, is the European Information Security Agency, and they're predicting just this year there's going to be a 4-fold increase in the amount of supply chain attacks. So it's starting to become a huge impact to not just traditional enterprises, on-prem organizations, but also cloud services providers. And some of the other big challenges that we have with software supply chain security is just the complexity. It's incredibly easy to just import an external library as somebody's creating a new service, and that then becomes a library inside of your environment, and then somebody imports that library, and somebody imports that library. And so very quickly you end up with a code graph like what's on the left here, which is a map, not real data obviously, but a map of kind of dependencies of dependencies of dependencies from some open source projects. And so what happens very quickly is you actually lose track of what are your actual dependencies that you worry about. What vulnerabilities do we actually have can be very, very difficult to track. And then in most large organizations where you start to increase the amount of code, obviously this gets much, much worse. And so as you can see on the right, again, fake data, the kind of predicted growth of the amount of lines of code. And now when you're thinking code, you're thinking, your Go, your Rust, your Python scripts. But the other big challenge we're starting to see now, and this really came into play with this code, example I'll go through with CodeCov, is infrastructure as code. Now that your infrastructure is starting to become code, you're starting to import all kinds of software dependencies into your actual infrastructure and how you define your infrastructure as well. And so code is no longer just the programs, it's now pretty much everything that your company runs on. So why is it so important? Well, a really good example, as I mentioned earlier, was this CodeCov compromise. So what happened with CodeCov was that an adversary managed to compromise their bash script. So CodeCov is something that allows you to test your code coverage. So how many tests in our CI/CD pipeline as a percentage of our software is actually tested and thoroughly analyzed? What does our coverage look like and where can we improve? And so as a result, it runs in your CI/CD pipelines where all your secrets and all your other juicy goodness is. And it then uploads reports back to CodeCov for you. Very helpful, very easy. And it's done in two ways. One is through a bash script, which most organizations would unfortunately YOLO download and just run, or a Docker container. Now the adversary noticed in this case that the Docker container actually happened to have a username and password in it that allowed you to modify the bash script. And so they modified the bash script back in January of this year to add a very simple feature. Dump the environmental variables from wherever the bash script was running and upload it to their C2. Now it seems very straightforward, but in most CI/CD pipeline systems, you'll find developers will load the secrets as environmental variables. And so all of a sudden, all your secrets as part of your CI/CD builds were now being leaked to this adversary. And again, CI/CD pipelines are remote code execution as a service, so it running a random command to the internet is fully expected and would have missed most enterprise intrusion detection systems. It wasn't till about March of this year, so nearly 3 months later, that somebody went, hang on a second, the hash of the bash script on the website doesn't match what's actually running in my environment, notified CodeGov, and finally they worked out they were compromised. But it was a long-term compromise. And as the media reports say, over hundreds of companies were compromised, but one of the big ones was HashiCorp's Terraform. And so Terraform, for those of you who don't know, is one of the leading infrastructure as code providers. And so what actually happened with them, according to their media statements, was the PGP signing key that they used to sign all of their releases was walked out the front door. Whilst there was no evidence of anyone abusing this, it could have led to somebody releasing malicious code as part of Terraform and signing it with legitimate Terraform private PGP keys. And then all of a sudden you could have organizations around the world, and I think they have like tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of customers, running malicious Terraform modules unchecked and unbeknownst to everyone. So whilst nothing happened, there's absolutely no evidence that this leak from Terraform actually led to any damage. Based on Alice's earlier presentation, I'd call this a near miss that we can all learn from. One of the other big challenges that we're starting to face, and again making it very hard for detection and response, is name collision. This is something that a couple of people in the bug bounty world have used to fantastic effect with Apple and other large tech companies. What happens is your developers will come up with this fantastic, cool internal package name. They'll create it in their internal repository, and you go through the build process, no problems. But then a person realizes, hang on a second, Apple's probably using a library internally called Apple's Super Secret, and so they create that on an external repository, such as NPM, Maven, you name it. And then most CI/CD build systems will prefer the public repository over the private repository. So then when you run your builds, all of a sudden the public source code, the public malicious one in this case, is pulled down. And so all of a sudden you have adversary code running in your CI/CD pipelines uncontrolled and unbeknownst to you. And as a detection and response team, this is incredibly difficult to identify because it's the same name, it's the same package. How do we know what's internal and what's public? So to handle these kinds of issues, the team, and I'm just a small part of it at Canva, have been working to build up a framework around software supply chain security and help kind of get our hands around the problem and start dealing with it. So the first thing that we're working hard on is discovery. You can't control what you can't manage or what you don't measure. You need to understand all of the scale of your issues. How much software packages are we importing, and how many lines of code are we looking at? How many services? So the first thing that we do is typically map out our dependency trees. What packages are being used? So we try and understand all the way up to kind of the external dependency. So we go through all of our various internal libraries, understand what's happening, what's going on. We also make sure that we have solid logs in our CI/CD pipelines to make sure that we understand if code carve, things like that are being run inside of your environment. It's something that you'd rather have ahead of time that you can go back to if you need to, rather than all of a sudden waking up one day and going, oh, we should have probably found out what is actually running in our CI/CD pipeline. And I'll keep reiterating, that is remote code execution as a service. So you really, really need to know what's running there because it will just go wild. And then we're looking at reducing our attack surface. Very easy to say, but can be incredibly challenging. You need to minimize the actual credentials in the build steps. It's very easy for developers to say, well, for this test to succeed, it needs to be, I need to have the actual production secrets here. But in most cases, you don't. You can have a lot of test secrets, you can have test environments for your tests. The other key thing is split out the actual build steps. Developers love just piling all the steps as part of the CI/CD pipeline into one huge step. It either works or it fails, it doesn't matter. But if you split it out and then you have a situation where you have malicious code running as part of that pipeline, the actual blast radius of the damage is significantly minimized. If you need to pass things between steps, do that through your artifacts or other methodologies, but try and avoid having one big, massive build step. It just makes it so much easier for the adversary to grab something juicy, whereas if you minimize it, you significantly reduce your blast radius. One of the other key things, it sounds obvious, but again, it's something that a lot of organizations in my past experience struggle with, is use a secrets manager. Don't import it as an environmental variable. Code cover is a good example on why not to do that, but you'll also find like developers running things in debug mode, all of a sudden dumping their environmental variables into all kinds of logs and everything else. So it's just not a good place to be. So definitely avoid using environmental variables as a secret store wherever possible, and interrogate an actual secret store in real time as needed. And then one other very key step is making sure that if you are accessing secrets or anything sensitive during your CI/CD pipelines, builds, that you actually require authentication, that there's a human in the loop. It doesn't just go automatically. Because a lot of build processes will kick off automatically as soon as someone commits code. And if all of a sudden you're calling secrets or sensitive systems, you could have an adversary either accidentally or on purpose inserting malicious code. And so, for example, they could have a remote shell or anything else and then try and start accessing secrets. If you have a person in the loop that has to press a YubiKey or MFA of some sort, that can significantly reduce the impact. If all of a sudden one of your developers says, hang on, why is this build kicked off and this weird couple of lines of code are in there, they'll trigger an alarm, they'll raise questions, and it can, again, hopefully save the day. And then comes to my specialty, intelligence. And this is where we try and track our external dependencies. So as part of our discovery phase, we kind of get to the border of, okay, what external dependencies are we starting to import from what providers, what sources? But then us in the intelligence team, we then look at, okay, what are those external dependencies actually importing? And that is actually much more difficult to answer than you'd imagine. Actually understanding what is somebody using. So an Apache library, for example, who knows all the dependencies of that Apache library? And you'll find it's amazing how many dependencies they have as well. Then understanding who's actually supplying our code. So is it a party? Is it a third-party vendor? Is it open source? Are we buying an SDK? Where is it coming from? And then making sure that we track that. And then also, again, understanding internally what are new projects coming up? What are people doing that they may have not told security about? One of the really cool tools that we've come across during our time is a Google project called deps.dev. Haven't done a QR code because I'm pretty sure most people can remember that. But what it allows you to do is have a look at what are the external dependencies. And so that external dependency graph that I was talking about earlier, this tool allows you to do. Unfortunately, there is no API yet for that. It is coming apparently. But even just going in there, looking at your key external dependencies, it will tell you about all the security vulnerabilities of the entire parents, grandparents, great-grandparents, and etc. And build out a beautiful graph for you to help you really understand what are your actual dependencies. Unfortunately, right now, as I said, it's quite a manual tool. Hopefully the API comes soon, and it also has limited code coverage. So it doesn't have Python yet, for example, but it's definitely an awesome project that is incredibly helpful. Then the other key thing with the intelligence team, what we're trying to do, is actually work with our developers to understand the prioritization. So when people are talking about risk, and there was the example yesterday about the vulnerabilities that you can get punched in the face, well, we also look at the opportunity. Is there a massive pane of glass between me and the guy who wants to punch me in the face or not? If there is, if there's a mitigating control, then is this something that we have to patch tonight? Do I have to wake somebody up? Or can I wait till tomorrow morning when they get into the office? We also want to understand the context. Is this risk, is this vulnerability in our software supply chain something that's going to risk PII or critical business systems? Or is it something that is hidden 5 layers deep that a remote user can't get to, and so as a result has less risk? It's not something that obviously we're going to ignore. All risk needs to be sorted out, but it helps the teams prioritize. The amount of software supply chain vulnerabilities out there today that keep coming in, day out, is just so huge that we need to try and reduce the fatigue for our teams and help them prioritize and reduce the alert fatigue. And then comes to the kind of the nightmare scenario where you have a problem. Say you have a code cov, say you have a huge vulnerability that you need to patch. Well, then you need to make sure that you have a plan. This is not a situation where you want to build a plan as you go. Developing and releasing code can be very, very complex, especially with microservices and interdependencies. So you need to make sure you have a plan. You work with your stakeholders to build that plan and test it thoroughly. Make sure you test it with the actual stakeholders as well, because it's amazing when the rubber hits the road and they go, oh, actually that assumption that you made here, that doesn't actually work. It's not how this one service gets released. It's through this other path. And in my previous role as an IR manager for an IR service, it's amazing how many fantastic, well-documented IR processes are out there, but they were just not used at all, and they just did not match reality. So keep practicing, and then when you have the incident at 4 a.m. in the morning, trust the plan and work the plan. And the other key lesson I learned from my previous roles in incident response, whilst there's a huge temptation to pull in all hands and go, guys, we have people have a huge emergency, let's just pull in all the staff, let's get everyone working on it, is don't. If it's during the day, sure, brief everyone, but then select half your staff and send them home. A large-scale incident will drag on for days, typically. And so what happens is that everyone pulls in all hands. All of a sudden, after hour 16, hour 17, you get tired, you get sleepy, things get missed, steps get missed, you cut a corner. And then by day 2 or 3, everyone's just exhausted, the incident response stalls. So definitely make sure you don't pull in all hands, you send a quarter or half, even better, half your staff home so they can come in fresh and follow on. It's very, very easy and very tempting to pull all your resources, but don't do it. And lastly, one of the key things that we're doing is working with vendors, making sure that you understand what packages they're supplying, what packages are they using, and how will they alert you to a problem? Is there an automated way they can say, hey, we have a problem? With the code cover and Terraform issue was primarily through blog posts. It would have been awesome if there was some kind of API, or you could query to say, hey, is there a security incident today? With your key vendors, make sure you have very open and honest communications. Canva, we have an amazing red team who do a lot of very interesting research, both internally and externally. And so all of that, we have a fantastic relationship with vendors. We inform them of any issues, and we work very collaboratively together. So making sure you can work with your vendors, they share similar security values as you, is very important. And there's actually one last top secret pillar that we have for strong security. And this is something that has been discussed quite widely throughout the conference and by my colleague Buffy earlier, and that's culture. Make sure you can communicate well with your developers. Build trust in relationships. It's very easy for us in the security kind of ecosystem to say, oh, the developer did this, the developer did that. But unfortunately, it's not going to help build a trust relationship. Working with them to build a strong relationship, they'll let you know what the problems are. It's amazing how many times developers come to us and ask questions to say, hey, I'm thinking about doing X, Y, and Z. Is this a good idea? Is it a bad idea? And that helps you prevent issues before they even come up. But they're also the ones that will say, hey, I saw this strange thing get committed to code. I think it could be a problem because of X, Y, and Z. It's in our test environment. Do you guys want to have a look at it to see if it's a problem? So helping them build up the confidence to come talk to the security team, build up that engagement is incredibly important. And the other thing we really strongly focus on is the Canva value of empowering others. So empower them to make strong security decisions. Give them the information that they need, whether it's a chatbot, whether it's some other interactive way of helping them get informed of security decisions if there's a security mistake that they make. So don't just beat on them, work collaboratively with your development community. It's incredibly important. And it's done wonderful things for us at Canva. Some last quick personal closing thoughts. Software Manifest is something that's been spoken about quite widely as kind of a solution for software supply chain attacks. It could be very interesting. It definitely could help, especially with your external dependencies. But I have a lot of questions around how's it going to get updated? Does it tell me the parents, the great-grandparents, the entire chain of this software manifest? How far does it go? Who's going to keep it updated? How are you going to tie it to versions? All of those things. So it definitely could be very helpful to understand what software packages are out there and what's happening. We just lost the network, I think.
We just lost what?
Wi-Fi. Oh no, it's back. Keeps dropping, unfortunately. Cool. And understand what is being used is incredibly difficult, as I mentioned. Just understanding what's going on is very easy to say, but it's a huge challenge and definitely work at it. And when you're working at it, do it at machine scale. Trying to do it at human scale is very simple. It's easy to go, oh yeah, I'll just have a quick look at this package, tick it off, and then I'll come back to it in 3 months. But at large scale organizations, first of all, you never get back to it in 3 months' time. Something else will come up. But there could be an issue tomorrow, today, in the next few hours. So whilst it's incredibly difficult to build up the machine scale to begin with, definitely do that from the very get-go. Build it as machine scale, automate the processes, and have the human as the exception, not the norm. And I was going to say, next slide, come work with us. There was an awesome QR code. But yeah, in all seriousness, Canva is looking for everyone, all types of security people. Whatever kind of area you work in, whether it's governance, risk and compliance, red team, application security, detection and response, you name it, we're looking for it. So either come talk to myself or canva.com/careers come have a look, and we'd definitely be keen to talk to people. If the job says Sydney, that actually means anywhere in Australia. So I work for Canva here from beautiful Perth, so definitely happy for anyone to work remote. Cool, any questions?
Yeah, questions, all right?
No questions?
No questions, try and get that slide up.
Yes.
I guess just one comment. Working with organisations, having the dependencies mapped actually between core applications seems to be a challenge a lot of the time, yet alone the underlying pieces of code. So it's really refreshing to see where companies are actually at that level. So well done.
Thank you. Yeah, it's still something we're growing. I'm a small part of a very large team, but yeah, it's definitely been an awesome challenge. So, no other questions? Cool. Well, thank you all very much, and thanks again to the organisers as well.
Okay, now we've got Maisha and Sajib Lohani, and that will be on YouTube. So I'll just run and cut to that.
Well, thanks to COVID, our talk got delayed again. Do you even remember how we came up with this topic?
Not really, not anymore for sure.
I think it was something around us trying to go to an airport and basically watch YouTube on our phones, but turns out data's finished. So, thanks Optus. We go and try to register in a captive portal. Using the captive portal, turns out we have to give a huge amount of information, and we're basically thinking to ourselves, why should we give that? There's got to be a better way of doing things, which is when we came up with the topic, why don't we try researching bypassing captive portals and proxies, but with our own little twist. Hey, I'm Sajib Lohani, and I'm the Director of Cybersecurity at Bugcrowd. That basically means that I lead the internal attack and defense capability of the company. I'm also a lecturer for web security.
Hi, I'm Maisha Lohani. I'm currently a security consultant at Cyber Risk, and I'm also finishing off my bachelor's degree of computer science majoring in cybersecurity at Swinburne University. I'm a committee member for the AWSN cadets, and I also like to help out with the AWSN events that they have. I like to volunteer for organizations, and some of the organizations that I volunteered at is Kids Security Day, where I actually did a workshop with my brother, BSides Melbourne, and obviously AWSN.
Cool. So this talk is not original at all in any way, shape, or form, but it does come with our own little twist. We've basically taken a really cool talk from Black Hat and given it our own little spiel and tried to twist things around and work some bypasses that we made ourselves. This talk's going to assume that every single part of each of the different attacks are remediated after we've talked about the mitigations. So we're going to try to progressively keep bypassing captive portals and proxies while the blue team is going and patching things up one after another. So we're going to talk about different types of attacks, the benefits, and how we can actually go about mitigating everything. Well, at least we're going to try.
So we're going to start with application attacks today, because generally when people look at bypassing captive portals and proxies, they look at infrastructure attacks. That means that application attacks actually get quite overlooked. Application attacks can actually help with things like authentication bypass within applications. So let's get started. The first attack we're going to be talking about today is SQL injection or SQL injection. Now, I have a fun little analogy that I came up with to paint a bit of a picture of what a general SQL query looks like and what an actual attack would look like. So let's get started. Imagine that you're in a warehouse and there's a robot in that warehouse. You can tell that robot to please go to this shelf, this row, fetch this item, and then they'll put that item on the conveyor belt to ring it up. You pay for it, and you get to leave the warehouse with that item. Now, let's make that into an attack. You would tell that same robot to go to, say, row 2, shelf 3, and to fetch you a laptop. Then the robot will go to the window, pass the laptop to you, then you tell the robot to go back to its seat and forget that any of this ever happened. The end result is that you have the laptop in hand, you didn't have to pay for it, you never even had to enter the warehouse. And the robot doesn't remember anything because you told it to forget everything and you get off scot-free. And the benefits of an attack like this would be authentication bypass, selling credentials, selling Wi Fi, and at the end of the day, free Wi Fi, because who doesn't love free Wi Fi? The remediations for an SQL attack would be to not load user input directly into SQL queries, but instead using parameterized queries. This is because string concatenation can actually leave you vulnerable to SQL injections. And the second remediation would have to be to use ORM frameworks. They provide functions for us to interact with different objects in a simple manner. They also provide a certain level of security to each of the functions that they have. We thoroughly recommend using them properly and in their intended way. We've seen people who don't, and unfortunately, they haven't been built to be stupid proof. My personal favorite ORM framework would have to be Cake PHP. And now we're going to get started on infrastructure attacks. Let's go. So the next attack we're going to be talking about is media access control spoofing, or MAC spoofing. To begin with, I'm actually going to explain what a NIC, or network interface card, is. A network interface card is every adapter that connects to a network and can send and receive packets. The reason I explain that is because MAC is actually a unique identifier for NIC. And spoofing is basically like a spy disguise. If you put those two concepts together, you get MAC spoofing. So basically disguising yourself as a different MAC address. The way you would use MAC spoofing in an attack would be to use AeroDump for wireless networks and Wireshark to sniff the network and identify MAC addresses that are in use. We would then use MAC changer with the command given on the screen. We continuously keep sending ARP packets. These ARP packets are saying that we are that MAC address, causing the CAM table in the switch to overflow. The switch then sends you the responses. The curl command on the screen is to specify the adapter and to request a URL. Now for the benefits. The benefits of MAC spoofing is by abusing the whitelist to get authenticated access. And very interestingly, actually, in some research done by CJ, whitelisted MAC addresses may actually provide higher bandwidth, which can be quite beneficial because who isn't hoping for NBN to be just a little bit better every day? The remediation for MAC spoofing would be having a limited number of MAC addresses per physical port, and to ensure that the MAC addresses come from the expected physical ports and not random ones that you haven't seen before and just overlooking that as being some sort of an error. The next attack we're going to be looking at is IP stealing, and it's actually exactly like it sounds, stealing IPs. Now, we are aware that this method usually only works on really old routers, but the reason we've included it is because we've seen so many organizations with really old routers in use. So there you go. The first way to actually attack using IP stealing would be to wait for a whitelisted IP to not be active and taking that over, or statically assigning IP address and sending lots of traffic, gaining priority on the network. But are you safe if the IP address is attached to a server? The remediation for IP stealing would be to use a layer 3 switch to restrict IPs to a physical port. But are you safe if the IP address is attached to a server? After a lot of research, it was found that it is possible to take over dangling IP addresses for certain cloud services such as EC2. Should a company not update their IP whitelists after decommissioning an EC2 instance, an attacker can use the elastic IP allocation feature to brute force the IP address and take it over. Also note that AWS has rate limiting upon removing an IP address, but not for allocating one. this can actually be quite fun to play around with. The last attack you're going to be hearing from me is credential stealing. Now, the way that we'd use credential stealing as an attack is again similar to MAC spoofing, using AeroDump for wireless networks and Wireshark to sniff the network and monitor the traffic for plain text credentials. These plain text credentials may give you access to the admin panel of the router or the captive portal, allowing you to reconfigure it. The remediation for IP stealing is the proper implementation of TLS, and to remember to only use encrypted protocols. Another really useful one is to use fully switched networks so that people can't sniff each other. And finally, to wrap it up, the benefits of these are authentication bypass, which is great, selling Wi-Fi and selling credentials, which is very dodgy, but if you really need money, I mean, I guess. And finally, free Wi-Fi, because who doesn't love free Wi-Fi? Off to you.
So now we're going to move on to secure shell tunneling, or SSH tunneling. So SSH is basically used to be able to tunnel into different types of servers and be able to get command line access. Now this is a legitimately used tool and protocol. Usually you use it by defining -p with whatever port in case you use an obscure port, -i for your certificate. And if you want to do dynamic port forwarding, in which case we are going to, we use -D, which basically opens up a dynamic port forward and allows SOCKS proxies to tunnel information through that port forward. Now, this is great because we can actually tunnel malicious traffic through the SSH connection all the way to the server, and people can't see it as easily. Using this, we can basically actually go and also grab whatever content we want, provided the tunnels are actually whitelisted and SSH is allowed on the network, which is pretty awesome. Now, the benefits of that is that VPSs are cheap. So, you can go to AWS or DigitalOcean and get a VPS for $5 a month. They're super easy to set up because SSH comes built into every single one of those servers. So pretty much all you need to do is spin up a good SSH config and you're good to go. It's encrypted communications because SSH is encrypted by default, and it's fast and reliable because thanks to TCP. Now, to remediate the issue, you basically can do things like deep packet inspection, which isn't the best thing to do, especially if you have developers on the same network. So what you can do is use deep packet inspection to verify which packets are SSH packets and then just drop the packets. Now, once again, if you've got developers on the network and they actually need to SSH into different boxes, this is not going to work for you. The next type of attack could be something like DNS tunneling. So what exactly is DNS? It's basically, imagine something like the phone book for the internet. For the millennials, it's basically the thing that changes google.com into an IP address and tells you exactly where to go. It's unreliable. It uses UDP packets, so it comes in different orders and different, you might actually lose some packets here and there, and it's also unencrypted, which does not really sound particularly good. But the major thing that you're missing is it's usually unrestricted, which is why we really, really love it. Now, that unrestricted aspect actually supersedes the non-reliable aspect, which is awesome. So here's a quick demo of exactly how this could work. Over here, we're going to run curl google.com, and we're going to have to wait for a little bit because we're waiting for this to time out. Basically, we're creating a virtual machine environment displaying that these commands don't work. Over here, you can see curl google.com did not work. Now we go over to our EC2 instance running iodine. Iodine D is the daemon. We have 10.0.0.1 as our private IP address and test.com as our DNS name or domain name. Basically, what we're doing is creating an authoritative DNS server to be able to run this entire tool and tunnel in a nice and easy manner within our own control. We set a password so that we're able to go and encrypt the traffic in whatever way we need to and verify which host is which. Now, inside the Kali box, we're going to go and run iodine because we can actually communicate with our EC2 instance, which the IP is there, providing the domain name. Now we're going to give the password, and now after all of that, it's going and doing the handshake and trying to determine the perfect fragment size. The reason the fragment size is really important is it's trying to identify the optimal value or the largest size it can reliably send over a single DNS packet. And it continuously keeps doing that to be able to keep the tunnel open and tunnel information directly to that server via DNS. Over here, we can see 10.0.0.2 with the DNS 0 adapter, which basically means that now we're able to go and communicate and we're on the same private network. Now we're trying to SSH into the server using the DNS 0 adapter. And we've been able to SSH in using our certificate. And now we can run curl.google.com as if we were SSH'd directly into the box, which is pretty awesome. In my opinion, that's a pretty good bypass. So what exactly are the benefits? It's pretty simple. It's cheap. It's easy to set up because all you have to do is clone a Git repo and you're good to go. Basically just run the binaries. It's encrypted communications technically because you're still doing the actual final communication over SSH. It's usually unrestricted because, well, it's DNS. Who's going to actually go and stop you from resolving google.com? There are some networks that do, but most networks do not. The only con that I see in most cases is it's unreliable. Basically, when you're typing things inside your SSH session, it might take a little bit of time to actually show up. So it's not the best usability experience, but hey, you're probably only doing like 10 things really quickly and then shutting it down anyway. So it works. So how exactly would you go about remediating this? And we had to think a fair bit for this one. Basically, the easiest ways was whitelist specific DNS servers. So if you control a network and you're the network admin, maybe only allow things like 8.8.8.8, so Google's public DNS or Cloudflare's DNS. And if that works for you, that's great. Otherwise, the other way to fix this is rate limit DNS queries. Since it's got a specific fragment size, there's only a certain number of packets that can be sent. And if you can rate limit the number of packets being sent via DNS, then basically you can actually stop the communications or sufficiently obscure it enough to annoy people and not use that vector anymore. The preference, obviously, is whitelisting DNS servers. Now moving on to the next actual type of attack, which is subdomain service tunneling. Now this one's a little bit of a wild card. The reason why we say that is it really depends on the type of captive portal that you have, because some captive portals tend to use Google Ads or Amazon, related S3 buckets to show and serve their ads. Now, in this case, we're going to assume that someone uses an S3 bucket to be able to go and display their ads. So in this case, we're going to be creating an EC2 instance and spinning it up and just using it in whatever way we need to. We set it up externally, go inside the captive portal, and as soon as we can see that it's got the whitelisted Amazon AWS.com domain, we're good to go. Because as soon as you spin up an EC2 instance, it creates a brand new DNS name for you. And that DNS name is something like EC2 hyphen your IP address dot ec2.amazonaws.com or something like that. And basically what that does is it's giving you an actual domain name to be able to resolve to that IP address. And using that single domain name, now you can bypass all the protections within the captive portal to be able to go and view your, communicate with your own server, which is a huge advantage because now you're able to go and SSH in and do whatever you want once again. How do you actually remedy this entire vulnerability? It's actually not that hard. All you have to do is constrict your wildcards even more. So don't do all of Amazon AWS. Instead, do the specific S3 bucket that you need or something like that. Otherwise, the other solution is a little bit trickier and frankly, a lot harder to manage. What you have to do is basically monitor your network, and then based off watching people abuse your systems, you build rules to go and block them. Now, that can work eventually, as in that's how you further improve. However, restricting your wildcards will actually cut this issue off very, very early on. So that's the recommended solution. Now, moving on from there, we're going to look at one of our favorite and most novel approaches, which is the Outlook tunnel. This is something that we haven't actually seen anywhere else. And the reason why we came up with it was, funnily enough, I was stuck in a SOC at a very big Australian company. And while I was testing, I wasn't able to or allowed to download an actual exploit. But I found that I was able to send emails to my clients and whoever I needed to via Outlook while I was connected within the SOC. I wasn't really actually allowed to take my phone out during, for sensitivity reasons. However, I was able to do emails. So I figured out that Outlook was actually being used as a whitelisted thing. After a bit, I figured out it's actually Office 365 entirely, so I could do Skype and whatnot. Now, that got us thinking. Basically, I called my shop after I got out of work and said, hey, we've got a fun little project. And this is how we ended up going about it. We basically set up an IMAP listener and SMTP to be able to reply and communicate with me while I'm on the inside. So basically, I was sitting down in a SOC. I send an email to Office 365 servers, which then go through sending to my own mail server, which is set up outside using SMTP. Then we use the IMAP listener to be able to grab the actual email, read, process, fetch, grab whatever website and clone it, zip it up, send it back to the ruffle.life mail server, then send it back via SMTP to Office 365 servers. And since it's all whitelisted, I perfectly get the response, and there's nothing I really have to care about, which is pretty awesome. Now we're going to take a quick look at a demo that we created for you. So this is obviously a simulated environment once again. We've basically gone off and actually stopped, physically stopped access to google.com and things like that. So here you have my email address in the Outlook client. Everything's working perfectly. And now we're going to move over to the Linux box. Cool. So in the Linux box, this is the exact Python script that we used. Here you can see that there is a perfectly usable command injection vulnerability. So we're going to overlook that, please, because we didn't have much time to write this bug. But basically, we're sending an email, and we're basically just grabbing the text from within the email, so the email body, and then using that as a URL to be able to go and run the cloner script upon. And then we run the send email function, which uses SMTP to be able to go and send whatever content is within the file or within the website that we ended up cloning from, and then zipping it up and then sending it back to myself while I'm in the whitelisted location. So the cloner script basically creates a new directory, runs htttrack over the website, and loads it into the created directory, zips it up, and then deletes the previous directory. htttrack, for those people who don't know it, is a tool that's actually really old. I used it when I was like 15 to make a perfect clone of a website, and it's actually like a functional clone. It's really cool, and I recommend taking a look at it. So we run the mailer script, and that's basically kicked off the listener. And what we're going to do next is send an email. Now, apologies, I have terrible typing speed. So we eventually type it up, pop in a website. In this case, we're popping in my own blog, and we hit send. Should all the stars align, we should have the email come in. As you can see, it's now being cloned and sent back. So you can see down at the bottom, a junk mail's come up. We're going to bring it over to inbox so it doesn't look as bad. Now we're going to quickly go and save the attachment. Popping it on the desktop so it's nice and easy to find. Now we're going to unzip it in the most noob way possible. Open up that folder. and use that terrible browser, Microsoft Edge. And there you go. It's a fully functional copy of my website. Now, it's not a recursive copy, but hey, it works. So the reason why the Outlook tunnel is really cool is it is actually custom and very hard to detect and understand what's going on. It's really cool to write, set up, and have fun with. And all you need is a VPS and a domain name. So you could actually get it all set up for about $6, which I think is really, really cool. How do you actually fix this? It's really, really hard, and we couldn't come up with the perfect solution, despite actually monitoring people's emails and blocking them and whatnot. So I'm actually not 100% sure. The answer for that one is probably don't whitelist things that you don't completely trust, and yeah, it's probably the best that you can do. If you have an answer for that, let me know. But despite that, the concept that we really wanted to bring in today is that you can actually use anything that is whitelisted as long as it's got some kind of programmatic access that you can communicate with from the outside. So be it Jira, be it Skype, be it Confluence, be it Link, whatever you want. Anything that has an API, you can pretty much use that to your advantage to be able to grab information, perform the request, and send it back to yourself, as long as you understand exactly how it all works together. Well, to summarize the entire talk, we've basically gone through different types of attacks, the benefits of each of them, and how to mitigate them to the best of our ability. I hope you really enjoyed the talk and had a lot of fun and learned something new. And that's all, folks. Any questions?
Well, thanks to COVID, our talk got delayed again. Do you
Hi everyone, welcome to our talk, Bloodhound Quick Wins. Happy Sunday. My name is Zane Daniels and this is Tristan Bennett. For those who don't know me, I'm currently the Senior Cyber Defense Engineer for a new initiative called the Cyber Fusion Centre. This is stemming out of Wesfarmers. They're the parent company for brands like Officeworks, Kmart, Target, Bunnings. There won't be a single hammer joke or sausage sizzle joke within this talk, so check your expectations at the door. The Fusion Centre is a bit of a centre of excellence, kind of like a CSIRT, dabbling in SOC of SOCs, R&D, threat hunting, IR, intel sharing and collaboration with industry. In my past roles, I've been involved in the establishment of SOCs. I've worked with utility providers, ISPs, with a heavy focus on detection prevention. Tristan and I have been working together in one form or another for about 7 years now. We have most recently been working on uplifting, upskilling, detection and threat response capabilities under our remit. And of course, one of those capabilities is around our talk today, Bloodhound. So I'll hand over to Tristan.
Yeah, so hi everyone. My name is Tristan Bennett. I work for a Perth security provider, Seamless Intelligence. And as Zane said, we've been working together for a while now. And one of the things that we have been working on together quite closely is running our quarterly assessments of Bloodhound and then using that in sort of more of a blue team, how do we fix these issues context. And that will be the majority of our talk today.
So what does Bloodhound do? So essentially it starts with the Sharphound ingester that pulls all the relevant information out of AD and places it in a readable JSON format that's then ingested into Bloodhound itself. Every blue team or purple team or whatever team starts with the data collection and Sharphound or derivative of it. And it's always a starting point. So for those unfamiliar or have just a base understanding of what Bloodhound really is, this is just a short list item of what it can do. It can help and has the ability to identify users with local administrator rights, collect information about domain users, including identification of domain admin accounts, the ability to map domain trust and identify misconfigurations for potential abuse, collect password policy information on the target environment, collect information on local groups and members, domain groups and members, enumerate and collect properties of domain computers, including the domain controllers, and collect information on user sessions. Ultimately, Bloodhound gives us a relationship-centric view of Active Directory. We can use these relationships and attributes to find paths an attacker can use to go from underprivileged user to admin of the domain. Okay, so here's some easy sell points for you to take back to middle management when they ask why they should let you run Bloodhound environment. The bad actors are using Bloodhound. If you don't know your environment and you don't know what it looks like to them, they're going to win out every single time. So it's beneficial to run it in your environment. There's no downside. Some notable APTs that are using it at the moment is the Crimea Group, Wizard Spider, and Operation Waco. The next one is ransomware. So ransomware, obviously nothing new there. Although an observable is concerning uptake in ransomware as a service and the affiliate programs, it's running rampant, and opportunistic items like finding the AD structure is a gold to them. They're using it as part of their lateral movement process. So it's best that you also know where you're at fault within your AD structure. That takes us to AD, the dumpster fire. AD is old and complex and not very well looked after. APT kiddies, they know the win's there for the taking. This isn't usually to the fault of administrators or sysadmins. A lot of it is very old architecture. It's been inherited. The permissions and controls are well hidden and ambiguous. And you really need to start looking under the covers to make a difference there.
So some of the environments that we've assessed over the last 12 months have been quite large in scale, and you can see some of the raw numbers here. We're talking about tens of thousands of accounts up to sort of almost 60,000, millions of relationships, lots of ACL sessions and groups. And what Bloodhound allows us to do is get a view of all of these items and how they relate to each other. That's not really possible with any other tool currently. Which moves us on to the assessment. We're not trying to boil the ocean, and that's the key takeaway, is use Bloodhound in a methodical manner, add it as something of a quarterly activity, possibly, monthly, potentially, and build upon the success of the first few assessments. An AD environment shouldn't change significantly across the months. You will have changes here and there. Bloodhound Enterprise is something we're not really going to discuss throughout this talk, but it is something that begins to automate that process and can trigger you on changes within the environment. But ultimately, we're going to try and take this one section at a time rather than trying to boil the ocean and fix every path as you see here. And the assessment methodology we use is we start from our right-hand side, which is where the domain admins group lives. And we're going to have a look at the direct relationships there. What we're going to get out of this are our direct members, so anyone who is a member of the domain admins group, or any group that has been added to the domain admins group directly. We can see here within an environment, this should be relatively few users and groups, and it's somewhat easy to assess this. It's should these users have this level of privilege, and should users in these groups have this level of privilege. And then what we do is we begin to move left. And if we're able to cut these attack paths off while they're between sort of 1 and 10, it makes life a lot easier. And we're not having to try and fix every single attack path. What we usually get here is the first set of nested groups. You may get our service desk groups, you might get workstation admin groups, server admin groups, who are then nested into a enterprise admin or domain admin group. We start to see OUs showing up here as well, and we can have a look at those. What we don't do is try and have a look at this end. There's no point starting from here and trying to boil the ocean and fix absolutely everything in every attack path. We're much better off starting on the right-hand side, performing our assessment, doing our audits, and doing it at somewhat of a regular interval to keep on top of any changes. So our initial set of assessments are these ones, this top 8, and there's some other ones that are very good to do but aren't as easy to automate. And our first one is AS rep roastable users. And this one, if that's within the environment, is a fairly critical severity finding. And so are some types of domain admin group configurations. And then the rest are into the moderate levels and the lows. But the problem with them is, even though by themselves they may be a moderate, any number of these findings could add up into something that allows an attacker to compromise the domain relatively easily. So we'll start with our AS rep roastable users. This is a pretty old school method, but what old becomes new all the time. And basically a user without authentication can request an account's password hash and get that. Now there's a certain setting that has to be enabled, but the key takeaway from this one, if these are in the environment, an attacker doesn't need to authenticate to Active Directory in order to get the password hash. We can see in our Bloodhound assessment that there is one account in my research environment that is AS rep roastable, the Tristan account, and this shows up really clearly in a Bloodhound assessment, and it's very easy to query. Here's what it looks like. We performed this demonstration from Linux without any authentication, just to show that there's nothing in Windows that's performing authentication in the background. We are asking for the TBOS account and we are getting its ticket granting ticket. We can then take that offline to crack, and if it's not a sufficiently complex password, that's a relatively easy task. And that would allow us to get a user account basically off the network if we're in a position to query AD without having to perform any authentication. And really buried deep down in that account, well, not that deep actually, is the do not require Kerberos pre-authentication. That is what allows an attacker to query that account, and simply unticking that and applying that will remove the ability for an attacker to perform the AS rep roasting on that account. So a relatively simple fix. We really don't see these often, and where we do, that might be an old disabled account or something that's relatively easy to turn this off and it just goes away. We've not seen anything recently that turns that on or requires that to be on, so it's a relatively pain-free solution to that one. That leads us to our second finding around really bad misconfigurations of the domain admin group. And depending on what that misconfiguration is, the severity may be critical, it may just sit at high. It's definitely something we'll want to investigate further though. The right DACL, this will be the one, the generic all and the right DACL. As you use Bloodhound over and over again, these are the ones that are going to pop up, and these are the ones that can be very hidden and very nasty. And what it means basically is that someone has the ability to write the access control list. If you've got a right DACL on the domain admins group, you can write new domain admins into there. If you've got the right DACL on a user, you can change a lot of its properties. You can reset its password, you can impersonate it. There's a lot you can do with a right DACL level of access. And we can see here that right DACL, when expanded out in Bloodhound, it gives you a lot of information. It's relatively hidden, but if you go into these relationship descriptors, like the right DACL and the generic all, it will tell you what it does, and it will also give you some ways to abuse that for an attacker. It'll give you the offset considerations around how detectable it may be, and then there's often references to do with those. So well worth the time within a Bloodhound assessment to go and have a look at what each of the different relationship types mean and how they could be abused by an attacker, which will then give you insights into how you may be able to detect and monitor that. What it looks like in AD, if we were to open up the domain admins group and have a look at the security controls around that and the permissions, if we were to assign this particular user account a full control or a write all properties, that would allow them, as it says, full control over the domain admins group. This would then show up in our Bloodhound assessment as a misconfiguration on that domain admins group, and then we could look at, does that group or user need those rights and can they be removed? The thing that Bloodhound does very well is it's next to impossible to go and audit users and groups down to this level of what permissions have been added to each of these groups and users. There are other products out there, but there's none that we've come across that are as easy to use and give us the information in such a simplified and powerful way as Bloodhound. What a misconfiguration may look like in the graph would be the second line back from the right. So we've got a number of users who are a direct member. We've also got authenticated users. We can see a generic right on a user there. And then we can see the administrators and the enterprise admins group have right DACLs into domain admins. And often enterprise admins and administrators are not thought to be as valuable necessarily as the domain admins group, but if they have a right DACL on the domain admins group, then they're almost the same level of privilege. Means you can change the domain admins and write an account in there to have the privilege of the domain admins. And what we would see here, what we would be assessing is, are there any user accounts or groups outside of the normal accounts that we would see having rights onto domain admins? So administrators and enterprise admins is fine, but if we saw then service desk or workstation admins had a right DACL across domain admins, then that might be worth understanding if that group needed that level of permission. What we are jumped into now is Bloodhound itself, and then just showing you how easy it is to go and search through, grab our domain admins group. And what we're able to show here is we can show the direct members. So we'll show the direct control rights, which is basically our direct memberships. And we can see we've got enterprise admins and we've got the administrators group. But if we open that up to the unenrolled objects, we can see, and this is the power of the relation view, we can see that there are accounts that by being part of a group have effective domain admin rights or are able to leverage effective domain admin rights. Printer Hacker, which was created as part of the Print Nightmare testing, and then there's 2 other user accounts. And what we sometimes see is you may be able to audit the domain admins group regularly, the administrators group and the enterprise admins group, but there may be other groups there that have the effective level of privilege that are fly below the radar. They're not named specifically. They may be in the administrators group, not the domain admins group, and may warrant less attention. By breaking out a Bloodhound assessment like this, we can see all of the indirect membership quite clearly. Which brings us down to the Kerberoasting type assessments. And I've grouped 2 of the Kerberoasting queries up into one, as they're very, very similar. And what we're looking at here is a view into our research environment, and we've configured 2 accounts to have server principal names, which is kind of the prerequisite for a Kerberoasting attack to be possible. And we can see there on the left-hand side, we can even see the server principal name that's been set there for that SVC SQL account. And that's a really quick query. And we can then find all of the accounts that have Kerberoastable users. What does that actually mean? Kerberoasting is a very, very simple, technically simple attack that can really open up an environment for attacker. And you can perform it with a number of tools, or you can do it with 2 lines of PowerShell and even chuck it into a one-liner. So the first line there adds the system.identity model into your current PowerShell session so that you can call, I think they're .NET functions. And the second one there says, basically, give me the TGT for that particular SPN. And we know that that exists in the environment of the Bloodhound assessment. And there is also some other PowerShell we could run to get all of the accounts with an SPN. So showed here is Rubius doing it. And Rubius will print out the hash, as will most dedicated Kerberoasting tools. So we can take that offline and crack it if it's a poor password. And here we'll, when I struggle around with my clipboard, we will show the PowerShell. So that's adding the type, and then we will execute that. And we can see there with a K list that the ticket does exist there in the Windows sort of Kerberos store. And the difference there between Rubius and just using native PowerShell is Rubius will print that hash out for us to then copy out of the environment. It's possible in Windows, but not as easy as using a dedicated tool. So that's how Kerberoasting works, and it's very, very powerful. If an account is very old, and was created and may not have a password that expires, it may not have a good password, and it may have a high level of privilege due to it being a service account, then an attacker may choose that one or be able to ascertain that privilege level and attempt a Kerberoasting attack on that account. With Bloodhound, what we can do is anticipate that. We can add in, here is a panel of some of the detections. So we've got detections around adding that function or that add type usage. We've got the actual ticket being requested, and Kerberos tickets for Canary accounts hardly ever get requested. And then we've got all the other ones that may be members of domain admins or something like that that would be rarely requested. And then the additional detail around doing a full Kerberos attack is generally that will go and request the ticket for every account with an SPN, and that gets quite noisy and is relatively easy to detect. But more and more, an attacker will know the privilege level and may Kerberos accounts individually. So that leads us on to targeted Kerberos, which was a new way or an additional way to perform the Kerberoasting attack. And the way this one worked, as we can see at the bottom screen, was the script would look for any account. It could write an SPN, it would write that SPN, request the ticket, and then remove the SPN. And that was due to a misconfiguration of rights that we're able to pick up in Bloodhound and search. Those rights, when we go and actually have a look at an account, are buried all the way down in advanced. We'll have a look at, we could look at all those permissions on there, but we'll select everyone. And this is how we set it up to be vulnerable to this attack so that we could generate both the Bloodhound and get the targeted Kerberoasting to work. Now, as you can see, there are a lot of rights that can be assigned on a user account, and we keep scrolling. There's no way to search in this panel. There's no nice way to get to the one that you want other than it's loosely in alphabetical order, but the names can be weird. So we'll stop scrolling. The one we're actually looking for is there, is write our principal name. So if an account can write a principal name, it can do so. It can then perform a Kerberos attack. It can then remove the SPN. So there was nothing in Bloodhound that specifically addressed this one. And so what we did is we built a cipher query, and in the back of Bloodhound, this is what it's doing. It's very relational based. And this cipher query is saying match into a P variable all the groups where there is a generic right to any user account, but exclude, so we're not your domain admins group, your enterprise admins group, org and exchange servers. And they're the common ones that may have these rights. And within your environment, if you're running this query, you may have others that you'll exclude, and that will just be on a environment by environment basis. Now, and then it will return the full match, which will be group, the generic right, and which users affected. And we can see it there, that the authenticated users group, and that's anyone basically in the domain that can authenticate, has a generic right against the Hacker555 account. That means they can set the SPN, request the TGT, and then remove the SPN again. Fortunately for us, that's pretty noisy. It's not something that isn't logged in Windows, which is great. But additionally, if we can get ahead of the game and understand if there's a misconfiguration, we can potentially stop it before it's. And this is what it looks like from a shortest path to domain admins flow, in that we can get any of the domain users, and that's the threat hunter account there, who is a member of authenticated users, who has a generic right to Hacker555, who is a member of domain admins. With pen tests and attackers that may want to stay for a while, you may not want to be changing passwords and manipulating accounts when there are other easier ways to get the access. But for ransomware gangs who are basically going in, smashing up the joint and asking for a ransom, changing the password on a domain admin's account is something that they will do if they get the opportunity to. Moving down to dangerous rights for domain admins. Now, this is an interesting one. We've never had this return any results. And so I was going to leave it out, but I thought I may as well go through in the back end what the query is doing and what it would find. And so within the GitHub repository for Bloodhound, all of the queries are there. And this is the queries for the dangerous rights for the domain users group. And if we summarize it down, basically what it's looking for is a group ending in 513, which is a normal users within the domain. And the reason that they just look for the -513 is it then excludes the domain specific SID. So this is the domain users group, and it's looking for any group it has an ownership, a right DACL, a generic all, allowed to delegate and force password change, which are all things that an attacker can leverage to modify something further down the chain. If we can force a password change on an account, we can get control of that account. If we can, with a generic all or a right DACL, write ourselves in an account to a privileged group, and we know the password to that account, we've now got those privileges. So that's what that one's looking for. And all of the built-in queries for Bloodhound are listed out within the GitHub repository. Moving down to the sort of end of our assessment of the things that we do every single time. We've got computers where domain users are local admin, domain admin sessions on non-domain controller computers, and servers that users can RDP to. Now, all of these in isolation aren't too bad. The issue is where we get a few things lining up, like a server that a domain user can RDP to and that has a domain admin session on it is a path that an attacker may take. Now, if the domain users are also local admin, then they have a huge level of control over that server. And what we see here is I've grouped all of these up. At the end of the day, an attacker generally will be looking for a level of privilege to execute what they want. Often it's domain admins, or it's the ability to push ransomware out through SCCM or whatever it may be. Bloodhound now has support and has had for a while up into Azure, and we deliberately left that out for now, but that in and of itself would be a whole talk. We can see here I've got domain admin rights on that user, and I've got a high mandatory level, which means I'm also a local admin on the server that I'm on. And so an attacker who's able to leverage these three things, if they're available in an environment, this could also result in a domain takeover from relatively low severity individual findings. This is Print Nightmare, and this is the big reason we put a lot of focus on these three assessment pieces. This one here is the Mimikatz implementation, where we could use the UNC path to bypass the Microsoft patch. And Zane's going to chime in here with how they dealt with it across the organizations he was looking after.
Cheers, Tristan. Yeah, so as a bit of a personal story and some observations at my time at the Cyber Fusion Centre at Wesfarmers, I think it was in my first week or two, I just joined. We're just dipping our toes in the IR space, just working out what we wanted to do in that area. It was a big task, many divisions, many different companies. So, of course, Prince Nightmare came along, one of the more complex issues that I've seen of recent. So my observations coming out of that instant response is that many IT teams out there don't really have the capabilities or knowledge to really tackle or be in the long haul for these really complex issues. Over the last 2 years, it's been endless complexity. These are coming down the pipe faster than ever. You really can't blame these IT teams for starting to lose interest or waning when there's so many different mitigations and patches. So you really have to be in the long haul and really keep up with what's happening. Most of these mitigation patches, especially the Printer Nightmare issue, were bypassed within 24 to 48 hours. And to this day, it's not fully patched. So gathering that information from many different types of divisions and different companies into one central area, like the Cyber Fusion Centre, was a real issue. Vulnerability management tools that would be, of course, out on the domain controllers, they don't really tell you if the service is running like Printer Spooler, which adds real another level of complexity to gathering this information in a multi-organizational environment. Another observation was really operators and sysadmins jumping the gun. So originally, Microsoft advised that this issue was addressed with the June 2021 security patch. This wasn't the case at all. It was totally ineffective, and the KB couldn't be relied on. But many people had disengaged at that point, and after they rolled the KB, that was that. They weren't keeping update with the news. It was putting the blinders on, and we really had to rein them back in. So within hours after the KB was released, it was bypassed. So shout out to the Mimi Cats creator for that one. Thank you. The next mitigation that came down the pipe was to disable the Print Explorer service across all unnecessary assets. I can tell you now, I've never seen so many domain controllers with Print Explorer enabled. It was literally like someone was going to pop down to their local DC and print off some flyers for the local footy tipping comp. I don't understand why it was enabled. I'm just going to chalk it down to legacy. So the teams, they were really proactive in changing the GP. This was disabled. Of course, that wasn't the end of it. The next drama, Microsoft released the out-of-band patch, which again was bypassed by researchers within hours. It seemed to momentarily fix the RCE factor, but allowed local privy escalation. However, that leads into Tristan's next bit here, so I'll let him deep dive on that.
Yeah, thanks, Zane. So we're not really saying that Print Nightmare was detectable by Bloodhound or anything like that, but having the ability to know, okay, well, users can't get onto these systems, and therefore our exposure to the local privilege escalation is a lot less, is really, really valuable. You may notice that screenshot at the bottom there, it didn't actually work. That's been fully patched, and the server hosting the DLL is no longer there. And so this is one from a few years ago, 2019, I believe. Tavis Ormandy released this. But these are the sorts of positions a user with RDP and no local admin access can get themselves into, in that it's only a matter of time before the next local privilege escalation is released. Microsoft has had a shocking year this year with the SAM issue, with the EFSR issue, with Print Nightmare. It's a matter of time before the next one. So we can see there a normal user with a specific local privilege escalation going to system. Now, if we can understand in our environment that we have users can RDP to certain systems, we may not be able to fix that. They may be Citrix servers, they may be terminal gateway servers that users need access to. But what we can look at doing is deploying additional monitoring. So for example, if we don't have Sysmon on those boxes, we can deploy Sysmon to get a really advanced and deep understanding of what our users are doing on a server. All the way down to name pipe creation and which processes are connecting to the network. I was talking to Zane about this one, and we were just bouncing some ideas. And Sysmon is really not an EDR versus Sysmon argument. It's an EDR plus Sysmon. Just gives us a really good chance of catching an attacker or something abnormal. And that's especially important on servers where a domain admin may use their credentials. Whether they should or not is a different argument. If a normal user can also RDP to that server, then we've got a mixture of privileges that really, really smart attackers can probably take advantage of. So in summary, we've got our big hitters that we assess all the time. And the reason that we do it is that AS rep roastable users just make attacking too easy. We just need to get rid of those from the environment. And Bloodhound allows us a really quick check. Yep, no AS rep roastable users, tick in the box for that one. Domain admin group misconfiguration, we may not be able to fix everything we consider a misconfiguration. It may need to be like that, either due to legacy software or just how something works. But it allows us to put in better auditing, so we know the groups that are nested into domain admins. We can monitor them for changes. It allows us to then fix over the long term something that we may not be able to do in a few weeks. Both of the Kerber roastable assessments are all about better monitoring. SPNs are needed in an environment, and anything with an SPN will give up its ticket granting ticket. So what we need to ensure is that we have monitoring across the accounts with high privilege levels and any other Kerber roastable users. We also need to ensure that or attempt to do password audits on those. If they've got an extremely complex password, Kerber roasting is not going to be feasible. There are going to be other ways in. Dangerous rights for domain admins, for domain users, that's one it's audit, monitor, fix in the long term. We don't need to do anything about it right now unless the rights are really, really severe and they're across sort of the domain admin groups, which would be really bad. And then the last three around domain users who are local admins. This is probably still pretty rampant out there, but it's an audit, monitor, fix type activity. We don't need to go and rip local admin everywhere without testing because we might cause issues. And we really don't want to be in a position where we say something because it's security best practice that leads to a really big impact to an organization. Domain admin sessions on non-DC assets. This should just be a learning sort of exercise, but audit, monitor, fix. And the fix here is almost the behavior in the culture. There's very little need for a domain admin to use that level of privilege on a non-domain controller. And a lot of orgs are moving to the three accounts: normal user, server admin, domain admin. And domain admin is just not needed for a lot of things anymore. And then service where domain users can RDP. And this one is an audit and monitor. We may not be able to fix it. A terminal gateway server is there for users to jump onto. But by adding that sysmon layer, we're in a really good position to monitor in depth what users are doing.
Thanks for that, Tristan. So that concludes our talk. Any questions at all? Tristan should be around BSides in person. Unfortunately, I'm stuck in Melbourne. Thanks, Gladys. Loving over here. So you can catch us on all the socials, all the normal ones. Reach out to Tristan or I if you have any questions. We do have an alternative slide deck that was based around detections and monitoring. That's not complete, but if you do need some help on that, reach out. More than happy to have a chat. Thank you for listening to our talk. Listening to our talk.
Do I need internet?
I don't know, do you?
Not for my slides.
Then we're all good.
You do it all through HDMI?
Yes. Come on, last one. Stay awake. So close now. Have a donut. For the love of God, have a donut. Don't make us take them all home. And there's pizza. Grab pizza, take it home, feed the family, feed everybody's family. Just set up for the closing keynote.
I'm organised.
Should we have a dad joke competition? To load it up on... Flick this to laptop. Hang on. Is Discord still with us? Let's have a look. Hearts. Oh, where's the camera? Oh, there it is. Hearts.
Over the shoulder, it was framed.
Ian surely doesn't mean me.
They're gonna be
Look at that donut-filled figure.
Relying on my 4G.
Somebody on Discord, tell us a joke.
Hi, can you just double check? I'm just going to go and check on that. I don't know if that makes sense. Can you make it share the...
Oh, Ian, that's okay. I know you don't mean it. Don't start me off. Cool, so just while we're setting up on this is the last talk of the weekend. We'll do some quick closing slides after. We'll announce some prize winners. We'll talk about some stuff like we always do. We won't tie up too much of your time. If we can smash through that in 5 or 6 minutes and let everyone go, that will be awesome. We will probably throw out emails to all the ticket holders. Give us some feedback if anything's worked well, not well. Let us know. We'll spend the next couple of weeks crying and wondering if we're ever going to do another one, but we probably will. I don't know. whack off. I don't know. John, come in.
Okay, so to Nigel's whack off, that's what she said.
And thank you. Oh my God, look at these screenshots. It's like Inception conference. So many dolls, so little time. Please. Are you on Discord? Ian's putting up some messages for you. And I'm not reading out. Got any words for all the watchers at home, dolls? Standing by. It's totes not rude. Okay. See? We're streaming everything. Everything but your talk is being streamed at the moment. Oh, please, Cole, stop. Sign off now. Quit while you're ahead. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it, folks. Corduroy pillows. They're making headlines. Okay, that just didn't work.
Gives a testing. Testing 1, 2. Yep, sounds good.
Sweet. I'm going to drop off. We'll hand over to George, talking about application consent persistence for the good and bad. Over to you, mate.
Thank you. Can you hear me? I can't hear me. What a setup. Thank you for staying to the very end. I thought I would have just my little private cheer squad up the back and then a couple in the front. So well done. You all deserve a round of applause. And don't worry, my talk is not one that requires heavy brain work, so it's perfect for the end. So who am I? That's me. I went to Nalu Station and the sunset was awesome. I was so happy I took a picture of myself. But you know, I'm just a regular guy. I work for Empire as a senior consultant, doing cybersecurity stuff for them. And I like trying to go outside and camp and fish. And I'm sometimes a champ at Rocket League if I play enough. So I wanted to talk about application consent because it seemed like I was seeing it in quite a few of the incidents I was managing or the blogs I was seeing as a means of maintaining persistence in customer environments. I had to actually work out what it was first and how it could be used, or unintentionally create scenarios where it could be used. So that was the idea for the talk. Application consent basically allows programmatic access into your environment. Normally, you know, a user would have to log in to an account. And you know, we're probably quite familiar with the process of assigning permissions to a user account, but this isn't necessarily assigning permissions to a user account. It could be a service account, and it could be permissions much more privileged than what a a user would normally get. So it's programmatic in nature, it simplifies integration, and it's used with single sign-on. It's bigger than I thought, but it's probably still a bit small, the text, to see up the back. This is an example of me signing into GitHub on my iPhone using my GitHub account. So it's my account and it's my phone, but I'm still giving permission to the GitHub iOS app to act on my behalf. And that's so when I open up my phone, I don't need to type in my username and password, do my two-factor authentication. I open it, it has the permissions saved, all right? And having a look at the permissions, it's actually quite, it's the whole account. So to put it into context, if someone knew the PIN number on my phone and stole my phone, they've now got full access to my GitHub. Good luck to them, there's nothing useful in there, but I mean, they'd still get it. Having a look at the other side of this, this is looking inside GitHub, the permissions that the application has been granted. All right, so this is the sort of permission like a regular consumer would be using with a consumer service. But it applies equally the same in your corporate environments or in your enterprise. And, you know, it may well be them using your, their personal or their work email with Office 365, signing into monday.com and granting full access to their mailbox. And if you're looking after your environment, you might be concerned unless you've done a full risk assessment on monday.com. And every single other application your users have the ability to consent to allow their data to be used within. So here's my Google account signed into my Mac, right? Do you know when you're in Mac, you've got, maybe some of you don't, but like you can go into the accounts and put in your Google account. It has access to your calendar, your mail in the mail app, calendar in the calendar app, and some other resources. And it's just another example how my Mac doesn't need me to log in for me to use my Google resources. It's been consented away. My Mac is now me for Google. This all works using a thing called OAuth. OAuth is an open standard used to provide authorization for resources. It uses whatever authentication protocol the identification provider uses. So I've shown you two different identification providers. GitHub is an identification provider, and it's using OAuth to consent to the GitHub app. Google is an identification provider for my Gmail, and that's consenting to the Mac OS to use it, and OAuth is the mechanism. OAuth's great because it's secure, it uses HTTPS, so that's all the stuff that James was talking about this morning. It allows it to be safe. It's an open standard, so you can implement it across many platforms or any platform. It doesn't stick to any one programming language, operating system, platform. There's three types of tokens that are used based on the type of process that it's got. First of all is the access token. It's the simplest one. An access token is given immediately after an authentication. All right, so that access token is used to authorize based on whatever permissions the account has been granted in that system. Now, an access token is only short-lived. Speaking in Azure AD, because that's where I live, if you're looking in Auth0 or many of these other authentication providers, there's more capability, but the principle's generally the same. Access tokens are short-lived, like 60 minutes long, all right? But with an access token, it's kind of immutable. I say kind of, there's always ways to split it, but if someone steals your access token, they can be you and have all of the access that you have. But it's transmitted securely, so they would have to steal it some other ways. Or they'd have to dupe you with like a fish, get your credentials, then they can log in as you and have an access token. The refresh, a session token, it's a bit like a cookie. It might grant an access token and a session token at the same time for a web service, and the access token and the access token is less important because the session token could be whichever defined session length. And then once that expires, you need to re-authenticate. And then lastly, there's the refresh token, which is beautiful. Has anyone noticed that you might only need to log in every 90 days to a lot of the web services, Facebook, Twitter? Yeah, that's because when you sign in, it gives you an access token for that immediate session that you're currently in, and then a refresh token which lasts for whatever has been defined by that service. When your access token expires, it uses the refresh token to give you a new access token without re-authentication. All right? There's a bunch of services. These are actually identity providers, but they all use OAuth. This is the login on the Epic Games Store. I mean, it just felt easy because there's lots of colors and lots of providers, but they all allow you to use your account with these external services to register and log in with Epic. Right? So Epic doesn't necessarily have to maintain their own, although I'm pretty sure that at the very top they also have their own. So, what's the big deal? So if you're consenting to an app, or if your users in your organization are consenting to an app, you're hoping that they're only consenting to low risk, low privilege apps, right? So that's sort of like read-only permissions. You can still steal a whole mailbox with read-only, but they can't delete the mailbox. I don't know if that's better. So typically you only want to allow a user to grant access to low-value resources, maybe their own personal calendar. A lot of the time you'll find, but it's whatever they have access to, they can delegate access or consent to, give to another service. So if it's an executive assistant in an organization with access to 10 mailboxes, including the CEO, then maybe that person's not so low risk, even though their job function doesn't have privilege roles, it's got sensitive information behind it. So it's always a risk assessment activity. Don't just make assumptions. You've got to have a look at this stuff. Here's an example of a very high important, low risk app consent. It's expired and I have deleted it out of my Facebook. I don't actually know if I ever used it, but my friends told me I could get a free shake if I had the app. So basically, all this did is allow me to log into the Hungry Jack's app using my Facebook account. All right, and you can see the permissions. All it gets is my profile picture and my name and my email address. And I'm in so many of them dumps that go around that my email address is no longer private. And if you were really clever, you'd probably be able to guess it. So, low risk. Maybe you can't read it. That would be good. So what does a high-risk app look like? Maybe permissions are scoped to the whole tenant rather than just to a single user. Maybe an administrator has done the application consent rather than an unprivileged user, because then that application can retain administrative privileges, which can be quite scary if it's like a global admin signing off and stuff, and I've got a good example next. Like if the application can then manage other applications or manage users, then that has potential to be a bit scary. Here's a program, like the fun thing. Does this work? Oh, look. See these green ticks? That means someone sufficiently authorized has said, yes, you can have access to this whole tenant. All right, and then if you have a look at the application read directory, read all groups, read and write all groups, so they can manage it, can manage manage access as a user. Like pretty much all of Exchange is owned, but that one, consent required, no, but it's been granted anyway because there's this button which is really easy. Rather than individual granting, you can just grant all and do the one click. But basically, this is meant to be high permission. It's for a VM backup for Office 365. They need to get everything, right? But the way it's set up, it still has a client secret. And if a bad guy got that client ID and client secret, maybe out of a poorly configured VM agent, then they've got that access, right? It's wonderful. Script-based logins. Kyra was talking about stuff around this yesterday. There's a lot of environments where you cannot manage the way connectivity is put in, or maybe the vendor's been, has bad or lazy security practices. But essentially, you can register an application in your identity provider. So I'm always thinking Azure AD. And then you assign permissions to your application, and that way you can automate when that script runs, and you just put in, well, you shouldn't, but most people do, just put in the credentials in the file. You've got to protect it like it's your password. Well, that's easy to read. So like we've got 3 variables on this, right? We've got the client ID, which is like the username in this instance. We've got the tenant name, which is like the place where that username lives. And we've got the client secret, right? And then this is to make a Graph API connection, which is the back end of all of Microsoft 365. So you generate a token, and then you basically send a web request with that, that information, and then you're authenticated. So you've got an access token. That's what this header is, all right? So this is really straightforward. I mean, I just pulled this off out of the Microsoft Docs. I'm not really great at programming, but I'm bad enough to be dangerous. And like, I started off leaving these things in here, and that's bad, right? And there was a talk a couple of back where he was talking about putting it as an environment variable. That's infinitely more better, but ideally you would probably, at least in Azure, use a managed identity or key vault to sort of keep your secret safe, because this application couldn't do much, just manage the whole Teams tenant for a state government organization. But I promise you I did change the client ID and the secret. I actually went and just generated them with the right amount of digits. I don't know if it's the right format, but that won't work anyway. And that tenant might exist. Anyway, so don't try it. So what can go wrong, right? If you consent to an application, then you're trusting that application. All right, it's as simple as that. You're saying whoever wrote this application doesn't want to do harm. Installing this application in my environment and giving them this permission means I trust the application. And if you give it broad access, then you're trusting it an awful lot. Scripted tasks, back in the day on just on-prem stuff, it was pretty straightforward. You'd have a service account. And a lot of the time, you can still do a similar thing, but you just need to try and obfuscate and protect your passwords, right? And use the services that help you keep your stuff safe in, like, if you're using an Azure function, you can use a key vault. So I've got some hypothetical examples. Well, only one, really, because I was asked to be quick. What happens if an attacker gained access to a sufficiently low privileged account, but it could modify an app principal? Because there is an Azure AD role called Cloud App Administrator, or it could be, they've managed to somehow get a privileged account and they're modifying a low privileged app, but with that app they can create themselves a secret, and once you create the secret, it obfuscates it in the system, so you've got to copy it. It's annoying as hell, because if you forget, you've got to delete it and create another one. So you create the secret, and then you go to the API permissions, and you can just say, everything, and consent. A lot of the time, unless you've got enterprise-grade licensing, you are not going to know, because there's no logs. I mean, there's like audit logs. There's the unified audit log in Microsoft, but I don't know how many people sit there. I mean, Bex might, but there's not many people who sit there watching this log source, right? Yeah, and I am a complete Microsoft shill. There are products that you can buy and easily use to do that. But maybe your SIM, if you've configured it properly, would have it. But I know before December last year, many organizations did not have it. All right, but SolarGate showed us that attackers were using this as a really valid method for persistence and elevated permissions. I can't remember what month it is, but we got this nice communication from the 3 and 4 letter organizations talking about an attack where the Russian GRU was using Kubernetes instances which they had automated to do a global attack on Office 365. And basically they were just looking to maintain persistence or exfil, and what I'm talking about fits in right here, right? And low privilege is used, like I've given that out just to my phone, because I read email on my phone. So it can be a bit scary. Fortunately, we can do things like if it's a username and password, you can put multi-factor authentication in, which is much safer. And if it were a service account, you can put conditional access actually on a service account and say it can only run from certain places or do certain things. So how do you defend it? Basically, there's this one really good toggle switch which says that your users cannot consent to applications, period. But that might upset your users who want to be able to use their 365 account with Instagram for whatever reason. I mean, I don't think there's a link there. But like my point being, like a user will want to sign in with their work account many places that you've just, why? So you can turn it off. But if you're not completely draconian, you can turn it back on and limit it to really low value permissions. So like my Hungry Jack's app, right? So they can share their email address, share a picture of them, enough so that they can log in. LinkedIn integrates well. You can log in with your work credential. It doesn't really pinch much info. Microsoft already has it, I guess. But like, that level of access, you can make it so they can do it without having any further impediment. And then if they do try to consent to their data being put into another app and one of the permissions falls outside of what you've allowed, you can have a consent flow. And essentially, you nominate someone when you're setting it up as the Porsche marker has to go and review all of these ones. But like, it's better than just allowing anyone to have access. So it may be ticket driven, however you want to integrate it, but they'll go in to AD portal or MCAS and review it. And they can do a risk assessment, which is what we should be doing. We don't want to block users from doing everything. We just don't want to block them from doing, we want to block them from doing stupid things.
So everything.
It depends on the user army. I mean, I'm glad I don't support you, but like, maybe if you used a Canon camera. And if you used, if you have got a CASB, you can use it to monitor it, because everything that goes over your HTTPS with your accounts can be tracked through it, and you can set up rules. So even if you don't want to go through and set up the constraints, you can still set up policies in your CASB to watch what is going on, and then just go have conversations with people. Wait, I've got more. All right. Yeah, make sure you've got sufficient logging. I've heard this a few times. Seems common sense to me until you've got to buy storage or pay for cloud storage. Yeah, so it's not easy, but make sure you're logging like important things. Mighty, I'll send you the slides. You don't need to. And if you have got the logs and you're putting it into a SIM, then you can also create an alert to match the sort of thing that you're looking for, right? More importantly, make sure you're logging certain actions, like if a new application is registered, log it. If a client secret is changed or added, log that and generate an alert, yeah? Because these are signs that someone's trying to maintain persistence in a covert way, or, the password's gonna expire in a month, and for a change, they're changing it before they get a support ticket that the service isn't working. And yeah, if you can use conditional access, it's super powerful. I don't know how many orgs are not in 365. In my day job, everyone is, because I work for a Microsoft partner. But if you have got conditional access, use it. It is so powerful. And you can block quite easily. if you're a developer, practice the principle of least privilege. Don't ask for more than you need. All right? It's easy to just ask for everything because then everything works. But then you're sort of opening up your org to a lot of risk. And use a key vault or obfuscate your secrets in such a way that it can't just be lifted up and pinched. Right. I'm being cheeky. I just can't let this opportunity go by. I mean, I don't know about you, but they put me last, and I was quite happy about that. It was a surprise part because I'm lazy and I didn't read the whole email. The email was so long, and I had to click the button in Gmail to show the whole table, and then I had to scroll like 3 pages to find me. So I thought, hey, I'm the lock note, and I put it on Twitter asking, and Nigel kindly responded, thank you, and he said he prefers the closing keynote, and someone else who is rather sneaky responded and told me that I might be the Tail Talk Charlie. But I did put it on Twitter if it's the lock note, and I had a resounding 7 votes that said yes, and we all know Twitter is the source of truth, so here we go. Very smooth. Thank you, PowerPoint. I promise you this is like 3 minutes long. So basically, for those of you who don't know what a lock note is, it's like a touchy-feely session to round up a conference so you just feel good about yourself, especially if you felt dumb because you didn't understand most of the topics. But I don't think that's anyone here. The dumb people ran out of stamina and have fled looking for more donuts. Right? So congratulations, everyone, again. And honestly, all I'm going to do is recount my last 3 years of coming to, well, 4 years, but, you know, you'll see. But, like, you know, this was my first B-side, and I was a bit shy. I only did 2 tweets the whole weekend. And the first tweet was about, you know, food, because if anyone knows me, food. And the second one was I was just amazed at the badge. I'd never gotten such cool loot at a tech conference before. All right, and honest to God, coming to this conference was transformative for me because it's the first time I saw like a valid career path that I might be interested in because I was at a real doldrums. I mean, I'd been working in the TAFE teaching, it was great, but I'd kind of reached some limits. So I was like, well, what can I do? And then I came to B-side and I saw, you know, heaps of cool talks. I loved watching the VP of Silence watch his product got bypassed, you know, immediately after he had it. You know, learning about Wiggle, like, my eyes were open the whole day. It was bloody awesome. All right, and then, you know, building on that strength, the next year I almost won the inaugural and prestigious Australian Cybersecurity Professional of the Year. Almost. And I know I'm not alone here. There are other people who are, like, who else was here and was a finalist? Don't be shy. Look, yeah, we've got a few people. And then I was really lucky they let me run a workshop. I hadn't been teaching for a little while. So I did do a workshop on Raspberry Pi and made a little hack tool, which was fun. And I met some really cool people through that workshop, including Guile. And, you know, like from that B-sides, because I was a little less shy, I met like a bunch of people. I got to meet Ian, and I got to join the ComfyCon crew. If you don't know about ComfyCon, it's your loss because it's awesome. I got to meet Bex and a handful of other people, right? It's been super good. I was so keen for 2020. Yeah. And then we came to 2021, and that was yesterday's first tweet, which was awesome. Like, this is a great conference, and I don't believe we should underestimate like how good and how much of an impact it has on our community. And like, you know, for me, I think because, in part because of B-Sides, not completely, I'm going to have a little bit of ownership of my own destiny, but attending B-Sides really did present a new perspective. All right, so it was, I now have a satisfying role in cyber, and I'm included in an awesome community, ComfyCon, and B-Sides. I mean, we've got people from all around Australia coming in. Every year when Nigel announces the date, I block out my calendar because I want to come. And I think I was like the first ticket buyer, but I think he was just teasing me. And I was 856 or 857, and the first purchase I had to refresh, but I was keen. And like, maybe not getting the first ticket because I'm going to fight you every year, but like learning and having your perspective shifted is an opportunity sort of open to anyone who attends. You know, so if you're thinking about a role in cyber and you're not quite there, or maybe you're in one part of cyber and thinking I'd like to try something different and you haven't, like, just have a go, because you've got like all of these people who would talk to you about it. All right, so it's awesome. So, thank you. Thank you to you three. Thank you to all the other red shirts. They're the coolest red team I know. And thank you for listening to my talk and indulging my second talk as well. So thank you very much.
Thanks, George. Cool. We're still muted. I'm not going to echo. Can you all do me a favour and all move into the middle group? Because I'm going to switch this camera around in a minute and let everyone who's still online watching in Discord. I was going to try and squeeze everybody down behind the camera here, but with me and Doles and Sneaky and all the donuts and pizza, that's not going to happen. Here we go. Right, hang on, I've got to unlock my phone. Hopefully facial recognition will still work and I haven't bloated that much. Bear in mind, when you look at this entire room, for all those watching at home, when we did the intro yesterday, every seat was full and there were people sitting all down the stairs again, which if you remember from the 2019 con was like a really big thing. So these are the ones that have actually stayed awake. There are 74 other people asleep on the floor that you can't see. It's been a long weekend. Any requests? Yeah, go on, take the picture.
Ready?
Photo monkey on the picture.
3, 2, 1. I'm just going to keep flashing you off.
All right. Corduroy ones. Don't stop me off. Right, let's see if we can get my laptop working. Discord wants to be with us, and they said you're amazing. Apart from that guy. No, you're all amazing. Cool, right, let's get these slides up.
Oh, yeah, up.
Are they up? We're up?
Oh, no, wait.
Right, I had to write down loads of notes, because otherwise we'll forget every... Ooh, boom, boom. Oh, let's see. Jesus, I've eaten a lot of donuts. Hey! Sweet, all right. Thank you. Thank you, everyone who's made it in person, and for those who sadly couldn't be with us, you've been awesome. Thank you so much for following, asking questions, engaging, doing all of those things. As usual, we got to thank all of our sponsors. Without them, it doesn't happen, because we'll get to that in a moment. Platinum sponsor, Kinetic IT. Gold sponsors, CyberCX, Telstra Purple, PwC. Silver sponsors, Canva, Western Australia Innovation Hub, and CrowdStrike, who also picked up the tab for the beers. Good job. Bronze sponsors, Trustwave, ES2, CyberSec People, Fortinet, Exabeam, and Rapid7. And we got swag, training, and prize sponsors and bits as well. So AWS, who did some cool training. Fifth Domain, Fortinet, Exabeam, Pentester Lab. Thanks to Louis. Always hooks us up with the stickers and the vouchers a bit, so that's pretty cool. Thank you again. CTF sponsors, ACSC for pulling together the incident response CTF, and Fifth Domain, obviously, who've worked the weekend kind of pulling everything together on the other CTF for us. Quick few words. So we said when things went out that we weren't going to charge for virtual tickets, but people had the opportunity to make a donation. For those that don't know, OXCC is kind of helping ladies get into technology. It's making things like training and mentoring and those kind of things available to an often kind of underrepresented group. And they've been doing a huge amount of things in terms of giving back to the community. And we said it's one of those things that we wanted to support. We had a chat to Lana just to see what that would look like, and she was like, whatever you want it to. Let's see what happens, see what kind of funding and bits that we can get, and then let's just work together and do some cool stuff next year when things have hopefully calmed down a little bit. We're super pleased to see that we sold heaps of virtual tickets, and there were still people buying the things like an hour or two ago, which is just crazy. But of all the people that made donations, we bizarrely got $1,024. We said we'd still got a bit of cash left after the con, so we said we'd double that. So $2,048 is going into that charity, which is awesome. Thank you to everyone that contributed to that. So that is going to help a huge number of people. We don't care. We'll probably throw BSides tickets available for people and help get some people over to Perth just to show them it is a real place and it does exist. We said we'd have some prizes and bits as well. So our kind of theme, and we never really broadcast this, was the world's a bit of a weird place at the moment, travel and lockdowns, and I think somebody mentioned Gladys earlier on. We can't blame anybody. It's just a bit of a messy situation. So we had this bit of a theme of accessibility. We try and get a lot of talks. We try and make them really available. We broadcast them around. We let the virtual tickets. We kind of squeeze as many people in here as we could. So there was a few kind of tweets that stood out for us just on getting all different kind of groups and kids here. And as usual, kids kind of get in free. People say, hey, can we bring the kids? Yeah, just bring them along. For God's sake, eat the donuts. Gail mentioned something just on, and that's a good thing, because they bring the kids and they're like, are the kids safe here? And it's like, yeah. And then we give them like 6 cans of V and a dozen donuts. And it's like, eat them all before the long drive home, kids. It's like, there was closed captions on videos. We'll make all of these things available that we can share, so they'll all go up onto the YouTube channel so people can catch up and watch these things. And I think that was pretty cool because it gives people an opportunity to actually go and chat and network and get into the Discord and the YouTube chat and everything and be able to have those conversations knowing that they can go back and watch the talks afterwards, which is awesome. We'll probably throw something out. It's really hard to pick a best speaker. There was new speakers and old speakers and new content and old content, those kind of things. So we'll probably throw something out through the ticket platform. Get everyone to vote on what you think the best talk was, and we'll throw some prizes out on that. That'll be good. CTF, we should probably have a look and see who won that. I think I did something geeky on my badge and kind of linked it off to the scoreboard. No, it's all right. I left it here. Please hold. Oh, I'm still on that seductive radishes page. That's not good.
Just while Nigel's getting up the CTF scores, so what was really cool, just something I wanted to touch on that Nigel didn't quite go into much detail, but in terms of the tickets sold, so for any of you, was anyone here at 2017 BSides? Yeah. Cool. 2018? And 2019? 2020? So, put your hands up if you've got a 2019 badge now. Cool. Yeah, so just quickly, so the first year we ran BSides, 150 people, and which was really awesome. A lot of that, Nigel talks a little bit about sponsorship money. A lot of that was out of our own pocket. As you can see now, gaining popularity, got a lot more sponsors on board, so thank you very much. Over the years, we've grown. So this year, we've gone to 150 in 2017. I think we just about ticked over 800 tickets this year. Yep. Including the virtual one. Yeah, including virtual. So I think someone might correct me, but I think we had about 450 check-ins over the last 2 days, maybe a little bit more. And then I think on the stream, I had a look, we had at least 300 people streaming it yesterday as well. So thanks everyone here. Thanks for everyone that came and attended, and thanks for all the virtual attendees. I'll pass back to Nigel.
Thanks, mate. Cool. All right. CTF scores are up. Bum, bum, bum. Third place. Are all the CTF teams in here or remote? Well, we'll find out, I suppose. Third place, Adelaide B9, 15,600 points. I'm guessing I'm not here. Sucks to be you. Ha ha. Coin in the post. Give us a shout. Second place also looks like they had the most first solves. Oh no, they didn't. Fighting Mongooses did. We'll probably shout them a coin. We'll check that out. Wide Sprite, 16,050 points. Anyone in the room? Yeah, come on down. And then when you get here, we'll go, no, just kidding, don't sit back down. No, come down. We've got some stuff. We've got to run. Pick some shirts, grab some coins. Congratulations, guys. Round of applause. Did George get one? Photos. We fold them on this right now.
Doesn't matter now, they're not part of the team.
Ho ho. Rami with the cutting blow. All right, just while Doles is in the changing room, sorting them out with teas. First place, Lights of Pineapple, 16,400 points. Anyone in from there? Another remote team. If you are listening in, and I'm not checking Discord as everything happens, give us a shout, just drop us an email through, and we'll hook you up with some sweet swag. Oh, there's people wandering down. They've woken up. Was that you? You're not that good. How did you win? That's some coins. Right, we've got some photos. Big guy. Where's Doles? Is he... No. Can everyone see? Do you want to wave the camera and get them all in shot for the viewers at home? Go on, squeeze in tight. These media walls were a huge investment. Thanks, guys. Congratulations. Well done. John from Rapid 7. Prize draw. Sorry for the kids at home that couldn't throw a business card in, but...
Thanks to all the volunteers and everyone put this together. It's just been an amazing event. So I've got these Sony headphones that I'm going to get Peter to dip his hand in the bag, if you can do that. And it can't be someone from CrowdStrike now. Come on. Right, swirl your hand around a little bit and see what happens. What happens if they're not here?
We can call them. Oh. Matt Dockerell. Oh, beautiful. Come down.
Awesome. Congratulations, Matt. Won some. What are they? There we go. Probably can't even see that. Pair of Sony headphones. Do you want to do the handover and get some celebrity shots? Here we go. Just 56 photos. 37 cards in the bowl and one. Congrats. Lock sport as well. Evil D did a lock sport, did some challenges, and you can probably see his photo up on screen now. Levi, who looks... How old is he? Where's Dave? 9. There he is. Hey, come on down, get your photo taken. Managed to pop one of the boxes and got a challenge coin. Congratulations. Go grab some photos. Is that a coin? Yeah, I think he's had it. He got the coin, didn't he? Yes. Yeah, too easy. Awesome. Perfect. Can't see behind me. We always do a little thing just over here, just so you can see what we kind of have to play around with every year. Sponsorship this year was really kind of good. 65k came in from sponsorship, which is probably a new record for us. Tickets is about 18k. I think that's after the ticket platform takes their slice for charities and bits. So again, there's a couple of $1,000 probably gone off to charities through using the Humanitix platform, which is good. Didn't go in Eventbrite's pocket. Outgoing, yeah, it's more expensive for us this year. We had to do a lot of testing, get software, get kit so that we could be able to virtually stream and do a lot of testing and kind of pre-tests. UWA is awesome. So David Glantz, who I think I saw earlier on in the weekend, looks after the kind of ethical hacking club here at UWA. We reached out to him to see if we could get some help with the venue. They stood up as they have done in previous years and paid and sorted out the venue for us, which is just awesome. So we give them a massive thank you for that.
So in 2017, we had $6,000 incoming, and it cost about $8,000 to run it. And so that $6,000 didn't come in until after the event as well. So we had no seed money. So yeah, we've come a long way. Yeah.
And we've paid off all the credit cards now, so which is really good. Swag and coins, always a big thing. We always have this thing with BSides Perth that whatever dollars we get coming in, we'll try and give back in value to everyone that kind of attends or does something. So swag and coins and T-shirts and bags and stickers and everything else, it's about 32K, so that's quite a big thing, but it's always, we hear this, it's like this big memory of being able to go to the conference and you see the shirts at other cons, it starts conversations in corridors, so that's always good. Badges, best part of 10K, prototypes and everything else were fun. They arrived, yeah, DHL Express overnight shipping. We didn't get fake tracking numbers this year, which was good, so we could actually see them happening. So much of a silicon shortage that we actually had to buy components from their manufacturers in minimum order quantities. So things like just a single chip, we had to buy a reel of 4,000 of them and then have them shipped across China to where they were being assembled, and then hope and pray that everything worked, and then get prototypes backwards and forwards. So I think we've got the largest stock of NFC chips of anywhere in Asia Pacific at the moment, if anybody wants hooking up. Food and donuts, the pizza's pretty awesome, I think. Donuts, so much sugar, please. All of those things. The energy drinks, the waters, the snacks, everything we're going, that comes together. Coffees, you're down to about $3,000 in caffeine, excluding the V's. Operational costs and software and everything, those kind of bits, and just running it and tax returns and all those things you have to do is the best part of 10K this year. As more money comes in, we have to do more accounting for it. And then just over $1,000 on the charity donation as well for OXCC, which is all awesome. Volleys, where are you all? Red shirts, red badges, come and join us. Doles is going to take a photo. The amount of time and effort and commitment that the Volleys put in to make it all a success and to help us out is huge. So for weeks, if not months in advance, everybody's kind of chipping in and helping out, and yeah, swing it, man. Rami, photo monkey, jump in. So yeah, and you saw it, and I spoke about it before. So Adam and Kerry, gift packages and all the bathrooms and everything. Brooke, Caitlin, who's over there, put all the goodie bags and sort the stickers and check the sizing and count all the stock and bits as it comes in. Just everybody does an amazing job, really. Hang on, give me 1 sec. Suck it in, boss, suck it in. Hurry up, hurry up. So yeah, Adam, Brooks, Snades, Caitlin, Toby, Kerry, Lauren, thank you so much. Hoodie, I've not given you too many shout outs personally and stuff. We really appreciate you jumping in and modding things like YouTube and Discord and checking over and making sure that people had the right links for the CTFs and everything else. Getting rid of all the spam bots and everything that were hitting the channels. Really appreciate it, mate. Thank you so much for looking after us. And that's it. Do we come back next year? We're going to come back. We're going to do it again. We'll do it again next year. We'll see how we go. Thank you very much. Have a great weekend. What's left of it. With this? Really? Okay. Computer's hard. Yeah, well, that's what's translated.
grab pizza and donuts on the way out.